All right. What is happening? What is going on, my peoples? Happy Saturday to everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Always good to see y'all. You know how it is. The Knicks love to keep us guessing. That's the best way I can say it. Because we're like, what? I don't know. Yeah, we're here for the ride though. We're here. Let's see here. Um it's a little too. Yeah, sorry. Make sure I go. All right, that's better. All right. Good morning to everybody. Thank you guys for those who just may be tuning in now, and obviously for those who have been patiently waiting. Thank you guys. You know how it is, man. You know, and I appreciate y'all as always. But if I was doing a half an hour show or an hour show, you know, I could understand someone be like, "Oh, where Ron at, man? Come on!" But when I don't know if I'm going 2 hours, 3 hours, I'm like, I got to make sure I get my stuff right because I'll be here for a minute, and yeah, then I'm like, oh, dying in front of you guys. So anyway, hope y'all are doing okay. Let me shout out the chat. And also, thank you to those who may be tuning in on Facebook. Appreciate you as always. Thank you for being here to support me and the show and all of the panelists that may or may not pop up. Um, it's definitely a welcome thing. I can't tell you how much it means to me and John and what we try to do with this channel. So, shout out to my guy Walter Blackman. Good morning to you, my brother. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. He said the Knicks are quiet so far during free agency. I don't want Donte. We need a two-way wing player. I guess I'm assuming you mean two-way wing that has more height, because Donte is a two-way wing player. I, and this is not for you, Walter, but there are some Knick fans out there, because I was watching, because I was trying to find out what was going on last night, and I was seeing on Twitter a lot of people question what Dante DiVincenzo brings to a team, like and I get it. I mean, he's not the sexy name like that. You know, you automatically say we got this guy. He's a game changer. I get it. I understand. But what I will say is, and if you know about him, fine. But if you don't know about him, Dante DiVincenzo, the easiest and best way to describe him is Josh Hart. A little less defense, a little more offensive intensity. That's it. But other than that, they are very similar players. They're both really good rebounding guards. They are both really good playmaking type guards. They pass guys open, and they get out there and transition. The system, let me tell you, whatever Jay Wright was doing in Villanova, he teaches these guys how to do a number of different things over there. Um, so all I'm saying is I wouldn't be disappointed if in the end we wound up with Dante DiVincenzo, maybe something else, maybe like a backup point guard or something. But if that's all we do, I'm not going to be upset about it. I won't be ecstatic because I know there's possibly other things that we could have gotten, but we would be, in the end, we would be a better team. That's what I'm trying to tell people. And we'd probably do it without giving up a boatload of money or getting rid of guys that you still want to be on the Knicks. So I'm just throwing that out there. But I get it. And I'm not saying he's the first choice. I'm just saying he's a, if the choice is made, we would not be in bad shape if it happened. All right. Sha Powers, what's good, my guy? Appreciate you as always. Please, if you guys haven't already, like, comment, subscribe. Tune into my guys Sha Powers and Divine, Knicks Real Talk. Show them some love. Really good content. You won't be disappointed. Let me see. Yeah. Shaw's like, there's so many moves as a fan I want to see, but the front office has to say so. It's true. We got to wait till they do what they do. Whatever chips they trying to play, what they got going on, we don't know about yet. And we're just here waiting at a standstill. Like I said, my whole thing is, if the front office is going to do something, then do it. If you're not going to do something, then don't do it and make a minor move. That's fine. And I'm okay with being patient because, they move at their own speed. You guys have seen this since Leon Rose has been here. They don't move when we think they're moving, and when we don't think they're doing much, they do something little, but they move at their own speed. My only thing that concerns me, the only thing that I've said to everybody about this front office, is being able to get the big fish if you're going after the big fish. It's not about forcing them to go after the big fish, because we don't know what makes most sense. We could go get a dude who's a star type player, and this Knicks team goes backwards. Stranger things have happened. It's all about, obviously bringing in the right pieces to help your team get better. But the other thing is making sure that you got the right people in place to go get these people. And I'm still on the fence about this front office being able to go out and bring in somebody that they don't have a relationship with. I need them to work, and I haven't seen if they can do that work yet. It's not a knock, and it's not hate. It's just real. Everybody we've brought in, we've already had some type of relationship, connection, godfathers. I used to coach him when I was little. He dates my daughter. Like, I'm not saying, but you get my point. It's all something. So we'll see. Morning cup of Joe or Joanne. I brought out the metal mug today. I usually never bring it out because I can never find it, but I got it today. And there's something true to these metal mugs, making things feel colder or hotter. It's a different experience. Yeah, this is ice. We like. Shop Howard says, if the big ragu comes here, we may need to see IQ move minutes. Why? Yeah. The rumor for an Obi move is to the Pacers. So what can we get from them? Well, it sounds like the Knicks aren't asking for much, then other than draft compensation. So, and sometimes that means a lot. And I know guys and girls out there might be like, so what you trying to tell me that's all Obi's worth? I don't think that's what it's about. It's not about Obi's worth. It's about where he is right now in his career and what his contract looks like. He's only making 6.5 or 6.8 million, something like that. It's not a lot of money, but if the Pacers were to take on that 6.5 or 6.8 million and give us draft compensation, it frees that money off the books. And for a Knicks team that doesn't have a lot of money in this offseason, you add 6.8 or 6.5, whatever it is, almost 7 million to whatever you got. And then that allows you to go out and sign, a marginal free agent that, is somewhere in between, I guess you could say anywhere from 12 to 18 million per year, something like that. I think that's what we would have. But then again, I don't know if all of that can be used on one player or if it's tied to two different things. Are those two different exceptions that we have, or can we just go out and use that lump sum of money to bring in one player? I don't know the rules and regs too much of the contract. Like I said in the past, I am not. If you're looking for contract information, I'm not that guy. I'll look it up like the rest of y'all, and and hopefully there's a good explanation, or maybe I'll have somebody else explain it to me. But yeah, it's I don't know the ins and outs of all these NBA contracts and the CBA and what are the parameters for teams. So I apologize for that. All I can do is try to get the information if it's out there somewhere. Shah says, if IQ is in a move, does that include RJ with him? Not not necessarily. I guess it all depends on who the player is. So if say Donte Divincenzo is the guy, right? And as we've said before, he's undersized, he's 6'4". But let me tell you something. One more thing I got to add to this, guys. I'm sorry, I just remembered. Even though Donte Divincenzo is 6'4", I looked around the league. There's a lot of 6'7" guys out there, or 6'6", 6'7" guys that don't rebound. You know, they get 2 rebounds a game, maybe 3. DiVincenzo gives you 5 or 6. Josh Hart gives you 5 or 6. Sometimes he averages 7 or 8. So once again, height-wise on the defensive end, I understand smaller players, you know, so these guys that they're playing good defense on can still shoot over them. I get it. All I'm trying to tell you is these two type of players, the Harts and the DiVincenzos, do a lot more. And so they make up for some of the inefficiencies that even these taller guys don't do. These are really good rebounding guards. So once again, just keep that in mind. But yeah, I'm not sure, man. So anyway, if they were to bring in Donte, maybe I would think that means they keep RJ. Because RJ, you know, say what you will, he can score. He does have a little bit more height than Donte's 6'6". And if you're concerned about having somebody to guard the bigger guys at that position, RJ is still your best option at that point. Defensively, he may not have all the skill set that on the defensive end that Hart and DiVincenzo have, but height-wise, he's got a little bit more height. And I think you need him at that point. So Shot Powers asked, which move does Evan go in, or is he alone in the trade? I really don't know, man. I don't know what the market is for a guy like Evan Fournier. And I've said before, his skill set and the way he plays is useful to a team that needs 3-point shooting, that has a good, solid defensive structure. So they're not too worried about his defensive liabilities, can use him. A Milwaukee or a team, they could use an Evan Fournier. The only thing is it's a little easier to know if you can use a guy mid-season, like at the trade deadline, because you know, hey, this is what our team has been. Our 3-point shooting is a little under, you know, we could use a little jolt and he might fit. So that's why it's easier to trade a guy mid-season, because teams know what they have. Right now, you're just taking a chance that, hey, he fits our team. We do need 3-point shooting. Can't hurt. And we already know that he can come off the bench, so he's not a starter. He's a fringe type player, like a niche player. He's a catch and shoot, or you know, a 3-point specialist, should I say? And he's one of the last ones remaining. There's not a lot of these guys out there anymore. I'm telling you, he can be used somewhere, and someone should have an interest in Fournier. Whether or not they do, I don't know. And how would the Knicks go about doing that? Like I mentioned yesterday when I was chopping it up with Eru on Die Hard Knicks, and I mentioned in the past, I wouldn't mind if there's a way that we could get the same thing that's being offered for Obi If that was offered for Fournier, I would be very happy with that. And I think Knicks fans would be very happy with that too if you understood that. Say we were able to trade Fournier to San Antonio for a trade exemption. That means, I mean, draft, yeah, trade exemption and draft, or maybe draft capital as well. Probably not the draft capital. I don't know what the whole deal, but if a trade exemption would be huge. That means like you can trade, and this is according to my other peoples in the MBK fam and other places that understand the CBA a lot better than I do. Apparently, you can trade a player like Fournier to a team who has the cap, and they can absorb that cap hit and give you back a trade exemption that you can use. But the most important thing is it frees up whatever's remaining on Fournier's contract. So the Knicks will be able to use that 18 million or 19 million, whatever he's owed. That's huge to me. Even if you can't trade him for a player, if you're telling me I can get that money and we could use that, to me, that's ginormous. Is there a word? Yeah. Yeah, that would be great. Problem is teams don't necessarily just want to do that. Now, a team that knows that they're rebuilding and this year is going to be like a developmental year anyway. And it's a 1-year contract that they know comes off the books. So they're going to get their money back anyway next year and they'll be able to use it. But they're doing another team a favor right now. Sounds like a win-win. It's not going to hurt them, and it will definitely help the Knicks. But there's not too many teams that can even do that. I think San Antonio was one that had the cap space that could do it, and because of the relationship that Popovich and Thibodeau have, maybe a favor like that could happen. But this is like teams don't really do this too often. So it's like a pipe dream for me to say it. Like, you know what I mean? But it's a possibility though. And see, this is the type of stuff that I would like to see. Because remember, I said I have concerns about the front office and how they wheel and deal, and if they can really put that work in. Everything's about relationships. But if you are about relationships, then take that relationship to the next level. This is when I wanted to see you do the relationship stuff. Talk to San Antonio, talk to Popovich, and say blah, 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 behind the scenes, whatever. And you know what? You help us with this, and then later down the line, we'll help you. That's how the relationship stuff is supposed to work. Get that done, Leon. Let me see that, Tibbs. But anyway, all right. Let me hit the intro, and then I'll go through the giving a quick shout out to everybody else. And if you guys got questions, I'll try to start them and put them on the side so we can get to them as this show goes along. But thank you for being here once again. Shout out to everybody. Smash that like button, please. Today we're going to talk a little bit about a number of things. Derrick Rose signing with Memphis, the impact of losing him for the Knicks, the impact of gaining him from Memphis. We'll talk about Obi possibly going to the Pacers. Still not official yet, at least to my knowledge. Unless you guys know otherwise, please let me know. We'll talk about whatever other things the Knicks may be able to do or still interested in now that the free agency period has begun. We'll also talk about Bruce Brown, and the contract he got from Indiana, and the fact that he had a meeting scheduled with the Knicks and he declined that meeting and just took the contract. So it goes back to the whole thing, once again, how are the Knicks looked at around the league? Because Bruce Brown ain't no superstar. He's a good player. We were going to play. I'm assuming we were going to pay him a good amount of salary, and he was going to be able to be a part of a team that is on a winning trajectory. And he didn't even give us the opportunity for the meeting. He just took whatever Indiana offered. So we'll talk about that. Also, we will possibly, if things permit and if it's cooperating, we might get some NBK fam in here remotely, because today is the first annual NBK cookout that's happening at Riverside Park in Coxsackie, upstate. So that's like it's right outside of Albany. So that's happening, but the internet or the signal strength out there may be a little tough, but we're gonna see if we can get one of the guys, maybe Tony or even Sim himself or whoever, to come on and just show some video of what's going on out there and how they're having a good time if we can. And that way, you guys can, if you're interested in next year when it's done again, now you know what it looks like, and maybe you want to participate next year. It's a family event, so it's one of those things you can bring your family with you and have a good time. So we'll see if we can actually pull that off. But it should be a good show. And once again, I thank you guys for being here. Smash that like button, show your love and support, and let's get it cracking. Yeah, I like that. All right. Where the heck is my thing? There we go. Oh, I'm back. I didn't know anybody was here with me. I was just jamming. We're back. Let's go, baby. Happy Saturday once again. The weather is nice for the majority of the day today. It's supposed to rain later today, but hopefully it stays off for most of the day. As I said, we got the first annual NBK cookout happening. So hopefully and I think it's till 5. So as long as it holds off till 5 o'clock today, let them enjoy themselves. It actually just started. It's from 12 to 5. So it just kicked off. And so hopefully they're having a great time out there. Now let's get through the rest of the roll call. Say what's up to everybody, because I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Jay from PR is in the building. Salute. We got Keith Turner in the building. Thank you, Keith. I'm glad you ate your food and had your breakfast while I was getting ready. Appreciate you. My guy Mega NYK. What up, Cormega's in the building. Salute. Let me see here. Margaret Edwards is in the building. Salute, Margaret. Hope you're doing well. Louisiana Knicks is in the building. Salute. Knicks are nice. My guy Pudge is in the building. Salute. What's good? Wonder Woman is here. Salute, Wonder Woman. Hope you're doing all right. And did you go see the Flash movie? I want to know if you did see it and what you thought about it. I'm not going to say I saw it. I haven't seen it yet. I'm curious, though. I do want to see it. But what else we got here? Sorry if I miss anybody as I go through this. I'm just trying to get through it real quick and then get right back into the show. Infamous New King is in the building. Salute. What's good? Sherwin is in the building. What's good, Sherwin? Hope you're doing well. Amal Fuller is here. What's happening? Is there issue with Twitter or something? He's asking if everyone's Twitter is working. I don't know. I checked. I was on it earlier. I don't know if it's working now. I'm trying to see. Oh, maybe you're trying to say is yours working because you ain't seeing the Knicks do anything. Our future media is in the building. What's good, man? Hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in the chat in a minute. Look at this guy like a blast from the past. Got to put him on the screen. Bodega Wi-Fi. What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Could be some truth. Bricks Nation is in the building. Salute. Okay, I got you, Walter. You wanted a wing who has more height. I got you. Understandable. Building blocks is in the building. Salute. What's good? My guy DSJ Delano Steele Jr. is in the building. Salute. Christian Cortez is here. Salute. Jarrell Williams in the building. What's good? Kerry Cox is in the building. Salute. What's good? Blorange Tears is in the building. Uncle Freezy. What's good, man? Hope you're doing all right, brother. And thank you for the generous super chat. He says, addicted to KTL, need playmaker to help Brunson. That is true. That is true. That is true. So my whole thing is, I think we do need a playmaker to help Brunson as well. And that might be the consolation prize, because if the Knicks are handicapped and can't make many moves, and you guys know how I keep mentioning that we need a backup point guard, right? If we can't get a playmaker that can be a starter, then maybe just even having a backup point guard who can give Brunson a breather, right? Someone that can allow the offense to still move and not stagnate when he's not in there, or even if he's in there, right? And he's has to be in the role of the scorer because we're struggling in other aspects of it, and Brunson's got to worry about other things. Someone who could take the burden off him that way too, even if he's out there with the starters. I do think that's important. But if we can get, like, say we got a 3-and-D guy, right? That could also be a playmaker type. I mean, that's even better. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's out there that they can do at this point. You got guys spurning them, don't even give them a shot to talk, and taking money to be with the Pacers. I don't know. But thank you for the generous super chat, Uncle Freezy and Blorange Tears. Thank you so much. And guys, please do subscribe and like the whole thing. Like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already to Blorange Tears and the network of shows over there. But I'm sure most of y'all already know. Okay, where was I? Hey, Team Money's in the building. What's good? Hope you're doing all right. Let me start it. I'm gonna come back to that. Yeah. Team Money. I think you're saying what a lot of us have been thinking. But they always do that. I don't know how the Lakers do it, man. Let me see. Will Salkin is in the building. Salute, Will. Hope you're doing well, brother. You may be right, brother. Let me star that one too. We're gonna come back to that. Gideon Amankwa is in the building. G Money is here. Salute, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Hot Grabber 718. What's good? Thank you for being in the chat. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before, but if this is your first time, thank you for being here. Salute. A Dub is in the building. Once again, I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before, but if you've been here before, thank you for being here and welcome back. If this is your first time, then thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you like the show. Morning Brew Sports Network. Phil is in the building. What's going on, Phil? Shout out to you, your brother Jigga, my guy Heck. Once again, guys, like I've always tried to do, and champion these fellow shows, man. The Knicks community is growing, and there's a lot of good content out there. Show them some love. Morning Brew Sports Network, Knicks Morning Brew, Yankees Morning Brew, Jets Evening Brew, all the brews, the Rangers Ice Brew. I'm still trying to remember all the brews. I'm getting there. I'm getting closer. I felt better about this time. And there's the Rookie Show too, the Rookie podcast. Maybe it's the Rookie Brew. No, because they don't drink coffee like that. They're rookies. The youngins. Rookie iced tea. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Let me see. Wesley Robinson is in the building. Salute, Wesley. D. Coolis is here. Salute. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna just run through a couple more and get it cracking. Wilson Dang is in the building. Kervin Abreu is in the building. Salute. Thank you for being here. If this is your first time, appreciate you. Jorge Calderon in the building. Salute. Thank you for being here. If this is your first time, I appreciate you as well. Francisco Carillo in the building. Salute, my brother. Good to see you. Ribby's in the building. Salute, Ribby. Manchild is here. What's good? Don P in the building. What's good? Pierre Moise. Yeah, man. I like seeing you guys, man. I haven't seen y'all in a minute. Some of y'all names, y'all been kind of busy. I understand it's life, but I'm happy to see y'all here. Boulevard 73 in the building. Salute. What's good? Reek OMY in the building. Salute, Reek. If it's your first time here, thank you for being here. Jean Cheriel is in the building. Salute, Jean. What's good? Drip Moore, the official barber of Still Knicks fans and the Knicks community, is in the building. Let's go. Salute, salute. Let's see. Michael Douglas is here. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. If this is your first time, once again, but I kind of feel like I might have seen your name before, so thank you for returning if that's the case. Billy Goat is in the building. Salute. Ajay is in the building. What's good, Ajay? Oh, okay. You got it, brother. I hear you. I'll do that. No problemo, my guy. Shout out to Boulevard. Thank you for the generous super chat, my guy. He said, salute Ron, Flash equals trash. Was it that bad? Oh no. Because I tell you, the buildup was crazy. The trailer for the movie had everybody interested. So I'm kind of surprised. Interesting. All right. I mean, I'll still watch it when it comes on, streaming platforms. Oh, Khalid Pasha. Okay, so you're the second person I think that said that. Salute to you, my brother. If it's your first time here, thank you for being here and tuning into the show. He said Dame just asked out. Wow. Listen, it's about damn time, Dame. Okay. I appreciate your loyalty. I appreciate what you're trying to do. But at some point, you got to do what's best for you if you want to try to get a championship. And also on the flip side, the company, the business, the organization, and when it's not working with a star player that you've had for all these years, you've tried to build around them. Maybe you haven't done the best job, but at some point you actually did try to revamp the offense and give them a different look, and it still didn't work. At some point, sometimes you got to part way. I mean, the Knicks traded Patrick Ewing at the end of his career when they could have just held him another year or two and he would have been pieced out. Crazy. So, yeah, man. And, now's the time to do it anyway because, publicly they're going to shut that down. So players will get fined if they want to ask for a trade publicly. So if you're going to do it now. This is your voice, players. Speak up. Jay Boogie, what's going on? The closer in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. Yes. Everybody's saying it now. Dame has finally asked for a trade. Now, Knicks fans out there, I just want you to know, just because Dame has asked for a trade doesn't mean he wants to come to the Knicks. It doesn't mean the Knicks want him. So, or that we should get him. Just throwing that back out there because Dame has always been on the radar, even if he wasn't on the radar, if you know what I mean. So, just don't let that get you twisted. Marvin Smith is in the building. Salute. What's going on? Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. William in the building. I think I already said it, but I'm going to say it again. Appreciate you, man. All the way from Brazil. Vinny Vegas is here. Salute, Vinny Vegas. Angry Knicks fans is in the building. Salute. And I know, guys, you guys are patiently waiting. I'm doing this because, you know what I mean? I had to do some stuff earlier before the show, and I wanted to kind of acknowledge the people that waited around, plus show love to everybody. I won't have a chance to do this all the time because, I just don't have time to do it. But right now, I want to acknowledge you guys and show you guys some love. Reggie Jones is in the building. Appreciate you. I think I said what's up to Felicia earlier, but Felicia Lee, I appreciate you. Always good to see you. Ronald Bradley's in the building. Salute, Ronald. Okay. All right. I think I got through everybody. And if I missed your name, obviously you're not because I would like to. It's because I just missed it. I apologize. Marlon Khan, my guy, my internet guy, telling me what to do to get my stuff right. I still need some work, man. This connection is kind of iffy sometimes, but it's better than it was. And my guy Jumbo from Facebook, what's going on, my brother? Hope you're doing good. Hope the health is straight, and you just enjoying life. You know how I feel about it. I appreciate you, my brother. All right. So let's get back to it. Let me throw the link in the chat and let's get it cracking, man. A lot to talk about. So, first things first. He wasn't on my agenda, but Dame asking out. I don't want to take people's opinions away. Okay. What's your thoughts on Dame Lillard now that he's officially asking out? Does that change or sway anything for you? Are you like, now that I know Dame really wants out, I want him on the Knicks? Do you think the Knicks should figure out a way to go get Dame? Do you think Dame makes us better? You know what I mean? That's my question for you guys. How do you feel about Dame himself? Dame is I'm not taking anything away. Dame is a very special player. We know that. It's just kind of look at where the Mets are. They're a hot mess. They spent a lot of money on star players. Thank you, Jay from PR. You put that in my head and I'm using it. They've spent a lot of money on players. They made a couple trades. They got some star guys, but it may not be the right fit. Mets are losing out there. They're 10 games under 500. They spent tons of money and they've made acquisitions. What do they have to show for it right now? Sometimes it's not just about going out and getting the big flashy name. It's about the fit. You got to take both into account. I don't know if Dame's the right fit, me personally, but I still like to know what you guys think. Maybe you feel differently. And maybe you have a way of arguing that fact. Maybe you like, yeah, listen, Dame works and this is why. I'm all ears. I love to hear it. Please let me know how you guys feel about it, because it's just, this is big news because it's a guy who's been so quiet and has never really spoken up and never asked. Like, he's like one of those. Donovan Mitchell is like the other type of domino, another guy like that just doesn't say anything and is very quiet and won't. He's trying to do his best. He's putting stuff out there showing that he loves New York, but he's not saying anything. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's yeah, I don't know. Let me go back to the Obi news and let me just double check. Yeah, still nothing official with Obi. I don't know what's going on with that. It's kind of weird to me. But hey, it is what it is. We just hear about a rumor of something, them being and first off, how hard is it to negotiate a trade, a draft capital move for a guy who's only making $6 million? Like, what's going on? If this is really in the works, like, what am I missing? Why hasn't this happened already? You know what I mean? That's what's confusing to me. That I don't understand. I don't know. Parish Duggar, thank you for the generous super chat. He says fans and host got frustrated with me for saying Leon is being perfect, not making moves last night, but they got to realize he has to wait for the big fish. I don't know, Parish. I don't know what's going on, to be honest, and I don't know if it's in Leon we trust yet. I like I said, I'm still The jury is still out, man. I have not seen Leon do anything that takes the natural work of a president of basketball operations or even a general manager type. I have not seen that yet. Like I said, everything he's done has been relationship based, and it's really strong relationship based. I need to see if he can put that work in and go get somebody that improves the team, but he may not necessarily have the strongest relationship or any relationship at all. I need to see him just do the regular work that other GMs do. There's a reason why the Lakers are able to continue to put players on this freaking team, and they don't have money. They got stars, superstars on the team, Anthony Davis and LeBron James. They're paying them tons of money. And yet they still got money to go out and build around. They made trades and right before the deadline, and we're like, how did they make that trade? How did they pull that off? How did they get these guys? They paid Rui Hachimura. They're trying to pay Austin Reeves. They've acquired the point guard from the Heat. No, I'm going blank on this freaking guy's name. You know who he is. Heat. Oster. Hate getting old. Gabe Vincent. They acquired Gabe Vincent. They acquired someone else too. Actually, let me look at the current Lakers roster. What are we looking like here over there in Laker Town? I hope they update it. I hate this time of the year because that Laker roster be twisted on on the NBA website as well as ESPN. Sometimes it would be showing me guys that ain't even on the team, haven't been on the team for years. Like I'm looking at this right now, and I don't see the newest. Yeah, come on, man. They got to do better. What is this? Yeah, they can't do it in. Okay, here we go. So Gabe Vincent. Cam Reddish. Not that that's a huge thing, but still the ability to go get somebody. And they gave Cam Reddish what? 6 million, 5,954, 6 million. I feel like there's somebody I'm missing. Somebody else that might be on the team that I'm missing that they picked up. Not to mention there are a couple rookies that they picked up too. Like they got to pay all these guys, and yet they're figuring out some way how to do it. Anthony Davis is making 37 million per year. LeBron James is making 44 million per year. D'Angelo Russell is making 31 million per year. Malik Beasley is a free agent, I believe. So I'm not going to count his. I don't know how they do it. Whatever. In other news, I don't know, guys. I don't get it. So yeah, I don't know, man. They just these teams know how to work their magic. They know how to finagle. They people respect them for the way they do business. They understand that it's a quid pro quo. You know what I mean? You do something for me, I'll take care of you later in life. And the other thing is, with regards to relationships, sometimes it's the relationships of the people you know, and sometimes it's relationships of the way you do business. And the Knicks don't have a lot of that. I don't care what Leon has done in the past as far as being the head of the Knicks and doing favorable deals that benefit the Knicks as well as the other team you're doing business with. So that way they can go around the league. Yeah, that Leon, man, he's a certain way, but you know what? He's a fair guy. He gives good deals. We work things out. He don't have that. I can tell you right now that he don't have that. Because he hasn't done a lot. He's quiet. He's below the radar. We haven't done a lot of moves. And then a lot of the moves that we have done that have taken place from the Knicks haven't necessarily benefited the other teams. I'm not saying there were Leon moves. Some of them probably happened under Steve Mills and stuff like that when when Phil Jackson was here. But Leon doesn't have that thing. I think that's why the Lakers continue to get this stuff off. They get trades that are favorable. They go get free agents because, one, you're playing with LeBron. Who doesn't want to play with LeBron? Because as much as people say LeBron kind of controls and dictates stuff, people enjoy playing with him. You know what I mean? And then the flip side of it is the GM over there with the Lakers, he makes good deals. Like, other teams benefit. Like, it's like a mutual thing. It's not one-sided. And once you do that enough, I think that really helps, gives you that I think that's why they keep being able to be in a position to improve their team. Whatever. What do I know? So yeah, I don't know, man. That's interesting. Bodega Wi-Fi brought up a name, Torrey Craig. He's someone that the Knicks should have on their radar because he does give you that height. He's not a bad shooter. And he plays defense. He's really good defense, actually. So I guess he's someone that they should look into, and you could probably get him on the cheap. TJ Warren, however, I don't know about him, Bodega, because you're saying Torrey Craig and TJ Warren can be gotten cheap, and I'm just not sure about the TJ Warren thing. He's still kind of iffy, and his injury history. He's very up and down with his playing, with his availability. I would much rather just take a chance with Torrey Craig. You know what I mean? Question, guys. And I think I started to bring this up last night when I was with Eru on Die Hard Knicks. Would you guys be okay if the Knicks replaced Quentin Grimes with Donte Divincenzo? Now, I know you guys have said that you want a small forward, a 3-and-D wing who's 6'7" or taller, because that could really make a difference. And he's someone that can play defense on the taller players, who won't have the advantage to shoot over him at that position, because we are missing length. I get it. But let me ask you that. You say, you want change. Would you be comfortable if Donte DiVincenzo came here and Quentin Grimes went somewhere else? Would you be okay with that? Just a question. Let me see here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So T Money had mentioned that he definitely feels like the Knicks could have been more creative on on trade and free agency. Look what the Lakers did with the minimum money. So that's what I was talking about right now. For the people who may be listening and not seeing what's going on, thank you to Ajay for mentioning that. Yeah, and then I got to get used to that too, Ajay, because I will be doing a audio podcast shortly, and so I'm going to need to get a little bit more descriptive so you guys know exactly what I'm referring to. Thank you, though. Yeah, I think I kind of explained what I think is going on. I could be wrong, I could be right, but I think the Lakers just move a little differently, and they're known around the league, and I think that's what's really helping. And listen, the LeBron factor is still huge. LeBron is a monster. Even at this advanced age, look at the numbers he puts up. He's better than 90% of the league. It's crazy. Will Salkin said it took BK 2 second rounds to move off of Harris. Fournier is more useless than Harris, so probably a first to move off of him. Oof. Wow. Yeah. I don't know, man. I would hope not. I would hope not. If I gotta add a first to move Fournier at this point, because now the Knicks don't have a lot of first round picks that they could just throw around. I think the first round picks that they got, they need to use those in a bigger trade. If I gotta throw a first round pick to move off of Fournier, and I can't get him out of here any other way. I'm sorry to say this, guys. Guess what? Evan Fournier will be a Knick for another year, or we're going to reach a buyout settlement of some sort, because I'm not giving any first round picks at this point to move off of a contract that I'm trying to get rid of. I've already done it. I'm not doing it anymore. You already, like, you got, it's almost like you know, it's not playing with house money, but you know, when you got a little extra cash, oh, well, I can go get that. I got the extra cash, but I can't give you my rent money. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would kind of stay away from that, man. If that's the case, Evan Fournier, suit him up, man. You know, teach the guys on the bench, you know, jujitsu, judo, taekwondo, whatever it is you're a black belt in, you know, bring, you know, maybe this is your time. You could take to write a book, you know, my life as a Knick while teaching karate. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm not giving up no first round pick to get you up out of here. We're gonna have to figure something else out. Sorry. No way. Oh man. That killed me. Let me see here. Yeah. Shout out to Dermot O'Sullivan. Thank you for tuning in. If this is your first time, I appreciate you. Dame time in Miami. You might be right. It could be. It could be. So, okay, let's see what the guys are saying. Hold on, let me go back up and I'll come back down to that. You guys are weighing in. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see where we at. Let me start with Sherwin. Sherwin says no. He would not rather have Donte Divincenzo than Quentin Grimes. Margaret says no. JJ says no. I won't be okay with that. Bodega says no. Randy says I would want if we have to overpay Austin, I would. Yeah, I mean, we can't get him, man. I would love to, but we just don't have the money. I mean, that's not necessarily true. That's a lie. I let me change that. If the Knicks are able to move off of Obi's contract in that trade exemption thing, the draft exemption, whatever they're doing there with Indiana, if they're able to do that, and they are able to use the lump sum of that money and it's not split up into two different players by the league, however that works, they might have enough to offer him. But Austin Reeves, I think, is going to, he's a young player, remember. And the other thing you got to say is, why would Austin Reeves want to leave LA to come to New York in an unknown situation, in an unknown offense with Thibodeau, when he's over there chilling with LeBron, and he's had a really good year in which now he's being set up nicely to get more money? Even if things may change because they're adding more people, and that might cut into Austin Reeves playing, not too much, but it might cut into some of that playing time he's got going on over there. I just don't know. Sometimes the unknown is a little scary for people when you're already out there and you know the system with LA, and it's LA. You know, LA is just as desirable as New York. Plus, you're playing with LeBron. I don't know. I don't know if he'd want to, because the Lakers can match anything that's offered. I don't know if Austin Reeves would want to leave that situation to come to New York and take the unknown, unless he had ties here in New York, you know, family or you know, if he's married. I don't know if his wife was from here and her family. You know, it would have to be something else. So I can't see it. I can't see it right now. And then the Thibodeau thing, going back to that poll that the NBA players took, over 40% said that they wouldn't want to play for Tibbs. even if you don't even know Tibbs, and you're like, I don't know, but if like, damn, that many people don't want to play for Tibbs. I'm cool on that, dude. I don't know what's the deal, but whatever. I'm in LA. That's that's what you think. Go about your business. So then when the Knicks name comes up, you're like, oh, Tibbs is over there. Nah, I'm all right. Because that's what, other guys don't really rock with him. So, and they know much more about him than me. That's what happens. That's why these polls are damaging. Keep that in mind, guys. Sherwin says Donte is 6'3". I thought he was 6'4", but if he's 6'3", fine. But Quentin Grimes is 6'4". And Quentin Grimes, when it comes to the ancillary stats, I love throwing that word out there. He doesn't rebound that well. He's not great at passing the ball and playmaking. Even though he does have playmaking ability, he doesn't put it on display. Not in the Thibodeau offense. I don't know what that's about, but he don't do it. Maybe it's Thibodeau. Defensively, he's good. He could probably be just as good as Donte, and over time probably be much better. Problem is, he's not aggressive. He's streaky as hell, and he's not aggressive. Donte at least is aggressive. And I told people last night that you look at Dante's numbers, he was averaging like 9.4 points, but look at who he's playing with. Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, all guys that get touches. He's like a third, fourth, fifth option. You put him in a situation where he's, a primary guy, a second option coming off the bench maybe, and we need him with our bench unit. I don't know. Is he more effective than Grimes would be offensively? Think about that. If I tell you that you got Grimes, who could be better defensively in the future, because he's not better than Donte right now defensively. They're like the same. There's no one that I could. They're both the same when it comes to that. Grimes is not blowing people away with his defense. He's very good though, but he's just not blowing people away yet. He definitely could get a lot better. But offensively, after what you've seen with Grimes, knowing how streaky he is, knowing how not aggressive he is when it comes to certain things, and what happened in the playoffs. You're going to tell me that you don't think Donte is better right now offensively than Grimes is? Donte is a champion. He was on Milwaukee, and he was contributing. I'm not saying he was the star player over there, but he contributed on that team, and he's won a championship. There's a reason why Golden State wanted him, and he played well over there in Golden State. It's just that Golden State is also tied up with a lot of money, so they got to prioritize who they want. I mean, they traded Jordan Poole. What does that tell you? So I hear you guys though. Jay from PR says not 1 for 1. William says no. JJ says no way. Wellness says no. Wonder Woman says no. Pan Peter, what's good? Salute to you. Thank you for being here. Jay from PR says it depends on what we get for Grimes. Yeah. And that's the other thing. Well, guys, when I say this about Grimes, Grimes wouldn't be traded for Donte. Donte we could sign as a free agent. Grimes would go in another trade. I'm just telling you, if you want to get somebody else, and we do have to make a trade, somebody's going, right? So it's a possibility if we bring in Donte, Grimes is the one who might go. Could be Quickly who goes. You never know in another trade for some other player. Would you be okay understanding that Donte would be replacing Grimes? Would that, because I think right now it's an upgrade. And I'm not talking down the future. Grimes could be a much better player than him later. Right now, to me, Dante's a better player. Right now, today. But Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwells in the building. Salute. He says Tibbs ain't playing. Evan Fournier at 19 million. Tibbs has not played Obi enough at 6 million a year. Knox game is maturing, and he could be a better option than Obi. Cheaper contract, younger, and ability to develop more. Oof. Knox, huh? I didn't know he was going to touch the Kevin Knox thing today. Zigzag Zagat. Damn it! Why do I always say this wrong? Because I see it wrong. Zigzag Zagat. Zigzag Zagat. I can't say it. Zigzag Zagala. Ay ay ay. You know what? I said this right one time, and I can't get it right again. Zigzags in the building. Salute. Appreciate you, man. I don't know why I can't say that. I can say so many different things. I can't say this. He said, depends on who we getting for Grimes. I hear you. I hear you. Kerry Cox said, if Grimes averaged 10 points, he would be better than Donte, but he doesn't. And keep in mind what I said. Dante's averaging almost 10 points, a little over 9 behind Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins. That's all I'm saying. You put them in a different position. With these players, it's about their ability. Like Josh Hart, I've seen Josh Hart light it up. I know Josh Hart can ball. Does Josh Hart play like that when he's on the court with the Knicks? No. He's just not. I guess that's not his style of play. He only does it if there's no one else there. And say if he's on the Knicks, and he is on the Knicks, thank you to Josh Hart. If RJ's out, Brunson's out, give Josh Hart the ball. He'll get you some buckets because he knows he got to. He has to. He's that type of guy. He's just not in other ways, when those guys are there, when we need him to be aggressive, he's hesitant. I think he just wants to find the best possible opportunity, but sometimes you're the best opportunity. But that's the whole thing. But we know, I can tell you right now, Josh Hart can light it up. He just doesn't do it. He's not as comfortable, whatever. But I know he has the ability. It's the same with Donte Divincenzo. Divincenzo can score. He plays his role. That's why these guys are good role players. That's why teams want these type of guys. And who knows? Quentin Grimes may turn into one of those type of good role play guys. He may not be ready for the spotlight, that next step. Maybe his game doesn't progress that way. We don't know. We're still trying to figure out who he is and develop him here. So I'm just throwing this out there because it's conversation. We got a 2-year window, in my opinion, that the Knicks are really trying to get better and see what they can do before they really start paying the big buco money to guys like Jalen Brunson. So we'll see. Let me get to these super chats as I continue to go on. Scroll down all the way. Boom. All right. So shout out to SND, the art man. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. He said, peace and blessings. Hope all is well with you and the family. I would take Divincenzo over Quickly. Quickly wants a role the Knicks can't provide because they have Brunson. That's understandable. Let me drink something while I'm pondering this. Sorry. Give me a second, guys. Okay, I'm good. I'm beginning to think that the whole iced coffee thing with talking on a podcast doesn't really work for me. I get all congested and choked up when I'm drinking the iced coffee. I really should treat my vocals like I'm a singer, right? Me. I should be drinking tea with lemon or something. But whatever. It is what it is. And it's too hot for drinking tea with lemon right now. Yeah. So you might be right. That you might have nailed it. That could be the truth. I really don't see. The thing is, a lot of this stuff that's going on with Quickly, we're hearing from these second parties, third party people. It's not like Quickly's agent has said this. It's all these GMs and other managers, GMs and other management people around the league say that Quickly, should want this, or his camp is going to want this. I'm not hearing it from Quickly's camp, or Quickly. Not that we would hear from Quickly, but Quickly's camp. So I don't really know what Quickly wants. We know that he wants to get paid. Okay, fine. We know that he wants to be a starter in this league. We know that. But he may not need to be a starter next year. He might say, I'll rock one more year off the bench, or maybe it's time for him to be a starter. Maybe he can be our shooting guard starting if we find a good replacement for him on the bench. I don't know, Donte Divincenzo. Just saying. For example, maybe him and Grimes and a backup point guard can run that second unit. If Grimes is here and we don't do any other trades, or if Quickly's here, it's all a bunch of speculation and talk right now. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Quickly. I don't know. But I will tell you, these contracts that are going around is definitely putting the Knicks in a tough predicament. This might be the first time, if they want to keep Quickly, you might wind up paying a little bit more than you wanted to pay before. I could see that happening because what's happening around the league right now, well, what they're offering, there's so many weird things. I mean, Tyler Halliburton is getting paid more than any player on the Knicks. Now, contracts come in waves, right? So you know how this is. It just so happens that his time is up now. And if Brunson's time was up now, he'd be getting paid the same amount or more. There's just timing. But on paper, that's how it's going to look. And so that's not favorable. And if Tyler Halliburton, hold on, not saying Tyler Halliburton is bad. He is good. He was an all-star. The hell did he get? What'd you get, Tyler? 200. It could be worth up to $260 million. Tyler Halliburton. Yeah, I mean, he's a good player, but he hasn't won anything. He hasn't taken over Indiana and turned them into this perennial playoff team. $260 million, and I'm assuming that's with incentives and stuff. But damn. I don't know. Sheesh. Damn. Oh man. I don't know what to say, guys. Things are getting crazy. That is bananas. All right. That's not good. It's not good. Good for him though. I'm just saying for the other players that want to get their bread, they're gonna look at that and like, I'm not him, but you're not giving me 60 or 80. That's what they're looking at. And so Quickly, I mean, if that's the type of money they're throwing around, Quickly at $100 million could be fair. Whew, that's tough. That is tough. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you once again for the generous super chat. I appreciate you, my brother, as always. And I'm really saddened that I wasn't able to. I know you were at the draft, podcast at Legends, and it would have been really nice to see you in person. Hope you had a good time that night. Paris says it's really Divincenzo replacing RJ Grimes is here. I mean, for now, I'm just saying the trade chip wise, it's either Grimes or Quickly. If we made a big trade, I think one of those guys is going to be included, right? I'm just throwing Grimes out there because we haven't seen the best of Quentin Grimes yet. So we don't know what to expect. That's all I'm trying to say. Quickly has shown us flashes of some stuff. He didn't play that well in the playoffs, and neither did Grimes by that matter, but we've seen flashes of Quickly doing some really nice big things. Grimes, not as much. He had maybe one or two really good games where you're like, oh, he can light it up. You don't see a lot of that. You've seen a lot of Grimes missing shots, not lighting it up. You've seen a lot of Grimes not being aggressive. You saw half a year Grimes was trying to he worked with his trainer in the offseason, and shout out to his trainer. I forgot his name. I know he did a interview with Nothing But Knicks, and Sim was talking to him and the rest of the gang. And he talked about Grimes being able to show another level of his game and how he can do much more, but he was playing in the system. Like what Thibodeau wanted him to do is what he did. He flashed to the corner, stood there, waited for the open shot. There's so much more he could do. And in the beginning of the season, we saw Grimes taking guys off the dribble more, getting to the rim. He's got a really quick first step. We saw a lot of that. Do you guys notice that towards the end of the season, we stopped seeing that? And then in the playoffs, it was non-existent. What happened there? Is that Grimes or is that Thibodeau saying that we need to be a little bit more under control and move the ball and not do so much of the flashy one-on-one stuff? I don't know. I could not call it, but I just know Grimes did not look like the same player towards the end of the season. And then in the playoffs, he didn't look anywhere near what we've been used to seeing from Grimes. So don't know what's the deal with that. Shout out to Alan Alford. Appreciate you, my brother. Always good to see you. Thank you for the generous super chat. I hope you're doing well. He said, "My man Ron caught you, bro. I pray all is well. Always a pleasure to catch you live. Got some beef with these butt kissing corporate thinking podcasts." Hey man, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm glad you were able to jump in and see the podcast as well, my brother. Thank you once again for the generous super chat. And shout out to all you guys. I think we got over 200 people in here right now. Smash that like button, please. And it was really be appreciated. The algorithms got to know how strong our Knick community is, and it really helps our show. Let's get those likes up, man. If all of y'all hit that like button, you don't understand how much that would do for me and what we got going on here. Because I tell you, YouTube, it just helps for exposure. Nothing else, but for exposure, it does help. So I definitely would appreciate if you guys could do that. Thank you for being here. Shout out to BX Mel in the building. What's good? Salute. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Coach Sai is in the building. Salute. He said Grimes will continue to start. For now, the way this team is currently constructed. But if the Knicks make any interesting moves that can benefit us, we'll see. I tell you one thing. If I was Tom Thibodeau in the front office, depending on what they do, say the Knicks are able to pull off a trade for OG Anunoby. I know some people love OG, some people don't. But just say they were able to do that. If they bring in OG Anunoby, you plug him in as the starting small forward, right? If RJ goes in the trade, then he's gone. I need a starting shooting guard. If I have a choice between having Grimes or Quickly at that starting shooting guard, with OG being here, I think I take Quickly as the starting shooting guard. I think Quickly has been miscast for a couple years. It's nice for us to be able to see what else he got in his bag, and it's nice for him to understand what else he can do out there on the court. But I think Quickly is a shooting guard. I've said that since we got him. I think if you let Quickly just focus on being a shooting guard, yeah, if he gets the ball, he can pass the ball, somebody's open, fine. Let him just concentrate on scoring. I think Quickly can turn into a monster. I think you start seeing Quickly look more like Tyrese Maxey if you put him in a comfortable role as the starting shooting guard, and he doesn't have to worry about orchestrating with the second unit like that. So you get somebody else in here who can do that. Get yourself a legitimate backup point guard who knows how to pass the ball and move the offense. This Knick team will be much better. And then Grimes can come off the bench with that guy if he's still here. And I think that'll work. Because I actually like the idea of having a backup point guard who knows how to facilitate with Grimes at the 2 and Josh Hart at the 3 coming off the bench. I like that. You know what I mean? Hart still at the center. And then we got to figure out who's going to play the backup power forward because Obi's definitely going to be up out of here. I think if you want to show me something, Tibbs, I think this is where you got to let Jericho Sims get busy. But I just don't know if Jericho Sims is the guy. I think he is in Tibbs's doghouse for whatever reason. I don't know why, but that's just my feeling. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I just think something's not right over there. So, Julian says, Ron, you wildin'. Shout out to you, Julian. Appreciate you, brother. He said, Ron, you wildin'. Grimes has been there for the season and defensively in the playoffs. Yeah, but remember, listen to what I said. Grimes' offensive game, was not the same in the second part of the season compared to what he was trying to do and what we saw him doing in the first half of the season. And in the playoffs, Grimes offensively was sleep. Nights were longer. I don't know if his sleep cycle was messed up, but he was asleep offensively. And if you guys want to talk about something, instead of us all looking towards Julius Randle and pointing the finger at him, imagine the difference if the Knicks would have got anything from Grimes and Quickly. Quickly got hurt. I get it. But Quickly wasn't giving us anything in the Cavs series either. But imagine if we would have been able to get something from Quickly and Grimes. We were close. Remember, we got beat in Game 6 with Miami. I think that would have been enough to take us over the edge. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Facts. Once again, I'm not taking anything away from Grimes defensively. He definitely is a piece that we can use on this team. I like Grimes. I'm one of the biggest. I called Grimes Klay Thompson at one point. I was tripping. Don't mind me. I was young. Ish. No, but I like Grimes. Not what I'm saying, guys. What I'm just saying is, would you be comfortable if Donte Divincenzo came here and Grimes was gone? If he basically replaced Grimes? I'm not saying one for one. I'm saying there could be a situation where the Knicks pull off a trade and Grimes has to be a piece in that trade. But if they got Donte, he would basically replace him in that, essence. And right now, offensively, I think he's just, a better offensive player because he's more confident in his game. Grimes is still not confident yet with his shot. He's very up and down with that. He is, for a guy who has good form and can shoot it the way he does, he's not the greatest free throw shooter. He can be much better. It's, to me, it's focus and aggressiveness when it comes to having the ball in his hands and doing what he wants to on the court. And I don't know if it's all him. It could be Thibodeau, like I said. It could be Thibodeau has stopped him from doing certain things when we got into the playoffs because he just wants us to, make the right plays and not turn over the ball and do too many wild things. I don't know. I'm just wondering because you could see there was a difference. Defensively, not talking about that. Yes, he was great. But just because he was great defensively doesn't mean that if we had another player, they wouldn't make a big play in the playoffs because that's what the playoffs is for, guys stepping up. You just don't know. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to take anything away. I'm not making it seem like I don't like Grimes, guys. I'm just throwing this out there for you guys to think about it because this is a possibility. We talk about trading for players. In order to trade for players, we got to give up people, and we're not just giving up one guy. I don't care what you say. No matter who you want out there, a lot of these guys are big names, some of them. You ain't trading Julius Randle straight up. Okay, even no matter how good he's been, you ain't trading RJ Barrett straight up. There's probably another piece that's going in there. Obi could be that other piece for a lot of trades, but if we trade Obi to in Indiana for what we're talking about, then he's off the table. You can't use him. But if a trade comes our way, and we want to make a move, you might have to throw in a Grimes, right, or a Quickly. It's about who would you rather have. I don't know. Depends. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Don P says, I don't care what RJ did in the playoffs. He was dumpster juice in the regular season. And the amount of excuses that came piling up on his behalf was the nail in his coffin for me. Okay. All right. I mean, listen, he's very inconsistent. I still love the guy, but it's it's tough. It's tough. He's one of our own, homegrown. Some might say he was the heart of the Knicks for many years, for a couple years, should I say? Nick Jr. 79 is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. He said, I appreciate the talk about Grimes, but what about Dame? Knicks need to go all in. Dame takes the Knicks from the middle of the road team to a true playoff threat. All right. Well, we talked about Dame a little bit before, but we can talk about him a little bit right now because you're right. And I have other stuff I need to get to anyway. So I asked people what they thought about Dame, how they feel about it. Do you think that the Knicks should go all in on Dame? Now, keep in mind, Nick Jr., you go all in on Dame, your backcourt is going to consist of 6'1" Jalen Brunson and 6 feet Dame Dallas. Okay. Both of them are defensively challenged. You may try to give effort, but they're defensively challenged and they're undersized. So that's your backcourt. Then to get Dame, you're going to have to give up. All right. Who you giving up for Dame? Who you giving up for Dame? I'd like to know. I know you're not giving up Julius Randle for Dame because if you do that, I don't know what this Knick team is. So I'm assuming if you get Dame because he's a guard, you got to keep Julius. So that means RJ's going, right? So RJ's up out of here. Who else is going with RJ? Because Dame is not. He ain't a $2 dude. You're gonna have to give it up for Dame. So what you gonna do? Who you getting rid of? Grimes, maybe. IQ. Who else? Because they don't stop there. You're talking 3 players maybe and draft compensation. Unless Portland just was ready just to get him up out of here and they'll take something rather, decent rather than, because he is making a lot of money too. But don't forget, that's another thing. We got to be able to match that money that Dame's making. So we got to give up a lot. So I'm assuming it's Fournier. It would have to be RJ, another player at least, right? So we're talking Grimes or IQ. And who knows if that's enough. Let me see what Dame's making. While I'm doing that, let me bring my guy in here. My guy, the closer, Jay Boogie in the building. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you.
Good afternoon, my gentlemen. How are you doing, my brother? Blessings, health, and happiness to you and your family, along with the chat, the most amazing people it is up under this orange and blue umbrella. Hope everybody's having a great, beautiful weekend. You're deserving for you to do any and everything that you want to do amongst you and your family. You know what I'm saying? Act like it's a holiday every day when it's not a holiday, and have love amongst your community or your family, your household, because that's the most important things it is in the world. What's good with you, my brother, on this Saturday, man?
Hey, man, I'm chilling, man. I'm happy to be here to chop it up with people and talk about what's going on, all this craziness that's happening in free agency. Knicks haven't really done much yet, but that's okay. We can be patient. I'm just, wondering what might happen, what they might do. And now with what you said and what other people have mentioned in the chat, with Dame asking out finally, that's another. To me, it makes no difference. But that's to me. I know, and this is why as soon as I heard the news, I asked in the chat, what do you guys think? Because I know sometimes when news happens, even though we've always talked about Dame possibly coming to the Knicks, and we all talked about how we felt about it. Once you hear news, it's like it triggers something. People are like, oh, what? Dame actually asked out? It's real. Now they're like, oh, maybe we want Dame. Well, did you want Dame before when we was talking about him possibly coming here? I don't know about Nick Jr. per se, but I'm just saying we've been talking about Dame, and the whole thing is the backcourt, the size, the lack of defense for both backcourt players. If you put them both out there together, the scoring will be incredible because Dame can light it up. We know that. But you also got to think about who you giving up to get him and then what's left. And it's not like Dame's a good player that makes, say, $30 million and you got to give up something to get him because the team's like, that's our guy. You're going to give us something. You not only got to give up something to get a player like Dame, you got to match his contract. And this dude's making 50 plus. I mean, what is he making? I got to check that out. But what's your thoughts on Dame at this point, now that you know that he axed out?
All I know is whoever gets him, they're gonna be, in position to go ahead to, what I'm saying, to be playing for something. Whether it's Miami or wherever he goes. I know things can get real ugly if he's across that bridge. I know that for a fact. Um, I don't think he's gonna wind up in Miami. That's me personally, because the pieces that they have don't fit probably what Portland want to do. You know what I'm saying? They secured with perimeter play. They got the what's his name, Sharp, whatever his name is. See, they got him. They also got Simon. They also got, Scoot that they just brought in. So they not pretty much looking for a perimeter guy. Miami don't lost their whole entire backcourt. You know what I'm saying? They already said they don't want no parts of Tyler. So what they would do, I don't know if they're just doing draft picks, then Leon, you need to be on that phone if there's just draft picks and calling Chris Haynes, because that's Dame's man. He gonna know more about Dame before Woj get it. He might not say nothing because Woj is, is the bomb threat. You know what I'm saying? But that's his man. But it would be crazy if he was over here. We'd be the highest scoring backcourt tandem it is in the league. We have two guys that can get buckets from anywhere on the court at any given time of a playoff game, which we both know that, learning that from Brunson last season and knowing that throughout Dame's whole entire career. But, I don't know. Anything is possible. But what I've been seeing is a lot of things looking impossible because we're not seeing certain things, or we're not being active and doing things, that benefit and help this team now over the last what, 16, 17 hours. So, and that was free agency. And before free agency, you had chances to do trades. So it could be amazing with Dame and Brunson in the backcourt. It'd be a hot commodity. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if Leon can even make anything work. That's
that's
more for you far as about Dame. I would love to say, yeah. We would need other pieces, you know what I'm saying, to back them up. You need more than Mitch. You know what I'm saying? You need more 3-and-D guys and all that, But I don't know. I'm just trying to stay tuned in to hope they do something, you know what I'm saying, today, and get something done today.
I hear you. Listen, okay. He's not making as much yet as I thought. Still making a lot of money. It's 45 plus million. But, that means money-wise, RJ and Fournier get that done. But RJ's got to go, guys. So that's one thing. Understand RJ's got to go. And it's only about RJ right now because, as I just said, I mean, nobody in their right mind, if you're working on a roster, is going to say, I'm trading Julius Randle and Fournier for Dame Lillard and then have Dame here with Brunson and RJ and have nobody solid at the big area that can score. So you got to keep Julius in this scenario. Just want to throw that out there for the people like, well, why? That's why. So it would have to be RJ. So RJ Fournier gets the money done, but then draft capital. So that's kind of what it would be. At the very minimum, it would be those two dudes, and you got to give up a bunch of, whatever draft picks. Could be 1 or 2, and then a bunch of 2s. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they would make that work. I would think that they don't want to give up too much, because here's the other thing. This is big on both sides. Dame Lillard is a 1-year rental because he's got 2 years left on his contract, but his second year is a player option. I don't think he's just going to take that player option. He is watching what's going on around the league. Halliburton might get up to 260 million. Dame's like, okay, come on now. I'm out of this, right? So would you guys feel comfortable, Knicks fans out there, doing this trade for Dame for 1 year? Are we going to the championship this year? Don't know. But are we going to be good enough that Dame says, I want to stay here after this year? That's the key, because you're going to give up all this to bring him in here and then have him for 1 year. And then you got to basically, the whole season is about wowing Dame to keep him here, right? Don't know. And then you're bringing him here, being that he's only got 1 year left on his contract because he's going to opt out next year. If he opts out, then you got to pay him even more money. And then what are you left with when in 2 years, when Jalen Brunson opts out of his contract and he's ready to get paid? How do you pay him? I don't know. It's just, to me, it's like that's what makes things tricky. That's why it's hard to maneuver in this league. That's why it's a combination of having cap space to acquire big name free agents. It's having draft capital so that you can draft players that you can grow and develop and keep them on the cheap that can help your team, because you can't afford to just buy the best team the money can buy. It has to be a combination of both, because you can't keep everybody. Going back to OKC, that's the reason why they had to get rid of these guys. They had an incredible bunch of young players over there, but they couldn't pay them all. Especially it's OKC, they're a small market, but it's tough for even big markets to hold on to that type of talent over there. I think they would have been, if the Knicks had that talent, they probably did a better job of holding on to it, but they would have had to lose one of those guys. So that's the thing. That's all I'm trying to put out there. It's not just about that the fit of Dame being here and them having a small backcourt. Because like I said, I was okay with Donovan Mitchell being here and having a small backcourt with a guy who doesn't play great defense. What's the difference between Donovan Mitchell and Dame other than age? Nothing. They're both prolific offensive scorers that don't play great defense, and they're smaller. But Donovan is 26 or 27, and Dame is what, 32, 33, whatever he is. I don't know. I'm actually curious to find that out too. What's Dame's age? Dame is 32 right now. So that's the thing. Jay Boogie, what's your thoughts on that? Bringing him in here and understanding that he is most likely a 1 year rental. Because he got it's one thing, like in most situations, you bring a guy in, you're like, okay, we'll get him in here. He'll love New York. We'll wow him. We'll wine and dine him. But this is Dame Lillard, who has been a very loyal guy to one team. So it's tough for him to go anywhere and be in love with that. You don't know. He's been playing in Portland for his whole career. Mm-hmm. So coming to Miami or going to the Knicks for 1 year might not be enough to wow him. He might be looking for more. So what's your thoughts on that part of it? Just like, that 1 year rental thing.
Well, I believe if he was inside here, and once he go inside that building and he start playing for that uniform, you know what I'm saying? He's gonna be the love for our atmosphere in our city it's not gonna be no other love that he can ever compare to this. I don't care where he goes. LA is too quiet in their building. You know what I'm saying? But that's a big market. But in our building inside there, you know what I'm saying? It's unmatchable. I know that for a fact. Now, you talking about just renting him, you know what I'm saying? Because it sounds like him, Julius, and Brunson come off the books about the same time. I think so.
Well, Brunson's got 3 years left on his deal, but so we got Brunson for another 2 before we got to worry about him. The third year of that, basically the fourth year, but the 3rd years that we have left, that's when Brunson can opt out. So Brunson ain't going nowhere for 2 years. We got him. He don't got no player option. So we got 2 more years of Brunson, and Julius's contract is 2 years left on it, period.
Okay, so Dave's availability is what, 25, 26?
Yeah, he's it's 24, 25. But like I said, that's a player exercised thing. So I think he can get up out of there.
That's during the season or before the season.
Before 24, 25. So
So he
right
get
now, this is basically a 1 year rental,
so he get up
if I'm not
out of
mistaken.
there after this season right here.
Correct.
That's up to Dame. That's up to Dame. You know, that's really up to Dame because you talking all this, you want to play for a championship and all that. You know what I'm saying? We get you for a 1 year rental and we get that close. Say we get close enough, you know what I'm saying? Whereas we get to the Eastern Conference final or something like that. That's on you, Dame. To show and prove all this talk you've been doing in Portland. Do you want to play for a championship team? Because now your money don't freed up, whereas you can take pay cut. You know what I'm saying? And if you take that pay cut to to help get pieces or get a solid piece to come in, then Brunson pretty much going to do the same thing. It won't be just as light as his first one. Brunson would do the same thing because we all know championship is in the is in the vision, but
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty much up. That's up to Dame, and I think Dame probably would do that. Um, Dame is not talking about right now, like Paul George. Paul George is talking about contract extension. Wherever you go, I'm telling you, I need contract extension. He's talking about that right now. Dame is not talking about contract extension. Dame is talking about he want to play for a championship. So if you come over here and we become that close, and that close, and you're the main subject for us to do something to go get the other winning piece, then yeah, I can open up my vision and just say, well, I know things ain't gonna go that good in Philly. You know what I'm saying? If they ain't open up the market, go get Embiid now. Because Embiid could be able to see the vision. I got them two
Mm-hmm.
dudes, and I go, it's a wrap. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of scenarios I can twist my mind frame into doing anything, but I'm trying to keep my mind focused on the facts on what we need to do. And the first thing we need to do is show and prove that you can get the own guy that you've been saying you wanted all along, and that's Donte. Until I see Donte come over here, you know what I mean? My mind is like, trying to stay focused because you telling me this guy, you want this guy, he ain't over here yet. Where's he at? Whether we want him, whether some people want him or don't want him, whether they like him or they don't like him, you know what I'm saying? That's a piece that's for Jalen Brunson and the organization, and you haven't went to get him yet. And it already been seen yesterday that if you allow guys to walk up in other people's building, people are grabbing the hammer and nail and boarding it up, and they're not leaving. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like Brown, you had Brown. We supposed to have a conversation with Brown, but once Indiana showed him that 22.5 million, you know what I'm saying, that was over.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd have been like the same way. It's over. So, not saying Donte can get that type money, but Donte can get offered pretty much 17, 18, 19, somewhere around that, from somebody that feel like he's the last piece for that too. Because to me, he's just as much as Josh Hart. To me, you know what I'm saying? And he got experience in championship experience. He got playoff experience, and he don't been inside good organizations like Milwaukee and Golden State. Whereas, he's a adult type basketball player that if he gets inside your organization, then you know what I'm saying, you got a good, you know what I'm saying, mental minded guy that's going to come and play hard in all phases of the game. So,
Mm-hmm.
all these games we playing right now, it's hard for me to focus on Dame. They ain't even get this guy.
I hear you. I mean that's fair. That you speaking facts there, J Book. I hear you on that. Um, Shout out to the chat once again. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Wayne Peterson in the building. I don't know. I feel like I may have said the name, but there's a lot of people here, so I just want to make sure I shout you out. If I've already done it, by all means, please just take it as a second, acknowledgement of the love that I appreciate for you guys showing showing yourselves in the chat and being here on the show. Keyshawn, the link is in the chat if you still want to jump on. By all means, appreciate you. Shout out to some other people that I see. Axton is in the building. Thank you for being here. I know this is your first time in the chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. He said Dame is a very loyal guy. He's not one of those guys that jump from team to team. That's true too. But remember, my concern is not about, it's kind of like with myself. I used to say back in the day, if I get an interview for a job, the job is mine. Because that's how it used to be. If I go on a job interview, it was my job. As soon as they see me, I'm gonna talk what I talk, and I'm gonna say what I can do, and I leave there confident, and I usually got the job every single time. But then things started to change, culture, climate, everything started. You go in a job interview, you nail the first one, get the second one, you nail the second one. The third one is with some other dude that don't know you from a hole in the wall, didn't see your resume. He's just like, yeah, we just want a third opinion just to be on and this guy is a total different person. And then you up out of there. You know what I mean? So things change. You just never know. You just never know. He was loyal to Portland, but now it's like it's different. It's Dame time. It's different. Let me see. There's a couple people I wanted to definitely acknowledge and say what's up to. But while I'm doing that, I also want to answer a question or was a comment of someone. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, I got it. Okay. Shout out to my guy Zigzag. What's good? So Zigzag says Ron Grimes finished the season actually scoring really well. He averaged like 20 per in the last 10 games. That was not what I was saying. I get that. No. What I was trying to say to you or say to everyone is that Grimes's game, if you watched how he was playing in the first half of the season, what he was experimenting with, what he was trying was all stuff he worked on with his trainer. It was different things. It was getting to the basket. It was taking guys off the dribble. It was scoring in different ways. If you remember, there was a point where Grimes looked like he was the most efficient guy with the ball out there. He was breaking dudes down, passing, going up and under, and then giving a little feed to like Mitch for the easy dunk he was doing certain things. We were like, we didn't know Grimes had it. I mean, we kind of did know because he was a point guard in high school, but he kind of changed up. But that's the type of stuff he wasn't doing in the second half. I didn't say he wasn't scoring well. I said he wasn't doing the same things he was doing in the first half. And then in the playoffs, we didn't see nothing. That's what I was trying to get at. But I hear you. I'm not saying that he's not a good player. I'm just telling you that his confidence when it came to the playoffs, his hesitancy and his lack of being able to be aggressive and do other things. In the playoffs, he was sitting on the perimeter. He didn't drive to the basket at all. In the first half of the season, he was driving to the hoop. I'm just going off of what I noticed. I'm not the authority on this. I'm just saying what I saw. Shout out to all you guys. I'm about to welcome some people into the panel. Shout out to Knicks will be 2026 NBA champs. He says the Knicks needs to trade for Dame. You might be right. Blue Hefner is in the building. Salute. BX Mel is here. Humble Down is in the building. Ala Wise is here. Mr. Carlos NYC is in the building. 1804 Toussaint is here. Jason Madden is here. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for tuning in. If it's your first time, to both Jason and to Mr. Carlos, thank you guys for being here. Hope you enjoy the show. New York City's the truth. Yes, we did sign Isaiah Roby, but I never know what's going to happen with these young guys that we sign. We'll see if they ever suit up and play for the Knicks. I don't know what goes on with that. We'll see. As I said, Keyshawn is in the building. Salute. Sam Grandison is in the building, which you're about to see him in a second. Shada G is in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. If it's your first time. Oh, what? Now, don't get fired. He said, I like your show. I soon get fired from my job at work watching. Now, don't do that, man. If anything, get some headphones. Just listen. I don't want you to do that. Clean Wipe is in the building. He said, we are not getting Dame. Well, Maybe not. Maybe not. But it's not. Maybe not for lack of trying. Maybe I'm like I said. It's up to Dame too. Maybe he don't want to come to New York. You know. Let me say this last thing about this. Let's not forget. There's players who have used the Knicks name, or agents who have used the nickname, or reporters who have used the nickname, and in the end, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, they didn't wind up Knicks. I'm just throwing it out there. You know, if he wants to come here, then he will be a Knick. Believe me, if Dame wants to be here, he'll be here. He can make it happen, because if he comes to the Knicks or through his agent and says, listen, my client wants to be a Knick, the Knicks will find a way to make it happen. Andre Stevenson is in the building. Salute. Don is in the building. Salute. What's good? He said it's a hard pass on Dame Dollar. Sorry, I'm not giving up the farm for a superstar. Did we not learn anything with the Melo trade? We gave up everyone for Melo. How'd that work out for us? Okay, fair. Long Island Sound is in the building. Yo, what up, everybody? Salute. Appreciate you. Danny Landis is here. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope your son is doing well. Brooklyn Butch is in the building. And let me get to this super chat before I bring the other guys in. And shout out to Mr. Allen Alford once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said all champions, including our champs, had homegrown core. You need to be developing. Obi makes 2 wasted lotto picks. Yeah.
Just 2? we gonna forget about Cam, huh? That's wasted. Cam Reddish, we gonna forget about that, huh?
I mean, at least he wasn't our pick, but you ain't lying.
That was a top 20 pick. That was a 20 pick.
That you ain't lying. There's truth to that. There is truth.
See, if you had one pick of something in this draft, you could have did something. If you didn't have no picks like us, you was, you know what I'm saying, an outsider. People was not talking to nobody unless you had some type of pick that had something going on. Now, one pick this year, we can add something with that and do some things. But nah, you know, like we probably could have added a pick in Obi and did something majorly crazy. But we ain't had no pick, so.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to Johnny Davis in the chat.
Johnny Davis, that's the one that used to play for the Knicks.
Yeah. Shout out to Johnny Davis. Shout out to how do I say this? I think, you know, when you see something but something don't seem right, but I'm INS1 the source. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I know I'm missing something here. But whatever. It's okay. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. If it's your first times, thank you for rocking with us. Smash that like button, guys, on your way in or on your way out if you got to go. My guy, CC, the Cartagena man in the building. Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to Nice. What's good? Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Oh, Nick of Time Show. What up, Jay Ellis? He said, oh, it's lit in here. Yes, it is. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in. Appreciate y'all.
Shout out to that brother. That's a great brother, man. Great man. You know, doing 100%. What he's doing over that Nick of Time Show. I was just rocking with him for a few minutes. We was talking one-on-one. So I had to let him know, I get over here with my man because I told my man I was coming. But that's a great guy, man. Go and support and rock with that channel, man. You know what I'm saying? JL, a real big-time veteran in the game of this business, man.
That's 100% facts, man. Jay Ellis is a really good dude, man. One day I'm gonna see him in person. We're getting closer to that. It just hasn't happened yet.
Send him the link. He know the link is out there.
Yeah. Oh, and shout out to Geraldine McIver, the first lady of Still Knicks fans and the Knicks community in the building. Let's go. Appreciate you, Geraldine. Let's go. All right, let me get these guys in here. Sam Grandison, Wiz, Chop Low. What's good, y'all?
I need some money today, right now.
What's going on? Salute, guys. How we doing?
Hey, man, great, man. Great. Now that you guys are here, look at this show. Look at this panel, man, with these dudes. Let's go. Appreciate
There we
y'all.
go.
I just want to be in the presence of the great Jay Boogie and, the maestro with the mic. And, I give a little props out to my boy, to you, Lord. I mean, you got a little something with your dance moves.
Come on now, man. Don't be hey. Hey, watch out now. Don't.
Hey, Wiz, let me find out you hiding out there in LA for all that, you know what I'm saying? That smoke party they got going on out there in LA. And I know Chop Low, he just coming back from the Busta Rhymes VIP party. He was with Busta, you know, celebrating his, you know, his what he doing. Sam, you graduated, my brother?
Oh yeah, I still got 2 more years, J Boogie.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I still got 2 more years. I'm one down. Right now, I'm working for Harley Davidson as a legal intern this summer. So I got that, but then I got 2 more years left. So I've been busy. That's why I've been in the chats. I've been watching you guys go live, but I just haven't, you know, been able to hop on. So finally getting a little break from that and gonna relax some, get that holiday weekend, I guess you can call it, for 4th of July.
Dope.
You say in 2 more years, we're gonna start putting that up. Who's gonna get the bigger check? Sam Gradison or Jalen Brunson? I'm putting my vote for Sam.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I don't think I'm on that level.
Get a rep an NDA for Zion. Get Zion an NDA, man.
Oh yeah, I got you, Wiz. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, man, that would be dope. Let me if you guys see me behind the scenes, like I'm in my phone, I'm trying to just text the MBK crew just to see if anybody, they might not be able to, but like we were trying to get somebody from out there to kind of pop on and show us a little bit of what's going on at the first annual MBK barbecue up there in Coxsackie, New York. So we'll see if I can get one of them. Because I hope they're having a good time and the weather is you know, keeping away so they can enjoy themselves. And listen, they can ship me a burger, man, or hot dogs. No hot dogs. Hot dogs are banned nowadays. I guess the young people don't eat hot dogs anymore.
By the way, first before we move on, I want to acknowledge perfect game, New York Yankees, Herman, my DR Dominican Republican, you know, Dominican Republic man who got the perfect game. Represented for his country, and New York City. We're ready. Now the Yankees are going to start the World Series, baby.
They're going to win it, man. They're going to win it, Wiz. Okay.
We're good. Every year right. That Yankee has had a perfect game, we've won the World Series. So
you're going to make me get my hat run. I'm trying not to do it to him.
Yeah. Please. Yeah. First off, shout out to Danny Landis. What's good, Danny?
Yo.
Appreciate you. And shout out to Nice. I think Nice was trying to get in a little bit, but he's driving. I seen him on the road, so maybe he can't get on right now, but maybe he'll get on a little later. Danny,
he's still swerving through the Denver Nuggets.
What's happening, brother? Everything good?
Big Ron, I'm taking a ride to Portland. I'm going to pick up Dame. What do you think?
Oh,
come with me or what?
Nah, I don't think he's coming with you.
I'm going to pick up Obi and quickly. They're getting ready to get packed now.
I think you better bring Jimmy Butler with you, and then
Jimmy
you'll see him come back.
Ron, what's good, buddy? How you guys doing?
Everything's good, man. Everything's good. Can't complain. We we here. I'm happy to see all of y'all. It's listen. It just shows the true level of Knick fandom. We haven't done anything yet, but we're strong. We hoping that something happens to improve the team. But we rocking with our guys. Come on, you guys know if they run it back, we here. But we want them to do something.
Definitely.
Look, even the dog wants them to do something. Like, yeah,
the dog saying,
Lucas, say hi, Lucas.
Yeah.
Lucas, say hi.
Oh, damn. Danny living over there. Okay, Danny.
I told you, I'm getting ready to go to Portland. I got the suitcase there.
You talking about me, Ron? I think Danny's the big baller. You got the pull.
Yeah, Danny might be the baller on the low, man. I see you, Danny.
Yeah, right. Sure. I wish.
Danny, show him the plane, boss. Show him the plane.
I'm gonna jump off
the plane. Okay, so now that I got you guys all here, might as well ask you, whenever this damn thing happens, if it happens, how you feel about Obi possibly going to the Pacers?
For who?
Danny, they're talking about draft compensation.
Draft compensation?
Yeah, no real player coming back.
We have enough draft compensation.
The point is the money. The Knicks are broke. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to tell you guys like that. Our contract. We don't have much under the cap that we can use to sign a free agent. So if we get the draft compensation from the Pacers, they absorb the $6.5 million, whatever it is that Obi's owed, and so that $6.5 million comes back to us, and then we could use it to add to what we got to possibly sign, a free agent of a little bit more ilk. Not a lot. We're talking about somewhere in between 12 and 18 million. We don't got a lot of money. I mean, I think we got somewhere in between 9 and 12 right now. We broke. So just throwing that out there.
So let me jump on this. If it take 40 as well, and it was at 18 mil, whatever the cap hit is, give me the Fournier and the Obi, and maybe I'll consider it. But man, it's tough to let go Obi without some kind of player coming back.
Well, it's understand this, Wiz. One, Obi don't want to be here, man. Him and I don't know, that tip situation must be bad, bro, because we got his brother and they still talking about shipping him up out of here. So the situation must be bad.
Right.
So, my God.
Now that it's public,
for it, give me a player.
Remember the Cam Reddish thing between Cam and Tibbs. Obviously, that was bad too. We just didn't really know about it. But Obi stuff is public now. We hear Obi cursing and being mad about Tibbs, and everybody's saying what he's saying. So, yeah, I don't think Tibbs is going to stand for any of that. I think Obi's up out of here.
Man, I put a package together like this. Even if it's three-way with Indiana if they want it. Get me Dame and Jeremy Grant and take RJ, Fournier, Obi, grab one other piece and some picks, and I'm good with letting Obi and them go.
No chance, Wiz. You know that now, Wiz. You know that's not gonna happen because they just paid him. He's getting paid more than Randall, which is crazy to me. He's making $32 million a year now, Jeremy Grant, with that new contract. They're not gonna move off him because Dame is pretty much gone. I think we could look at for Obi, it's gonna be similar to like John Collins, where you ship off a guy who you just need to get rid of and start fresh and get like some seconds for him. I hate to say it because Obi's. You'd want a first at least, but you're probably not going to get that. So I'd expect a couple of seconds probably, even though seconds I believe are going to be more valuable now under the new CBA. But I think that we'll expect Obi to get moved for some second round picks unless they're able to give us like a young guy who just hasn't done anything yet.
I know.
Yeah, you're in line, Sam. That's the reality of things. Like I'm with Wiz, but it'll never happen. But I'm with you. But yeah, if you want to see a deal get blown away and never happen, just start mentioning some of the stuff you just said. Obi will still be a Knick for another day.
Yeah, I think that's a cap space clearer for sure. Like I don't see us really getting much back in return for him. I think that the Knicks really just, unless this works out in the long run, right now it's looking to us as most fans that they kind of botched it as far as like we waited too long to trade Obi. 1, 2, you have some fans who feel like he just should have never been drafted, but nobody could have expected Randall to do what he did. And then 3, you have fans who just believe that Obi should have been moved draft night at the latest, and we still didn't even do that. Now we're still holding on to him. So hopefully they're able to, right their wrongs on that. But right now it's not looking too good as the way that they've managed Obi's situation.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Shout out to Don P. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, I ran into Jay Boogie a few times. Solid brother. 100% facts, man. I could have told you that before I even seen Jay Boogie in person. Definitely a solid dude, man. But I have seen him in person. So even better. That was a dope feeling when we got to meet up. And
yeah, I feel honored to know that I met Ron and John at the same thing. I thought we was live on the show when I met them. We have the podcast inside the hallway by the session stands in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, that was dope. That was a dope night, man. Dope night.
I'm
shout out.
Every time I try to give the front office more credits, because I'm not going to try to diss them. Obviously, low bar, but it's the best front office we've had in years, right? In decades.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I keep on saying, okay, tough to compare them to the past because they weren't that good. But compare them to others in the current league. I keep on saying, let me try to find little gems they've done. And I find a little few. And then every so often, just like this past 10 days, they send me back to wonder what they're doing. Because, like you said, Sam, that Obi draft night move, that almost seems like a no-brainer to me. If you're going to have that kind of drama, signing his brother as unrestricted, really? and then keeping them for another couple of days to before what? For what? It does seem like it was a waste, missed opportunity. Get me one of those draft picks. Get back our 23rd pick if we could have gotten that back. Get me Chris Murray, something. I just wanted a young player and a piece that would actually be part of the future for us. But mostly get something for Obi, not later second round draft picks or just some cash possibility of availability to look at who's left right now in the free agency. And that's another thing. I'm looking at who's left. Brook Lopez is still there, right?
Yeah, but he'll more than likely. So what I've heard, at least from what I've heard from Brook Lopez, and I'm no reporter whatsoever. I'm just saying, guys, I believe that Milwaukee's going to try their best to keep him here, at least from what I hear about people here.
Right.
But I think that a team out west would overpay for him. Like I've seen reports of, which we all seen, is like Houston and the Lakers. One of those teams could possibly try to throw a bag at Brook Lopez, but I think he would probably want to run it back with Chris Middleton and Giannis, just considering their timeline and how the team is structured here. I think that they'll try to run it back with Brook Lopez.
And easier path than the West to get through as well. Right. Now. We thought the East was the beast, last year and the year before. All of a sudden, the West is taking it back because right now it's looking tough with Memphis and Lakers and Denver and Golden State. Man, it's a rough path.
Well, we'll see what happens, but there's a lot of offseason left, and the Knicks can still make some moves. We'll see. But let me. I think I got a live correspondent on the scene. Oh, we did it. Anyway, first off, shout out to my guy P. Ramos, one of my guys, day one dudes that I grew up with. Appreciate you, my brother. He said I want at least one first for Obi. Yeah, nice. Obi's value has not been what it was, and that thanks to Tibbs kind of has hurt his value too. And I think that's the reason why we couldn't move him at the trade deadline last time. So teams know that we're in a little bit of a desperate situation. He wants out. There's some infighting. They're just not going to give you what you want. So that's why we're in this position. But let me get my guy in here. Let me get my guy in here real quick because he's live on the scene. Live on the scene, Bill. Hey, what up, brother? What's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Hope everybody's doing good.
What's going on, John?
Hey, look at Tony Crow in the background. I see y'all.
Yeah, I got everybody in the background. We just started up over here. NBA Barbecue. Got Steph over there. Got Tony Crow here. Got Sim here.
Look at Sim. What's good? Yo, look at the shirts. The shirts is dope. Damn, I'm mad I didn't get a shirt.
The shirts is good. Yeah.
Oh,
just
what up, B?
Started. Yeah, man. Got Steph over here.
Hey, Steph.
Just coming on live for everybody, you know what I'm saying? So trying to say what up to everyone. Hope everybody's having a blessed day. We out here enjoying this, pretty nice weather out here today.
Yeah, man, it's holding off. That's what I'm saying. MBK brings the clear skies. Forget them rainy days, man. We good out here. Yeah, man. I'm glad you guys look like you're getting ramped up. Listen, eat a burger for me. Maybe a brewski, whatever you can. Enjoy yourself. How
be one of y'all.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna have a burger for each and every one of y'all.
Thank you. You as well. You should. Are you guys trying to get they say something about trying to get a basketball game going too?
Hey, that's what I'm hearing. So if they with it, I'm with it.
Hey, listen, don't watch the Achilles, brother. Don't calm down out there.
Yeah, please. Yeah, watch that, please.
You know what I mean? You already got the daddy duty, but I don't want you knocked up, man. You can't. I shouldn't say knocked up. I mean, what's that word? I can't get it. But you know what I mean? Banged up. Thank you.
Nah, I'm gonna take it easy. I'll be all right. I'll keep it from the outside. I just don't want to get put in the highlight reel where I look crazy. But
yeah,
we'll see.
Nah. Yeah, I hear you, brother. We don't want that for you either, man. But I'm definitely glad that that you made it out there and you guys are having a good time. It's the first annual, as I said, NBK cookout. Hopefully this is a good turnout. People have a good time. This is a new location. The town is pretty accommodating. I know they even got a special edition, swishing edition, New York Knicks flavor that the ice cream shop is offering for NBK. It's like, I think it's an orange creamsicle with like blue sprinkles or something. So, you know, it's the whole thing. They all coming together and trying to do something special. And hopefully, you know, the event, you know, is something that continues to happen for, you know, many years to come. And also NBK is talking about having several different events in different locations, maybe something closer to the city for people who it's a little further out to get to this one, maybe something a little closer to make it so that way others can get to that as well. So yeah, man. But John, what's your, you know, do you have any thoughts on what's going on with free agency?
Let's go get Dame. Let's go get him.
Oh, damn, you jumping out the window. Okay.
Let's go get him. Hey, listen, I'd rather him be in New York than in Brooklyn. And it looks like Brooklyn got all the pieces. And that's, you know what I mean? That's the tough part. It's like, if there's a team that has all the pieces, it's Brooklyn right now. So if you're Leon Rose, you get in the mix, man. See what are our options? Do we have options? Is there an opportunity to move some pieces? You know what I mean? To make the money work. If it's we got to move Randall, then we got to move him, and then we keep Toppin. If it's not, then we do the reverse. You know, we package Toppin in something with Fournier and RJ. You know what I mean? But we got to make it work. We're trying to be in it. You got to be in it to win it. So listen, by any means necessary, be in those conversations.
I hear you.
Just to update you, Ron, I just got I just saw from some sources, they're saying that the Heat are prepared to offer a package centered around Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, and picks, and they're saying that they want to keep Caleb Martin out of the trade talks, and that Portland's also potentially looking to add, I think, Nurkic into that trade. I don't know how that's going to work specifically, but yeah, I'm with John. If you're going to, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm for or against it. I'm kind of indifferent, but if you are going to move, I'd say try to work on that now, because if his preferred destination, which we've already been told is Miami, I figured that he's going to try to eventually force his way there. As you said, Ron, he can kind of, you know, tell them where he wants to go in a sense, because of how loyal he's been to the team, been a constant superstar. So I feel like if we're going to move on that, we're going to have to throw in an offer quite soonly.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I hear you. My whole thing is, how does our package stack up to Miami's package with what they got offering? And if you're saying that's what they're looking at, so here's my thing, guys. Am I wrong? To get your opinion, Duncan Robinson. Like, I don't see nothing flashy or nothing spectacular about Duncan Robinson, and Miami's throwing Duncan Robinson out like he's the next best thing. Like, you know, like he got that you know, he ain't regular, you know, white bread. He's like you know, focaccia or something. I mean, I don't see it. I'm just saying, and that's not racially undertones, guys. I'm just using a analogy, so to calm down. No, but I just don't see it. Like, to me, he's just plain Jane. He does one thing really well, but I don't know, like, even that is inconsistent. How many opportunities has Duncan Robinson had where he didn't show up at all for Miami? That's part of the reason why they had him on the bench forever. They wasn't even playing him. And he's making good money. And then I think they were even asking that they wanted a first-round pick or maybe even a first and another pick for him if they traded him. And now you're throwing him into this deal like he's a really key piece with Tyler here. I don't know. I just don't. If I was, I wouldn't be in love with that.
It's probably the contract, Ron. But I'm with you. I don't understand it either. If anything, so I think I forget who said it in the chat here, but they were like, why would Portland even want that? I'm kind of confused as to why they want it. Also, because they have Shaedon Sharpe and Anthony Simon. So, like, I don't even know how those two guys are even going to play there. I guess they're going to ship one of those guys off, because you also still have Scoot Henderson, where if you're moving Dame, he's now the primary ball handler. So how are you going to have 5 guards on your team? I mean, Duncan Robinson's kind of a wing, and he doesn't need the ball, but still you're dealing with Scoot Henderson, Simons, Hero, and I forget the other guy I just named. 4 guards still. So I think that the Nets would have the best package unless the Knicks do offer something. I feel like because we have the picks and we have a lot of variety in our young crop versus what the Heat are offering, which is just basically Tyler Hero and a cap filler for the contract, I don't really see Miami having the best offer. It could just be like a Bradley Beal thing where he's telling them that's where he wants to go. However, Dame, does he have the no trade clause? I don't believe he has it, though.
Nope.
He don't have a no trade clause at all. But I don't think I I don't think Bradley even asked for Phoenix. I think Phoenix just went and got him, if I'm not mistaken. But it sounds like, because I know Portland has said once before they don't even want Tyler involved in nothing. So that already let me know they already wanted to plan to move Dame over there, but their plan was to make sure that none of these guys get in the way to other 3 perimeter guys. So I'm thinking, maybe a 3-team party situation might come involved somewhere, whereas, they might keep Duncan to have him coming off the bench and ship Tyler somewhere so he don't get in the way of none of them guys right there to kind of like make it work. But one thing about Duncan, I gotta say, Duncan been staying on that bench and ain't been out of character. He been good to the organization. He ain't been telling you I want to be traded or nothing like that. The whole time he stayed ready, you know what I'm saying? And when the opportunity presented itself, you know what I'm saying, in the playoffs, Duncan shined out in them playoffs. When he came in, he was a stinger, a great ball mover. He doesn't stay stationary. He stay cutting. You don't see him plenty of times in the playoffs where he beat people that was overplaying him, backdoor cut. When was the last time you seen Duncan going to the basket? You know what I'm saying? He was finishing hard, dunking on people and everything. You know what I'm saying? So, for him to come off the bench to be thrown in the package, you know what I'm saying? He'd probably be a bench player for Portland, but I look for them to go ahead and move Tyler somewhere. But it's also other teams that can give up a more package than what Portland can give them. But the same thing and goes for Tyler. They're not looking for a starting wing. So even with like if we was to put RJ is not taking none of them guys' spots over there. RJ, I mean, his ceiling is not nowhere near like none of them guys. He's not on Simmons level. And to do Sharp, that dude right there, he's getting ready to take off in a minute. And with Scoot handling the rock, he's definitely getting ready to elevate his game. So, it depends on what pieces you're giving up and how you're going to format it, whatever you're going to do. But, man, I don't see Miami got the right pieces, but who knows? Maybe Portland might do it because Washington got nothing for Bill. So maybe they're going to take nothing for, you know what I'm saying, for Dame just to, honor his, request to get up out of here and get him up out of here, man. I don't know, but it would be ugly, and I mentioned it'd be ugly if he go there across that bridge. It would be real ugly over there for the league and for the city, which is supposed to be a New York Knicks city. We got it back. It would look ugly if he's go over there across that bridge.
Man, facts, good facts, J Boogie. I want to clarify one thing I said earlier that Long Island Sound misunderstood. When I said, what's out there in free agency, I said, Brook Lopez, I didn't say we should get him. I was saying the pickings are slim, and they're getting slimmer. So if Brook Lopez was like one of the top names in free agency, we don't need no cap space to try to go get what's very, very small pickings right now, slim pickings. So to just move Obi for some available funds, I don't think it's worth it. That's why I'm saying give me something, because it's not worth it to go look at guys who won. We don't really, we like Brook. We don't really need Brook, but I'm just saying he was the best. I don't know who's better than Brook out there that's available, and we don't even want those guys right now. So let's go back to this point right here. Miami, it's got to be a 3-way deal. There's nothing Miami have. I mean, I shouldn't say got to be, because at the same time, they're guys giving up players for nothing, basically. Their team's giving up, like getting 2 draft, second rounders back. It's just crazy how the market switched from Gobert, basically 5 first rounders, and now you go into guys just getting 2 second rounders for talent. So it's possible. It's possible. It could be like a wink. We do a deal now, Miami, and then 2 years from now, you pay us back. Those kind of deals still operate. That's part of the relationship in the league. That's probably why Pelinka is getting stuff done, because he's probably done some little wink deals here and there where he did something right now. It wasn't quite a match, but you owe me. So a couple years from now, you got to pay me back some way and give me something that normally wouldn't have been coming to me. So I think a 3-way deal, or one of those, just get Dame to where he wants to be, because he is so loyal and dedicated. And technically, Portland may not even need anybody right now. They just built. I mean, what they got right now, like I said, J Boogie, is amazing young talent that just need a couple of draft picks next year. Because those guys won't pop next year for a championship. So that's why Dame's leaving, right? So might as well just do it with 2 more picks. They got Scoot. I mean, they got 3 guys who could easily be all-stars. And yet, so all you need now is 2 more fillers in the right spots. You know, a big and somebody else that's set, power forward that's set, and that team is looking good. I'm going to be scared of Portland in 3 years if they actually hold those 3 guys together and add the right.
Well, here's the thing, Wiz, and I'm sorry I didn't mean to cut you off, but what you saying and what Jay Boogie had said, I was looking at Portland's roster, and listen, even what the Knicks would offer or what Miami's offering, I don't know if that necessarily fits what Portland got going on over there. Like you talking, they got Shady and Sharp, they got Scoot now, they still got Anthony Simons. Like, where do you play Tyler Hero? Where does Duncan Robinson go? I mean, Duncan Robinson off the bench, fine, but you don't bring Tyler Hero off the bench, even though he did it with Miami. I don't think that's what he wants to do over there. He might not be happy with that look. You're going from Miami, and if you guys know about Tyler Hero, he loves him some Miami. Taking and sending him to Portland to be off the bench. You might be able to get away with starting him, but I mean, how long is that going to last with a guy like Scoot back there? And like, I don't know. I just don't think either of our packages necessarily, unless we trading. No, I don't know, because they re-signed Jeremy Grant. I don't know. I don't know what's ideal. I think whatever Portland does, they just getting assets for Dame, and they're going to flip those assets for something else, because they just got too many young, explosive type guards over there that I think you want to be able to develop and see where they go. Let me.
Hey, Ron.
Oh, go ahead, Sam.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna say this real quick and let Nice go off. I was just gonna say, the reason why I was agreeing with John too about the Nets having a solid package is because the way I'm looking at it is they can offer, like we've been just saying, what we can't offer, which is a forward and Ben Simmons. We forget that Ben Simmons is still on that team with a terrible contract. I see them trying to flip him off.
And he's healthy.
Right. I see them trying to flip him off. Pair Mikal Bridges with Dame. I feel like that would be good. They're still going to have Cam Johnson, who they just signed. Nick Claxton is up for contract. They're going to pay him. So I honestly see them shipping off Ben Simmons. You got, I think they have what's his name? Sharp, the big, who doesn't really play much. They can ship him off. They still have all those draft picks too that they've acquired from recent trades. So Brooklyn's kind of recouped on their picks. It's going to take first regardless, like probably 2 or 3 first if you're giving up solid players. So I could see them packaging around like a Ben Simmons, Sharp. They have guards on their bench too if they want, like, I guess Cam Thomas or somebody like that. Like, I see the Nets having the best package just because of Ben Simmons being available, and he's not a guard, but I could be wrong, and then he just goes to Miami.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a fair assessment, Sam. I don't think you're wrong in that. Let me just before say what's up to Nice, and I want to get John, because I know he's over there at the cookout, and we don't have him for that long. I want him to be able to enjoy himself, of course. But Margaret Edwards, shout out to you. Thank you. She says ESPN said, I don't know who's over there to report anymore, but anyway, no. ESPN said that the Heat, the Clippers, and the 76ers are interested in Dame. That's a little tougher. Let me tell you, if the Clippers want to get involved and if the 76ers are interested, I'm sure they could put together some very comparable packages to send to Portland. And those are all teams that I think Dame might consider, as well as if the Knicks have a shot. And apparently another thing I read on Twitter, Bleacher Report, actually, is that Josh Hart has shot his shot at Dame to try to get his former teammate to be interested in coming to the Knicks. So there's that. Nice. What's your thoughts, brother? How you doing?
Salute to everybody on the panel, on the chat. Love you guys, man. I don't even care who gets Dame. I just don't want him, and that's no disrespect. I love Dame Lillard, but if it would have been a conversation if it was 3 years ago. Like don't get finessed, guys. Like, at the end of the day, nobody is disrespecting him. We all know that he got talent, but there's something odd with the Knicks. Whenever we get, let's say, a very mature type of player that is almost on their last leg, something always happens over here. I don't want the Knicks to be in the conversation. Oh yeah, we got Dame Lillard, and then second month, oh yeah, we got Dame Lillard like he's not playing for a season or two. Like I don't want that. I want somebody reliable. I want somebody that all right, Dame Lillard, he was very reliable over there, but nobody knows once he comes to the Knicks. We know that his age is up there. I just do not want to risk that.
I'm also PTSD on that too, man.
I think he's stuck in the matrix.
Oh, there he is. He's back. There he goes.
Yeah, I said I'm the same PTSD about the Knicks, man. It's getting the older cats who just somehow get injured or something is wrong. But Dame is strong, man. Dame is solid. I'll take a risk with Dame, but I do have the PTSD though about that exact scenario.
Wiz,
I just wanted
they
to say.
selling.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this. Wiz, they literally selling his name, his brand. That's it. They not selling his time. Like we need to stop that. Like nobody is saying that he's not a pro. Everybody loves Dame. Who doesn't want Dame in their team? But at the same time, we gotta be very wary. How many years is he gonna be producing with us? Like you think that it's gonna be one for one a flip? It's not gonna be that. They want the farm, and it's like we already got something good going on. Why are we gonna disrupt that and now start again when it wasn't working out with Dame, and now we starting back to zero?
Yeah, I agree, Nice. I think it would have been a better conversation to have if Dame came out and said, "Okay, the Knicks are my preferred destination," but he didn't say that. He came out and said that the Nets and the Heat were his top choices and really preferred the Heat. So I don't even see that being something that we should put too much stock into as far as Dame. He's going to be very old once this contract. He's really already going to be up there. And then if we think about it like this, all right, if we think about it like this, he's got, like you guys have talked about already, that 1 year, and then he can opt out because it's a player option. So if you're going to trade these guys like RJ, Emmanuel quickly, these draft picks that it's going to take to get him over here, and then he says, oh, you know what? The Knicks suck too. They're just like Portland. Then he opts out, and then we don't have him on the roster. You lose him for nothing.
But Sam, we got something good going on. Look what happened with Hart. He opted in. If he was thinking about money, he would have gotten more than was his contract was available on. But he opted in to do us a favor. What is that actually showing? That actually showing that the franchise, there's players that wants to play for the franchise. If we have something like that happening, that means we are heading in the right direction. To get players that want to play for us, we need to get players that jeopardize, let's say, our movement of the future. And it's like now we set back for 2 or 3 years. I love. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. We hear you.
Rock on.
I love Julius Randle. I love him. I love pretty much everything, even his attitude. But on his attitude side, going up against the teammate, it's one of those that he I can't do it no more. And I've been preaching for Julius Randle for the longest, and I'm always like hot and cold. But just thinking about it, looking at this team, the way it's developing, the way that everybody loves this team and play with one another, I just don't want to have, all right, everything is heading to the direction of Julius Randle, and then we have one night of Julius Randle on crazy mode. He wants to fight this. He wants to fight that. Like, dude, you have the type of energy I'm looking for, but don't take it against your team. Take it against the other team. Like, I'm already fed up on that case. Like, as much as we love a player, when you displace those type of attitude against, let's say, the player that plays with you, it shows bad character. Like, I let it go with the thumbs down. I let it go with him slapping laptop. I let it go with Evan Fournier. I already let it go with Emmanuel quickly. But once you start adding all those up, you can't let it go.
But, and I hear where you're going, Nice, and I want to get over to John, but the problem is the players that we're looking at right now, the players that are out there, what is Dame Dollars? He's a guard, right? So
Mhm.
if you bringing in another guard, I don't care what he is, how good he is, you're going to trade players for him, but you gotta keep some certain semblance of a team together, a roster. And obviously, I said it earlier. If say we're trying to go after Dame, that means we got to get up other pieces, but it can't include Julius, because you can't trade Julius for Dame, because then you left with a bottom heavy. I don't even know the term when it comes to front court, back court. I forget that stuff. But then you with small guys everywhere, and you got nothing from your bigs. If Mitchell Robinson was a scoring type center, that's different. He's not. So then what are you getting from that whole area? Then we're talking about trading Obi. I don't care what nobody says. Obi's out of here, because the relationship is something's wrong there. Because it would be great if you did trade for Dame and you keep Obi, make him the starting power forward, but that there's too much friction there between him and Tibbs. So then we stuck. So in this case, I think Julius stays for this particular case if it's about Dame. The other thing is you're renting Dame possibly for 1 year. That's another thing to consider. Plus, and this goes to our development and our building and what we'd be giving up and changing with the organization. The window, because when a lot of content creators were all starting to talk about this window. The window might be 2 years, because once the Knicks got to pay Jalen Brunson that big money, we might be in a position with the CBA agreement and all the aprons and the second apron and the tax penalties for all that. We may be done if we don't got the team ready to win. Then you're going to see the same Knicks for a few years, and we're just going to be stuck until people come off their contracts. So our window to win might be 2 years, and Thibodeau's contract is 2 years left. Now, who knows? I mean, we could fire Thibodeau after this season and bring in a new coach, but I'm just saying the window is actually for players. Julius Randle's got 2 years left on his deal. Jalen Brunson's got the 2 years left, and then he's got the player option, which he's most likely going to decline. You know what I mean? So we're in that situation where I think that window is 2 years. And so the Knicks is probably in that mindset, like we understand we want to develop guys, but we got to go all in. So just keep that in mind. John, what's your thoughts about any of that?
Yeah, I just moved a little bit because they had the music going.
Yeah, it's a party now.
They got the music going. Yeah, listen, I'm still in on Dame. For me, it's about having a conversation. You don't know what they want until you have a conversation. I understand he's only a rental potentially, but if you make his stay here, inevitably showing him that, hey, we have a possibility of winning, I think he'll choose winning. I think that's where he's at in life right now. So I think I heard Jay Boogie talk about it earlier. You know what I mean? Jay talked about, hey, it's on him to decide whether or not he wants to stay and be in a contending team. The question is who you're giving up for. You know what I mean? Are you willing to package out an entire team, or are you willing to make a deal that makes sense for both parties? You know what I mean? And for me, that's the biggest decision that Leon Rose has to make. As far as Toppin is concerned, I think anything is fixable. They just picked up his brother, so I don't see him having any issue staying. So I think anything is fixable when it comes to like player versus coaching staff. Especially if you see what we've ran into in the past. Right now, it looks like Randall's not going anywhere, right? And he's had issues with the front office as well. So, or at least the coaching staff, he and the teammates. So, I think we're good either way. You know what I mean? I just say, let's have a conversation. Be in the mix. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, if you have an opportunity to be in the mix to draw up the price, then do that, because you don't want to give Brooklyn an opportunity to get them for nothing.
John,
right? So draw up the price.
I have a question. When it comes to be in a conversation, haven't you guys noticed that everybody, all the other teams, they love when the Knicks in the conversation? I don't want to be part of that. I don't. Every single time we keep on getting Fanduzzo, they keep on repping the name. That's about it. And who always gets left behind is us. One hand washes the other. What happened with Dallas? Dallas was supposed to win certain games. They already got caught. They took our pick. But you gonna tell me, oh, conspiracy theory, my behind. That is BS. You already got caught. Why did those picks did not went back to the Knicks? Things like that always gets me like, come on, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. We help Dallas out. All right, we giving you Porzingis or whatever. You got caught doing some weird. I don't even want to say the name, but you got caught doing some weird stuff. You fought for our pick. You did not want to Jalen Brunson. You got our pick. You got caught, and you only paying, let's say, a fine.
That's the politics of the NBA right there. Nice. I understand the frustration there, but the NBA's got a lot of stuff going on. Don't know what's right. Don't know who sets these rules and regulations, who enforces them, and why there seems to be certain things that are a little iffy when it comes to certain teams. But in fairness, for the Knicks doing their tampering to get Jalen Brunson, we got a slap on the wrist too. We didn't get hit with much. So I just want to throw that out there. In fairness, we didn't get hit with much. Because they could have came after us for a little bit.
But Ron, if you start going more into depth on Jalen Brunson, there has been sources from Jalen Brunson's side mentioning Dallas never had a contract. Never. So if we have his dad, that's not tampering. We got a family member. We don't have no control if his dad want to speak to him. That's his dad.
It's big business, nice. It's real big business, what you call it. And when you're dealing with an organization that had nobody in record, we only win at 15, 17 games per year, and we constantly sold out, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to let that organization have anything. You know what I'm saying? Just like they know we should have had the #1 pick, but they gave that pick to New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? When it was Zion, we had the most opportunities to have that pick. You know what I mean? I'm glad it didn't work out because, the way it is, right? I'm happy to have RJ over Zion. You know what I'm saying? The way it looked like, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy to have RJ over John Morant. Now, is his skill levels amongst them guys? No.
No.
Zion not being on the floor and John Morant running around playing shoot 'em up, bang, bang, I'm okay with RJ. But, I just want I'm going to share this little one thing. I just found something up on the I found something. And what it's saying is, I don't know if this is right, but I think it's right. It said Lillard is owed $216 million over the next 4 seasons, including $63.2 million in season 26-27. It says the Miami and the Brooklyn Nets are the only teams on his list per Goodwill, as the Philadelphia 76ers are not preferred destination. That's from Shams reported. The Blazers have been informed that Lillard requested only to the Miami Heat. So he got more than just 1 year.
Shoot.
Yeah, he got
more.
What?
You know what? Okay, my fault, guys. I apologize, man. You got me running. See, this is the thing. I'm on Spot Track, right? Mm-hmm. If you guys go to Spot Track, a lot of us use it, whatever. You go to Spot Track, it shows the contract stuff, right? But what they did is they usually have you know what? Let me show y'all. I'm not just gonna be about it. I'm gonna show y'all. You know what I mean? Because here you go. So this is what it looked like. What it looked like. All right. Let me see if I can even blow that up a little bit. Okay. So this is how, like, when we go to Spot Track, everything in the contract is shown right there, so you get to see it. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. I guess this is how they do it. I've never noticed this before, so I apologize, and I've never really needed to see it. When I guess a player has already signed an extension that hasn't kicked in yet, this is what they've done. Keep scrolling down. Look where it's at. It's here in another. See, I never seen this before. I never had to really look for it. So look at Dame. Dame's money is crazy. Woo-wee. 58 million, 2025-26, and then 26-27, 63 million. Golly.
Yeah, so that goes to let you know we're not even going in the facility of that contract. You know what I'm saying? As far as messing with Dame. Because that right there is tearing everything all the way down, and then he doesn't even opt out. You know what I'm saying? So, that means we'll be pretty much begging for Brunson to take a pay cut, and he's the younger guy that's came here and put on and came here to the city. But I think we need to focus on what the Knicks need to be doing now, because they're missing out on a lot of things. You know what I'm
Blow that
saying?
up for a minute.
And with us not seeing the work that the Knicks are putting in, you know what I'm saying, it makes us wonder really what are you doing in the office, Leon? You know what I'm saying? Why hasn't this guy Donte not been put over here yet? If that's your guy, is somebody else, holding it up? Because old boy already opted in, and when he opted in, that's one for the organization. Two, he can still, get an extension inside of this season coming up. So, you know what I'm saying? That's not a lost situation for Josh Hart. Just like what a lot of people thought is a lost situation because James Harden, he opted in, and Ramona broke it down. Just because he opted in doesn't mean they're going to get rid of him. You know what I'm saying? That helps out far as, with money and situations as far as figuring out what you want to do. But we need to figure out what we're doing in our situation, because right now we're dropping the ball right now. We're not doing anything. We're not making no moves. You know what I'm saying? We're not getting the guys that we're supposed to get. Evans' contract is still on the board. The only breaking news we had was Derrick Rose going to Memphis. You know what I'm saying? That's the only Rose that's making any movement right now within our organization. But it's too many things that's going by us. You know what I'm saying? You got teams like the Detroit Pistons. You think Monty over there just going to be joking and playing around? They got Monty over there, and they want Monty to build that organization around how he want to do it. You know what I'm saying? So Indiana, they making moves. It's teams trying to catch up, and be in the position where we fought so hard to get in. And then you got teams like, you know what I'm saying, Chicago feeling like, yo, let's run it back. You know what I'm saying? They bringing back their own sources. They trying to run it back. So what are we doing? Like when I always say this scenario, we back in the movie Baby Boy when he said, look at everybody around us, they all moving, and we standing here being broke. We're not doing anything to show that, you know what I'm saying, we had leverage and we had momentum going on, you know what I'm saying, especially to a city, you know what I'm saying, that are go-getters. Everybody from, that's within the New York organization, you know what I'm saying, no matter where you at that love the Knicks, you're known as a go-getter. And we do not like waiting for, you know what I'm saying, somebody to do something for us. But in this situation, we're waiting on Leon, and right now Leon and them, they're not doing anything to show, you know what I'm saying, that, yeah, we're out here, we in this position. Because just because we want Donte and just because old boy opting in, I'm going to say it again, that don't mean we can get him. Somebody can easily be like, yo, I'm going to give you a little bit more money, and we don't have the bread, you know what I'm saying? But we need to figure out something and be doing something as far as, being happy for the season that we had last year, to show that we want to be better than what we was last year, and show the people, yo, continue on rocking. We got y'all. Right now, almost coming up on 6 o'clock, we coming to almost 24 hours. We have done nothing, and we in great position. Teams are breaking down up there in front of us. Cleveland made one small move. They just swapped out shooters. You know what I'm saying? Milwaukee is dying for Lopez to come back. If he don't come back, they don't broke up. You know what I'm saying? Miami, that's their only leverage. They're dying to get Dame. But when they get them, they ain't going to have enough. You got to have bench players and role players to go along with. That's why Phoenix ain't going to do too much. But Leon and the New York Knicks organization need to be doing something, you know what I'm saying, before this day go by, to show that we're doing something. Too many guys who's out there, you know what I'm saying. We could have used Herb Jones, you know what I'm saying, another guy, a limply, big, long, athletic guy, you know what I'm saying. It's things that we could be doing, but you're catering too much to playing. That's my man, that relationship, buddy ball. And instead of building around that buddy ball, you're supposed to be building around the New York Knicks organization. That's how we're going to get to a championship. Building around what's on the front of the chest and not worried about what's on the back. But if you're worried about what's on the back, you need to be building around Brunson. If that's Brunson's man, you should have already had him in this organization so we could feel like yesterday we did do something.
Yep. I agree with you on that, Boogie. And I think the reason why we haven't seen Fournier get moved yet is because they're going to hold off on him because that salary is so attractive for these larger deals. So I don't see them wanting to move Fournier unless it's for a guy like Dame or a star player, because that'll be easy to match salaries if they want to make a move like that. So I think Fournier would be probably one of those guys that you won't see getting moved instantly. I don't think they'll be in a rush to do so. And he's also expiring, so a team will want that. I think we're going to end up seeing, other guys get moved. Like I said, Obi will probably be out of here. unless they kind of work out the minute situation. I don't think he wants to stay here any longer. But even if we did get Dame, my issue right now, even without even thinking about that, is still the issue that we all know, which is the wing. We still haven't addressed that position. If you're gonna run it back, right, you're still gonna end up having guys like RJ on Jimmy Butler, and we saw how that went last series. I'm not taking a dump on RJ Barrett, but he cannot guard the threes in the league. Like it would be the same thing if we played any other team with a star wing. I think RJ needs to slide back down, but that's just me personally. But I think that the wing position still needs to be addressed. It hasn't been addressed. So why go out looking for Dame? I know the wings are scarce in the league, but we need to at least get a wing that's competent and not rely on a guy like RJ Barrett or Josh Hart, who's an undersized three, to guard guys like Jimmy Butler and Kawhi Leonard.
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
have a question for the panel. How realistic is the Paul George coming to New York now that he's asking for an extension?
I mean, honestly, look, I mean, I know I see Nice shaking his head. I know there's some people that aren't in love with the whole Paul George thing because of his age and his health track record. But I will say, if the Knicks are at all serious about jumping in on this Dame thing, if they serious on jumping on Dame with the amount of money that we just went through right now and knowing what's left, then nothing's off the table. You know what I mean? They in on everybody if that's the case. So, and that you already heard that there was rumors of them wanting to be a part of this James Harden thing. Not because I obviously I don't think they want James Harden. I think they want to be involved with the Clippers to be that third team to get some of the spoils, which really is Paul George. I think it's a real thing, and I think the only thing honestly we're waiting for is Monday. If I was a betting man, I don't know nothing with these Knicks because Leon has not shown me anything yet. I've said it many times already. I haven't seen him work yet. I've seen him build off of relationships. I haven't seen him put that work in. But Monday is when RJ, I think, is available to be off of the poison pill. So then you can trade RJ in that fashion. And I will find out. I mean, and it also shows you, let me tell you another thing. If they bring in Paul George, it tells you about this team and who they're really listening to. Because, you know, Julius Randle and Paul George are cool. It lets you know a lot. And it also tells you that Julius ain't going nowhere. So that's what I think. Let me just read a couple of these super chats real quick and just shout out a couple more people that have joined up. Dunris Gallman, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Corvello, my guy, appreciate you. Your first time being here in the chat. Thank you for showing love and supporting the show. He threw his own thing out there before. He said, make a 3-way deal with the Nets in Portland. Blazers receive RJ, Fournier, and picks. Nets get Lillard and Toppin. Knicks get Bridges and Dinwiddie. Oh, man, from your lips to God's ears. It'll never happen, but I would be all in on that. That would be great.
It'll never happen because the Nets won't want to give up Bridges, and then Dinwiddie's up for extension, I believe, too. So you're gonna keep Dinwiddie on the roster when you have to pay IQ as well. I don't see it happening, but it's a nice offer. I just don't see it happening.
Dinwiddie, we might just be able to give him some stock or some free Subway sandwiches. He's taking Bitcoin, so I mean, it might not be that hard.
He already doesn't like the Knicks, Ron. Remember, he doesn't like the Knicks. He already made shots.
That's a fact. That's a fact. He does not like the Knicks. Shout out to Sharice Duncan. Thank you for being here. It's your first time. We appreciate you tuning into the show. Hopefully you like what you see. Keep coming back. And everybody here, we got 233 people in the chat. We are rocking you. Hit that like button. Show your love for the show. This great panel we got, our Knicks, and hopefully they do something. But you know what? We here no matter what. We still Knicks fans.
Hey, Ron,
shout out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Jay Boogie.
No, I'm just gonna say this is what I'm talking about when you got a person that's in your organization and you need to make moves and do your moves and take advantage of the situation now. Brunson's situation is right now. on this contract, and it's going down. His contract he signed is going down. We need to be taking advantage of his contract. You see what the Lakers is doing? The Lakers are stacked right now. And right now, if the Lakers play Denver right now, I would put my money on the Lakers because they played them closer to them each and every game. But what they're doing is they know this is LeBron's last year with the Lakers. He know he want to go play with his son. And the Lakers are not going to be in position with his son. So what we're doing, while we got this guy, I'm building everything and putting every piece around this guy to do what we got to do to try to win us a championship right now. And this is what you would want and expect for our office to be doing, is doing what's necessary for Jalen Brunson if you're going to build around a person. But you're not doing it, man. Yo, shout out to Linka, man, over there in that office over there, the Lakers. I'm not a basketball hater because I love the Knicks. I just love to see dudes put in that work, on the court, and I don't mind giving props to somebody when they're doing what they're doing in the office, even if they are rivals or even if they are rivals or not. I'm not a hater. And the Lakers is putting in that serious work. They just brought Russell back, and they still ain't brought Reeves back yet. They That's how you maneuver the money.
Listen, Jay Boogie, that's fair. That's fair. Look. The Lakers got a good one in Rob Pelinka, and people around the league love Rob Pelinka, and Kobe loved Rob Pelinka. So that shows like the player aspect. Other players like, what you mean he liked them that much? Like they had a really strong relationship,
right?
So that's probably why the Lakers are able to make these moves, man. Look, that's what I talked about with relationships. It's okay to have relationships; it can work for certain players, but if you're gonna be about relationships, then you better cultivate them relationships to work for you no matter what. Because on the flip side, this is when we're the Knicks holding the bag. Like, look at all these players going everywhere, and nobody wants to come to the Knicks. You're gonna do it all the way. Shout out to D-Ras. Salute to you, my brother. Something in Clove. I forgot what you like to put in there. My bad. I don't remember. Good to see you. Anthony D in the building. Salute. He says, who cares if we win a championship? I'm surprised you saying that. I mean, I guess you just want us to be able to build and keep getting better and see what happens from there. But shout out to Anthony D, guys. Support Anthony D on Blorange Tears Network. Old School Knicks on Sundays, I think around 11 a.m. or 11:30 every Sunday. So tomorrow he should be on. Check that show out. Really good stuff, man. Give you a little bit of the new with the old school.
Trade me that first pick, AD.
Yeah, he got that nice and smooth thing. This is how we take the old from the new. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all young whippersnappers don't know nothing. Yeah, anyway, Anthony Brown in the building. Salute.
In my on fantasy.
Oh, you trying to make a deal happen? I see you. I see you.
That pick, AD.
Shout out to D Nice in the building. Appreciate you. Bo Ismail is here. Dermot O'Sullivan is here. Thank you for being here. I might have mentioned you earlier, but once again, I'm gonna show you love if it's your first time being in the chat. Appreciate you and subscribing. Appreciate all of that. OG Face, what's good to see you. Appreciate you as well. He said we got to go hard for one of these players like Pascal Siakam, Brandon Ingram, Zion Williams, DeMar DeRozan, Chris Middleton, and Russell Westbrook could play off the bench for us. I mean, it all sounds good, but once again, the Knicks are a little handicapped when it comes to money. So they would have to figure out, a way to make a trade for these guys. And it's all about what these other teams want. Do they want to deal with the Knicks? And do we have what they want back? Because they might be asking for more than what we want to give up. Because we don't want to handicap ourselves either. You bring these guys over, then they got nobody to play with. We don't have a lot of money to work with because remember, we're still on the line for the money. How can we really build around the team to fill out the roster?
All and just a response to that, Ron.
Go ahead, brother.
Just a response to that. I'm with you on that, but like all those players for the most part are like not going to be available. Pascal Siakam, we know the Raptors are like trying not to give us. They're trying not to give us anything, and they don't want to trade any players, regardless of Fred VanVleet leaving. I think that you'd see Pascal if he does get shipped off, go to a team like the Hawks who need a 4 now. I think that they'd rather move him there and get some return from the Hawks. They have a lot of young players at wing position. If they do lose OG Anunoby or somebody like that, Brandon Ingram and Zion, we already know that the Pelicans are trying to make the playoffs. I don't see them moving off of either one of those players. DeRozan, same situation with Chicago. They want to try to run it back, which is why they haven't moved off of anybody, and they just re-signed Vucevic, and Middleton also just re-signed. And Westbrook, I don't know what he's doing. That's the one guy I say you could probably get, but what's the point in getting Westbrook when you already have Grimes, IQ, and these other guards coming off the bench?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Also, well, you know what? I mean, we're going to continue to talk about this as we go. You got 212 people here right now. Smash that like button. Show your love for the show once again. Let that algorithm, YouTube, know that we here and we rocking. But shout out to my guy, Will Salkin, because this is another one of the topics for today's show. He said, congrats to D Rose getting one more contract to babysit in Memphis. Guys, how do y'all feel about Derrick Rose going to Memphis? You know, I don't think it can be talked about enough. It might go under the radar how important Derrick Rose to the culture and the climate of these New York Knicks, how big of an impact he just has in the NBA overall. Everybody respects and loves Derrick Rose. It's something about him, and they love to be around him. And we had him on our team, being able to talk to our young guys. And even though he's an introvert, he still has learned to be a lot more outspoken, and he has given off wisdom to these young guys. And he's been a locker room, person that has been of the same ilk for us, like Herb Williams was. Really good dude to have, and now he's gone. And we don't have anybody. I looked up and down the roster last night with Eru. We don't got anybody like that now. So he's going to be sorely missed. What do you guys think about him going to Memphis? Wiz, you still here? You might be doing something. Okay.
I was going to wait it out for him, but yeah.
Nah, that's okay.
I was going to wait.
What's your thoughts on Rose up and getting up out of here and going to Memphis? Not leaving, but we basically didn't give him a choice. Can you hear me, John?
I didn't know you sent that to me. My bad.
Oh, my bad. Your thoughts on Rose?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great situation for him. I mean, he goes back to his college roots. He's able, he knows the area. He knows that he still has some, close ties in Memphis. So it'll be great for him. Now, will the team sort of circle back and allow him to be that, locker room leader? I don't know. I don't know how far off they've gone with Ja. You know what I mean? Ja seemed like he had control of that locker room. So you see, Steve Adams didn't really have anything to say regarding what was going on over there in Memphis. So, and he's their senior guy, right? So I just don't know. I think it's going to be good for Derrick Rose. Now I don't know what it's going to look like for the team though, as far as, because he's not going to play a lot of minutes, maybe none at all. But I think it's for him it's good. I don't know what it looks like though in the long run.
Got you. Jay Boogie, what do you think about him going? Us losing his locker room presence, and now him going to Memphis and becoming a piece of their locker room presence.
I thought that that's great for both sides. That's great for Rose, and that's great for Memphis. You know what I'm saying? Like John just said, and now he going back to his college roots. He know the area, but it's two guys. It's two guys that got money. You know what I'm saying? For something else out of basketball, and that's Van Vliet and that's Derrick Rose. They was brought to both of them organizations for leadership, and the most important player on their team is so much like Derrick Rose and Ja Morant. That is the most important player on their team. And the more big brother, wisdom you can have for that guy, it's only going to make Memphis that much better. I know they brought Smart over there, but it also gives Smart a time to allow himself to just focus on basketball at times, because I have my big brother Rose over here. I thought that was great for Derrick Rose to be, the Rose, you're not done far as wearing the uniform. You still have some more impact on the game. And what's most important of the impact on this game that you can give Ja Morant is definitely, needed for us to go ahead and be willing to give you a contract, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate Derrick Rose for everything that he has done for the Knicks organization, everything that he brought to the team, leadership. Even that year when he came, he got traded. He laid it all out on the line for us when we played in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Derrick Rose has gave us everything that he can pretty much give. But now for him to be able to sit back, you know what I'm saying, and relax, this the basketball gods paying Derrick Rose back. Some of them years, and you know what I'm saying, that he wasn't allowed to be on the court because he was fighting and dealing with injuries. So, you know, God bless, you know what I'm saying, to Derrick Rose and his family, you know what I'm saying, going out there in Memphis. And we still have your phone number over here, Derrick Rose, you know what I'm saying. We're still going to use you for conversations if we need to. Basketball players, because they're in different cities, they do call one another and rock with one another. So you're still going to be in our phone catalog over here. But blessings to you and your family, man. And I think it couldn't happen to a better guy to go over there and show Ja Morant and Dane and Bane over there some more leadership on what it is to appreciate being inside the league, because they got the most expensive backcourt it is in the league right now between Bane and Ja Morant, the most expensive.
Yeah. Sam, you were gonna say something before your thoughts?
Oh no, I'm good on that. I was just gonna say, as far as the Derrick Rose thing, you know, I'm a Memphis fan, so it's fun to see a guy who I watched as a kid, you know, take them to the national championship. They did lose to Mario Chalmers. Can't stand Kansas, but they did lose to Mario Chalmers in that national championship game. And Derrick Rose has shown that he's a proven leader. Even though he's soft-spoken, he still like commands respect on every team he's been on. As Jay Boogie said, he's going to mentor those guys. They just picked up Marcus Smart. So having Derrick Rose and Marcus Smart in that locker room, I think will do wonders for that organization. And then if you guys think about it too, with Ja Morant being suspended for 25 games, there actually is a chance that Derrick Rose might play at the start of the season. I'm not going to say that he's going to start. I think they'll put Marcus Smart at starting point guard, but Derrick Rose could actually play for that team for the first quarter of the season due to Ja Morant being suspended for 25 games. So I'm excited for Derrick Rose. Glad he gets to go back to the 901, and I hope he does good this season.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
I forgot about that. That's a great point about that suspension. Yeah, he might get some. Yeah. That's a great point.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, but all right. I don't want to steal nobody's thunder. Nice, you here?
Yep, I'm here.
Did you want to weigh in? Is there anything? I mean, I know you working. Do what you got to do. But if you want to weigh in on,
yeah, I'm here. Don't worry.
He back shaving, man. He ain't working. He back there shaving. You know what he's doing.
I'm just going to say this, and this is for Jay Boogie. There's rumors that after Derrick Rose left, he told the New York Knicks, "Hey, delete my numbers." All right.
But see, that's them. See, I got personal relationship with. I'm talking about. I'm talking about them.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Hey, I just wish nothing but the best for Derrick Rose. I feel so happy for Derrick Rose and everything. At least them giving him more opportunity, and that's a great thing, because everything that Derrick Rose let's say shows is that he's not disgruntled. He's gonna bite the bullet. He's not gonna make the organization worse. He's not gonna throw the dirty laundry of that organization. So it's a beautiful thing that any organization out there, whenever they hear Derrick Rose, they be like, why not? It's not only Memphis. I'm pretty sure there's many teams that would have given them the opportunity on Derrick Rose. But it's a lovely thing, and that's what a lot of players need to adjust to. You know, give the best attitude and just keep on winging it, because it's going to work out.
And shout out to Kerry Cox too. He broke the news, and I double checked it to update it. But yeah, he is correct. Brook Lopez, like I said earlier, I knew that Milwaukee was going to try to run it back, so he'll be back there 2 years, $48 million on the contract. So they're going to try to run back that same team. I never saw Milwaukee trying to break it up. Their time frame is now. They've got those guys. Brook Lopez aging. Middleton, he's up there. He's older than Giannis at least. I think he's about 31, turning 32 this season. So their window's now. So they're trying to keep Giannis there and get him to sign that extension. So that's a good move by them.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, they that type of team. I don't know. I'm a little confused what they got going on over there, but whatever. That's Milwaukee. They're a little. I still don't understand why Budenholzer is out, especially if you're going to run it back. I don't know, but whatever.
Real quick, Ron. If you ever want to hear Derrick Rose drop some major jewels, go look at the Math Hoffa podcast.
Oh, I saw it.
when he had him up there. He'll break down some jewels on you that you didn't even know. Even from the point where, when people question about his hat that he be wearing, he reversed the hat and he showed you how the Liberty Bell looked like the Liberty Bell. He breaking down how he's free from all the other things he was going through in life. You know what I'm saying? If you want to hear Derrick Rose drop some jewels outside of basketball and really hear him speak, go listen to that podcast. And shout out to Matt Hoffa, man.
Facts.
Even though he punched that dude in the face and made his career.
Hey, battle rap, it's real out there.
It's real.
Wiz, you here?
Wiz going through Laker traffic,
man.
I
think he's in the LA traffic. He's not.
Wiz out here picking up fares.
Man, Wiz is trying to recruit Dame Lillard. Tell him to stop.
You don't even know how much money he really making.
Well, fellas, I just want to say I appreciate you all. I'm going to jump off this and hang out with the team over here at DK. They already got it started. So appreciate you all, man. Have a blessed day. Blessings to all y'all.
Hey, John,
man, I appreciate you, John.
Hey, John,
salute, John.
Say real quick, man, we appreciate you and everything that you're doing, especially when you and Ron be doing y'all thing on Mondays, man. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate and salute you too, man. We know you family tied up a lot of times, man, but just to let it be known, man, we appreciate you too, man, as you be hosting and entertaining us, man.
Appreciate y'all. More to come.
Hey, man, enjoy yourself. Tell everybody I said hello. And really, I love what you do with your show. And that other guy you work with, he's fantastic. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, the other guy.
Hi, brother.
The other guy.
You got Wiz back. You got Wiz.
Oh, yeah. As soon as I start talking about myself, Wiz want to come back. Yeah, all right.
I gotta change the narrative out there. I gotta change the narrative.
Well, before you change the narrative, what's going on with what's your thoughts on Derrick Rose and the loss? Him moving on.
I think it's a beautiful thing. Of course, basically a little bittersweet because I love D Rose. At the same time, opportunity to play, but also it's like going to be a direct impact on the young players. With our young players, it's tough because they're all good kids. They're all doing the right thing. They all have great work ethic. So for him to be there right now, especially with the John situation going on, to see him there and his philosophy about helping the youth. You've seen him in his real life. He's doing stuff that's just about taking care of others. It's the perfect situation for him, I think. I couldn't think of a better situation for him than Memphis. I was shocked, and then I realized, wow, what's he going to do for them? And, man, that could be the missing link right there for them to take that next step. But mostly of all, to raise, quality young men, with great respect for others and society and how to do it right, how to play the game right, how to live life right. I'm more happy than sad, because D Rose is such an icon. I mean, I've been impressed with that guy from rookie year. I was like, that guy is a freak of nature, and then I'm even more impressed with him now as a human than I was as a player. So that's how amazing I think he is. So I'm happy, man. I'm happy.
Yeah, no, he definitely deserves it. And so I stayed quiet because I didn't want to steal anybody's thunder. I'd be saying too much, and then when other people want to speak, I already said it. I was trying to stay quiet, but good thing is none of y'all said what I was about to say. So and shout out to Jay Boogie for bringing that up with the Math Hoffa podcast. Yeah, Derrick Rose definitely shared a lot of things about himself, and I definitely think that him going to Memphis is huge. I think it's a much bigger than people might think on the surface. I think Derrick Rose's upbringing, what he's been through, is very similar to what Ja maybe has experienced as well, or what he's experiencing with some of the people that he's been around. And I think Derrick Rose will be somebody that Ja can definitely look at and say, we got similar games. He was that type of player that I am now. And he also understands the streets the way I know the streets these days. So I think that'll definitely help Ja. The other thing that I forgot for a second, but when we was talking about it last night with Eru, let's not forget there's another person that's going to help change that culture over there in Memphis. They got Marcus Smart. So between the combination of Marcus Smart and Derrick Rose, they're going to get Ja right. I think they're going to get him right. And I think Memphis is going to be a problem. You gotta watch out for Memphis. Because it's just, I think it's gonna help them overall, and really might get Ja focused on who he needs to be in this league and take his game to the next level consistently. And stop worrying about the BS. You're young. I get it. People are young. They want to do what they want to do around their peoples. They want to enjoy themselves. I mean, these are young guys that are multimillionaires, that are, not used to having this type of money, this type of access to things, and just being able to have fun and enjoy their life. So, but I think these two gentlemen are going to help him understand what's important. And if you want to have this type of life and sustain this type of life, this is how you carry yourself, and this is what's most important: playing ball, doing what you got to do. The extra stuff, it'll always be there. You might have to give up some things and take some sacrifices, but at least you'll be able to do it whenever you want for a long period of time. You're setting your family up too. So just something to think about. Let me see. Get my
Ron about that. You know, I'm gonna pick a low number because he has more than this. I'm gonna pick, $10 million is life changing, and in some way, at least a one or two generational changing in people's mind, because you can literally, if you live somewhat conservatively, have an amazing life with $2 million, right? From 25 on, right? You literally could. So to have what he has already accumulated, he literally could be, I'm not saying he is, but there are people, cats out there that young age and be like, why am I going to need more than 50 million for the rest of my life? I'm good. I'm going to do what I want to do. And so be it. Things fall apart. I got 50 mil in the bank. I got my mansion. My mom got a house. And everything else from there is gravy. I just spend, $500,000 a year. And that's 100 years of living with 50 mil without even interest, right? So it's almost, so it can be rationalized away that he'll still dismiss even the best of advice and surroundings and support, because that mentality could be, I came from the streets and we had nothing. Now I'm living off $1 million a year. I'm okay. I don't need 250 mil. I don't need $500 million looking like LeBron does, because he may not be thinking also about extending beyond himself and his family. Where cats are buying houses for, single mothers. I forgot who just the 100. I forgot his name. I forgot his name. He's a player who wasn't even a superstar, who bought 125 houses so far for single mothers. And like LeBron trying to start a school and trying to start this different organization.
You talking about work done, Wiz?
Yes,
I know
exactly.
he's doing that in Atlanta.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to dismiss that possibility, but it's better to have some like Smart and Rose in his presence to at least take a chance to guide him towards that kind of lifestyle.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Wiz. And I just want to say, I don't want to put too much pressure on the young man, because he is a young man. And, we all have gone through moments in our lives where we may not have made the best decisions, and we didn't have the best wisdom to help, guide us. Of course, we weren't necessarily in his position, because maybe we would have done something a little different, but we all had our own thing. And, you don't want to put too much burden and too much expectation on him, but he does need to understand, not only if he's not thinking about it, the importance to his family, how he looks to them, what he represents in them, but also what he represents for the NBA and for the Memphis Grizzlies. It may not be one of those things that he considered before, that he cared about, but you're in that situation. It's like Charles Barkley did as much as he could to tell y'all, I'm not a role model. He did commercials about it, but people love Charles Barkley. You can try your best to say, look, I don't want to be involved in all these issues. Don't look at me for the answers. I'm not the one who should lead by example. Sometimes it's not up to you. Sometimes because of who you are, how you play, and the fact that you got a big voice, you got to be that guy. And Ja has been that person over there for Memphis. Even though he's young, he's the star player, and that's just how it is. And other players, other young kids coming up in the league, going through high school and college, are going to be looking like, Ja is nice. I want to be like Ja, or I want to be able to play like Ja or play against Ja. Like that's just, he's that guy now. So, Yeah, it's one of those things. We gotta see how it all turns out. But I hope for the best for the young guy, and he's got a lot of time to really turn it around. But he's got to start doing it now, baby steps. Can't turn it around overnight, but he can do it. Shout out to the chat. Once again, I appreciate you guys. Jay Sims is in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. If this is your first time, appreciate you. He said, tired of seeing moves and we have no inclusion year after year. I know it's very tough. It's very stressful. David Piccolo is in the building. Salute. He says, I want to see how Vincent fits in LA. Yeah, I'm curious too. I mean, I will tell you, he might fit their system because they're looking for a little bit more offensive firepower. I think they play sound enough defense. They got some strong defensive players over there. They'll be okay on the defensive end. I think they're okay. But the ability to be able to score and get hot at certain points when maybe some other guys don't got it, maybe that gives them the edge that they're looking for. This is a 3-point league these days, so maybe that's what they need. Shout out to A Salamo. Thank you for being here. He said, you know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for rocking with us. Hit that like button if you haven't already. My guy Quiet Money's in the building. Salute, Quiet Money. Good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well. BBall is in the building. Salute. What's good? He said Dame request a trade to Miami. What is done? Well, first off, he requested a trade, not necessarily to Miami, but I know Miami is the preferred destination for a lot of guys. He said, what is Donovan Mitchell doing to better his situation? Throwing first pitches at Shea is goofy. That's why I'm starting not to feel bad for the kid. No, I hear you. I understand. We just want him to come out and say, I want to go to the Knicks, make it happen. If he was ever going to do it, now's the time before the new CBA, and then you can't do that stuff. So come on, Donovan. Luis Ramirez.
Still up on Donovan. That don't mean that New York is New York. He been hanging out with that dude over there with the Nets. They've been at games and everything. They've been going around town hanging out. So, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like we just in New York by ourselves, even though we are the New York. But the Nets is over there too. And they got somebody that's in their office that's willing to do any and everything at all given times. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never seen nobody, you know what I'm saying, bringing them the type ball players he don't brought in and get rid of them just like it ain't nothing and be right back, like, you know what I'm saying, where everybody thought the Nets was out, they right back. Right back. So don't think Donovan just, you know, it's just New York Knicks. He over there hanging out with Bridges too now.
That's I'm a little bit
true.
We actually look at it from a different perspective. We think because we're better now and we're competitive, that's the destination we want to be at. And then we use people like Hart and Donovan. Those are more exception than the rule. Who guys who are saying, I want to be in New York in the Garden. Not even Donovan doesn't say the Garden, but like Hart wanted to be here. But he had ties here. He had the East Coast, Northeast. He has Brunson. You know, he saw what the impact he made, and he's feeling good when the New York fans welcome him. So there are cats out there who don't really put down New York as a destination. So even if he does come here, Dame, he may want to stay unless we definitely have a clear path to championship. So it's not gonna, MSG alone won't do it. New York fans definitely won't do it because you see how hard we are sometimes. So I'm a little concerned sometimes, and we're looking at those guys. And then, of course, Thibodeau. You know, I wish they had not gone anonymous, but they had put out the players who said, I don't want to play for Tibbs. Wish they had put the names out, call them out, you know, throw them out there.
Yeah.
What did you do? And then guys come up, yeah, straight up. Sorry, Tibbs, I'm a guy. You know, I'm just saying. And I love guys like, if you know, who just kind of want to be here would say it without feeling like, you know, they're doing anything, you know, against their own team. And there are guys who have said it. I mean, obviously Zion has said it. I forgot who else said it the other day, where he goes, man, New York. I mean, obviously Curry, Steph wanted to be here back in the draft days. I mean, he called it out like, you know, yo, New York's a nice spot. They need a point guard. They play the style I like. Well, D'Antoni at the time. I don't know if he want to play with Tibbs right now. So I'm a little anxious. And obviously my anxiety about the Knicks not getting somebody and doing a move and running it again, even though last year I wanted to run it back again. And I wouldn't be upset if they run it again. I'd just be a little concerned because I just see stronger guys out there. So, yeah. New York, maybe the destination for us and for a couple of cats, but a lot of guys may want to be here, and I'm worried about that too.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. Shout out to Agent Super Argo. Appreciate you. I got a couple super chats I'm gonna read in a second. Shout out to Chef NYK. I appreciate you. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Andrew K in the building. What's going on? Hope you're doing well, man. It's been a minute. It's good to see you. Let's see who else. There's a couple other people. Craig Robinson is in the building. Salute to you, Craig. I don't think I mentioned you already. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. And I was saying, shout out to Luis Ramirez. Thank you for being in the chat. If this was your first time, thank you for being here. If you're returning, then welcome back. He said, bring in Russell Westbrook for a 2-year contract. We can get him cheap. This is a possibility. I don't know if that's the move that I want. I mean, it's not horrible. But there's certain things I want to consider first before we get to Russell Westbrook. But we'll see. Shout out to Fitzroy S. Wedderburn. Thank you for being here. If it's your first time being here, I appreciate you tuning in to the show and being in the chat. If you've been here before, then thank you for returning. He says, I thought this was a Knicks channel. What the heck is going on? Why are we talking about Memphis for? Let us focus on our team. Memphis don't care about the Knicks or the Knicks fans. Well, listen, even though this is a Knicks channel, we're also basketball fans, right? That's one. And two, Derrick Rose is going to Memphis. And for a lot of us, Derrick Rose meant something while he was here. You know, you got to appreciate your players and understand that, you know, we acknowledge that we cared about them while they were here. We wish nothing but the best for them. But, you know, Derrick Rose's contributions may not necessarily be on the court for Memphis that much. He may get some burn over there because their jobs is suspended. But I'm looking at more of his impact, you know, with these young players and teaching them what they need to do to succeed in the NBA and how they should, you know, help carry themselves in the spotlight. And that's what he was doing for our young players over here as well. Because say what you will about this Knicks team, our young players were pretty much well-mannered. They do what there's no off the court curricular activities that we're worrying about with them. So, and that all points to the climate. So us talking about Derrick Rose and his impact here also correlates to his impact somewhere else, and somewhere else where they need him, and his impact is important. So that's why, you know, I never want to be in a position where we can't talk about things that are basketball related outside of New York, or in a way where we can't talk about some other stuff that's sports related that may not affect the New York Knicks. We should be able to have good open dialogue no matter what it is. And don't forget, I'm also the host of the NBA Report on Nothing But Knicks. So you can see me talking about more than just the Knicks as well, if that ever interests you. But thank you for being here, Fitzroy. And this show has been on for 3 hours. Believe me, we've been talking about the Knicks. So, so you know, but I hear you. Now let me get to these super chats real quick. A shout out to iGamer. Thank you for being here. Tekla Rory Williamson Frankson. That's a hell of a name right there. Thank you for being here. If it's your first time, we appreciate you showing love. And shout out to Reek, my guy Reek. Thank you for being here. But these two super chats real quick. Shout out to Walter Blackman. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, my brother, as always. You know, you don't have to do any of this, but if you do, all I can say is thank you so much for the love and support you show the show. Thank you, as always. And shout out to my guy, Alan Alford, once again for the generous super chat. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. He said, you're 100% Boogie. Hart cost us Cam and a number one. Cam cost us Knox and a lotto pick plus a number one. So that's 2 picks plus Cam for Hart, all on Tibbs. Well, all on Tibbs and the front office.
The front, yeah.
But yeah, I hear you, my brother. Facts. What were you going to say, Nice?
Yeah, I was about to say that there's a lot of things that we could learn from what's actually happening to Ja Morant. It's not all the craziness, it's more business. Like, they understand that Ja Morant being out of the conversation, less people is going to be showing up because Ja Morant is one. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, rock on. We hear you.
Hey, Jay Boogie, I see you like not even moving. I'm like, oh my God,
Nah,
did I
nah,
pose?
I'm on the internet, man. I'm looking for
Oh
breaking
yeah, I'm
news.
about to say yeah.
Pat Bev just went on
We trying to
breaking.
refresh.
I'm everywhere
All
right
right.
now.
I'm like, hey, am I missing something? What happened? Nah, I'm just playing. But just like I was saying, like there's a good thing that we could see from the John Moran perspective. This is showing pretty much the whole league and the whole organization, all the fan base, how much power does an actual player has. Because if a player is not involved, especially in the magnitude that John Moran is at, that's a lot of money. They looking at it like, you know how much money we losing. It's not only about John Moran; it's the people that wants to watch John Moran. So I'm just going to keep it simple. At the end of the day, yeah, we know that there's a lot of great players out there, but the impact that of a new generation, a new type of player that is coming up, those are the ones that I'm more interested in instead of those name brand that has been in the league over 10 years already.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
agree. Nice.
when you
I agree. Go ahead,
spoke
Boogie.
about the money situation. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's sad to see when you interfere with your own money. You know, he was on the Hulu. He knocked Dame off Hulu. As soon as this got hit, they immediately shut down that commercial. They shut it down. So you messing up your money, and then you messing up money that the organization is losing out because you're not being here. But it's one thing you could best believe. It's one thing you're not going to play with that NBA money. And that's why they came down with the hammer on them. You're not going to focus and mess with our money. You want to tear up your money and your organization money. But when it comes to this NBA money and these contracts, they dealing with trillions of dollars. Your organization dealing with billions. They dealing with trillions. You're not going to fuck up. You're not.
But think about it. If John Moran does something crazy that is going to push him out of the league, man, Memphis is going to be at a deep hole because to them, even though he was picked number 2, that's their number 1.
Hey guys, breaking news! Breaking news! Obi Toppin traded to the Pacers for 2 future second-round picks. Deal gives Toppin an opportunity to play in Indy. So they just the trade is official. They said it can't be completed until Thursday, but Toppin's out of here.
There you go.
Wow.
Listen, and that just points to what was really happening, man. And shout out to my guy John, my other half, man. He's like, things can be worked on, and never say never. But obviously, that situation between Obi and Tibbs just got too volatile. And this is only the stuff that we heard, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what else we didn't hear. The locker room practices and just how they go. They've been, because you guys remember there was a point where Obi was just, Tibbs was yelling at Obi like 2 years ago, and we all heard him and kind of like really chastised. No big deal. Coaches do that. Fine. And Obi took it. And Obi was saying praise and all good things about Tibbs, and like I'm learning and I'm understanding and whatever. But then we saw at the end of last year, not this past year, at the end of last year when Obi was dropping like high 30s and then he dropped 40. We was playing and they asked him what's going on. He's like, yeah, man. I mean, I'm just I was struggling with my confidence. Struggling with his confidence because he couldn't figure out how to please Tibbs and what to do to get the playing time to be out there. But towards the end of the season, when Julius decided to sit out because he wasn't hurt, right, and we just allowed these young guys to play, Obi got busy. Now, was it against the best competition? Who cares? The point is he played and he got busy, right, against his peers. So at that point, you see that if you're wondering if he was really affected by Tibbs and did it weigh on him with his confidence, it did, and he admitted it. Going into this season, we saw that we thought, Obi took steps in the summer league. He played good. I think he was one of the top players listed in the past summer league. And, he showed some things. He worked on some things. We saw some things when he came into this season. But then all of a sudden the playing time wasn't readily available. Understandable behind Julius. But we didn't find any creative ways to use Obi. Obi's offensive game. He didn't get a lot of ability. He didn't have a lot of opportunities to work on things on the court and show what he's been doing. And then who knows what Tibbs has been telling him with regards to his defense, because we needed Obi to play better defense. And fairness to Obi, towards the second half, the end of the season, and in the playoffs, Obi was playing solid defense at certain times, because even if you looked at the top defensive guys, if you look at the playoffs, Obi's defensive rating was one of the top at his position in the playoffs. Now, I know it might be limited touches and all that stuff, but he was playing better defense in the playoffs. So I think from Obi's standpoint, he's like, what do you want me to do? I'm trying to do what you want, what you need me to do. I can only do he's not blessed with the greatest defensive ability, even though he's athletic. So Obi's trying, and it just may not be good enough. And he's frustrated. He's not getting the minutes. And then Tibbs is a hard-nosed coach. So he's not going to coddle Obi. And that's what I say about NBA coaches. The job is to understand your personnel. You got to know how to deal with the stars. You have to know how to deal with the mid players. You got to know how to deal with the bench guys that are never going to get time. That's your job. You know what I mean? It's not just about winning. It's also about being a leader of men and being able to help these guys develop and grow, so that when their number is called on, eventually either they have it to help the team, or you've helped them so they can find their path somewhere else. I thought that's what coaching was about. I didn't think it was just about winning and bringing a championship to the team I'm on. I thought it was also to help players develop, and especially young players, and understand what they can expect in this league and how to better prepare them to be suited to play in this league, no matter if they're on your team or somewhere else. But, whatever.
I'm a little worried.
It's kind of crazy too, Ron, because I kind of predicted this, but I didn't want it to be true, because when I first got on, I said, looking at the John Collins trade, I figured that the most we were going to get was second rounders for him, but I didn't think that was, so I'm assuming that they moved off of Obi with that, in the sense of they're going to use, somebody said in the chat, which I agree with, cap space. So now we have a little bit more cap space. Interested to see what moves the Knicks make now, because they have to do something now with Obi being gone.
I think it's more to that. I feel like, in my perspective, I'm looking at Obi like he felt like they didn't appreciate him as much. Like, he was bowling out in the playoff. Like, we can't deny that, and we was expecting certain things that. Like his shots, Julius Randle shots to go in as Obi Toppin, and there was many occasions in the playoff that he was knocking down shots, and all of a sudden, hey, go sit in the bench. Julius Randle is coming in, and it's frustrating, because when you have a player that is actually trying, and you're not getting compensated on minutes, it comes to the point that other players may look at that like, is that an organization that I want to play for? Because if I'm doing all the right things and you want to play favoritism, and this is no knock on Julius Randle. At the end of the day, we are Knicks fan, and that's what we need to understand. Like, hey, whoever's producing, let him play, and whoever's not producing, it's not that we bashing on you. It's that, hey, you got somebody else that he's knocking shots when we need him. And that was the string that pretty much broke the camel's back, because you could see it right there. Like, in plain sight, they signed Obi Toppin brother. If they sign Obi Toppin brother, it's for them to have some type of clarification towards Obi, so that he could understand, hey, we appreciate you. But that appreciation for Obi Toppin's side wasn't enough.
Yo, my
no, go ahead, Wiz.
In Indiana and the Lakers got two cats who got oh man, they got some things to do to come when they come back to the Garden, man. I mean, Cam Reddish is with the Lakers and Obi's with Indiana. So Obi's going over to calling up Reggie Miller and be like, yo, get me into that mentality. Get me that mentality.
But
Yep.
I will say this. I'm interested to see, though, with Obi, is he going to even start there as well? Because if you think about it, I don't know if the Pacers bench Ben Mathurin, a first-round pick who they just drafted. They just paid Tyrese Halliburton extension $200 million. So he's solidified point guard, shooting guards there. And they also just got Bruce Brown, paying him 20-something mil a year. So I doubt they bench him as well. So I think Obi's going back to the bench there. I don't think he starts with Indiana, but he does get solid minutes. I'm just curious to see how many minutes he does get.
Right. Same with Cam. I think Cam with the Lakers won't get solid minutes. I mean, we'll get solid minutes. He won't get starter time. But I'm just saying the way their game is going to be displayed, the way the coach and the team around them are going to, react with them, and how their mentality will be, could be a game changer, man. I mean, Rue Hachimura is the one. I mean, when I saw Rue in the Lakers, I said that cat has got game, but Washington couldn't find it. And now with LeBron and AD, what their game could be like could be scary, because they could step up. So Cam may step up like nothing before on the Lakers, again as a 6th or 7th man, and then Obi coming off that bench. The way the faces are, I just don't want him to come to the Garden though and light us up. That's all I don't want to see, because it's gonna be a little painful. I know why.
Oh, it's gonna happen, my friend.
Oh man.
I believe Obi Toppin is in a better position with them than with us, because Pacers, they didn't even make the plan. So anything is up for grab. If you're going to compare Obi Toppin with Julius Randle, you know that Julius Randle is going to get his minutes. Ain't no question about it. But for a team that hasn't made the play-in, Obi Toppin is popping. They winning games and stuff. It's one of those, like, there's no roster for the moment that is settled for the Pacers. Anything is up for grabs.
But what does that say about the organization? That's more importantly to me than anything else. You know what I'm saying? Number one is you draft this guy. When everybody in the city, everybody in the organization knew we needed a point guard. But you didn't go get the point guard that is now as an all-star that averaged a double-double, and the same dude that you picked him over, you send that same dude from that same draft to play alongside with this guy. So, that's another draft pick that we don't have that we thrown away. That's 3 of them now. To shout out to my man that said that I was right about the mother two, but now let's talk. This is the 3rd one. I'm happy for Obi getting a new chance, a new start, because it's about this money. How am I going to secure my family? And me being here, and I got newborns, and I got families, and I don't know, I got to take care of things. It's not guaranteed about my brother, even though we was dumb enough to give him a 2-way without even seeing him do anything. You could have just put him on the summer league team and let you show me something before I sign you to a 2-way. So that plays back on the organization. What are we doing here? What is our outlook? What are we doing? What is our vision? You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy that this guy, that Obi has a new chance, and he has a chance to go and start with the Pacers. And the Pacers were far up in the play-in until Halliburton got hurt. If people don't remember, they was already making it. They was already, doing some damage in the league until he got hurt. So now you putting a dude that loves to run and fly up and down the court with a dude that loves to run and fly and push the rock. They're going to be running and gunning with Indiana all season long, and that's going to fit right into him. So now, what are you going to say if this guy takes off, and becomes something, what I'm saying, that we thought he could have been, but we allowed Julius to be here. I'm not mad about Julius being because he put on. But when Julius came off that bum season, and here you are, and you drafted this guy to come in, you should have moved Julius right then and there. That would have settled good for us. But when you didn't move Julius, and Julius, took off and became the all-star and all that, that became a wasted pick. And now we don't shifted that pick to Indiana. You know what I'm saying? Every time I turn around, I'm starting to get more wonders about, like, what are we doing inside our organization? Because let this guy pop. If this guy pop, it's going to spread around the whole league. New York had another guy up in there, and they let him go. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to treat their players. They can't see their players. They don't know how to open doors for their players. They don't know how to develop and all this and that. A lot of that's going to be said around this guy, especially if he pop, and then you sign his brother to try to ease him out, and then you trade him from your brother? Come on, man.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Listen, I don't know. Look, All right, let me say these two different things because they're two different things. First off, the Obi brother thing, Jacob Toppin, it's only one of two things. Okay, there's just no other way around it. It's one of two things. It's either Thibodeau's being spiteful, like Obi, we put our faith in you, try to develop you. You know, you're behind Julius Randle. I'm telling you what I want on this team, what I need you to do. You're not doing it the way I want you to do it. You're getting mad at me because other people are getting the time that you're not getting because I just can't see you playing anywhere else unless you improve certain things. So I'm going to stick it to you. I'm going to let you know. I see your brother. He got a game similar to you. Go ahead. We'll get you up out of here. We'll get what we need from your brother. Okay, that's one scenario. The other scenario, which is the one I like to believe is the right one. I watch a lot of Suits lately, guys. I don't know if that show Suits on USA, if you ever seen it. It's about a law firm and lawyers and all these different things. It's like a damn soap opera. One hand is always doing something different from the other hand, and this hand has consequences, and it affects this hand, and then this hand does something that affects this hand. All through the damn show. 8 seasons of that. I believe that Leon Rose understands that his legacy is still, even for what it is, still kind of tied to Obi. Obi was his first round draft pick. All right.
Yeah.
And he wanted Obi. But I think Leon Rose also is hands off when it comes to certain things. Thibodeau is the coach, and Thibodeau's got a problem with you, Obi, and you are out of here. But I told you before, you're my guy, and your brother wasn't drafted. And I told you I'd look out for your brother if he's available when we need him, or we could use him, like and put him on the team. And this is my favor to you. I'm going to get your brother on the team. All right. So at least you don't have to worry about your brother. I'm sorry. Tibbs wants you out, and it's his call. I can't really overturn it. So I think that's what that was. It was a favor to Obi that was probably already set up. They knew Jacob Toppin was coming out. They probably told him, look, you know, if he's available and you know, we can get him, we'll get him. And I think that's what that was. One just has nothing to do with the other.
All right. So now, looking at the East, a week ago, there are people celebrating about, oh man, Philly's going to be weaker, Bucks are weaker, Toronto's weaker. I started looking at who's weaker as far as the competitors. Now, Milwaukee's back to full strength because, you know, Brooks just signed up, right? So they got both Milton and Lopez back. So they're back to their squad that won the ring, right? And I don't know about that, whether or not they're stronger or weaker or about the same, because I don't know if Smart AP switch is a negative or positive or just a what. Philly may be challenged. But again, until we see what happened with Harden, with a new coach, I don't know, man. I'm worried. I'm not gonna say we're gonna get them. Indiana is stronger for sure. Technically, right now we're a little weaker. No matter how much, what do you think about Obi? We're a little weaker right now, right? Because there's no doubt he had some contribution, no matter what. It wasn't a negative, but he had some contribution. So I'm just looking along the East Coast. Miami, there's a debate, but there's a possibility they can make one move, and before you know it, they're like stronger. But to me, they're the same, because I think Gabe and Max and Strus are guys that they're gonna find. They just got a way to find those kind of guys. So right now, man, it's looking like we're where we were this past season, if not slightly weaker, because Orlando's coming up. I mean, I'm just saying that those cats are looking to make their move. So we have 2 or 3 teams behind us stepped up their game, and maybe one team ahead of us that's in limbo, whether they're going to be where they were or slightly below us, which means the movement could be anywhere from 4 to playing for us based on team strength right now.
That's fair. That's fair. Listen, Wiz, what you're saying is very true. And all I'm going to say to that is I agree with you. And that's the same thing I thought coming into this season. We looked around the league. We took a consensus of what these teams have done in the offseason. And we all put it to the test and said, man, who knows, man? The Knicks may be fighting for a play-in, but in the end, Knicks finished with the 5th seed, made it to the second round of the playoffs. So you never know what's going to happen, and you can't count the Knicks out. I know they make us go crazy, and we never know what the hell they're doing and if they're doing the right thing, but you just never know what may be down there on the horizon. And as much as teams make these moves, remember, it's not just about the guys you're getting in. It's also about the fit, too. Some of these things take longer to work out, and we may have we still have that window that we might be right. At least a lot of our guys are still here on this team. They got some chemistry, so we'll see what happens. Let me say shout out to Super Dope Hip Hop. Thank you for the generous super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Ruben Nunez is in the building as well. I appreciate you. But back to this, Pacers low-key top 5 league pass. Super exciting. The Pacers look like they're going to be a fun bunch to watch this year. And I will say that the Pacers situation is better for Obi, but when you look at it, it's not that great. It's not ideal. Obi still will be fighting for minutes. He should get more minutes, but he's going to be fighting for that starting role over there. And I wonder if the Pacers are still, considering getting rid of Miles Turner. We'll see. We'll see what happens, because now they have the ability that they could do that if they believe in Obi, because it looks like they are one of the teams that has always kind of liked Obi. So who knows? We'll see what they do.
I look at it like this, Ron. I look at it like this with the Pacers team, and that's kind of what I was hinting at earlier when I was talking about it. Was like, even with them trading for Obi, I don't know where he's going to start at. That's why I was responding to Wiz like that, because you just signed Bruce Brown. You don't pay a guy 20-something mil to come off the back of the bench. They also just drafted Jarris Walker, top 8. You don't draft a guy top 8 to not play him. So he's got to start as well. So I don't see Obi starting on that team. I think he's still going to come off the bench. He might be like their top guy off the bench, but unless they put Bruce Brown on there, which I don't see happening, I think he's going to be a 6th man for the Pacers.
Right. Some moves may be a defensive move that are defensive. Taking Obi off the Knicks could be the move rather than just putting Obi on the Cavs. So taking him off the Knicks may be a move that was like, he's an insurance policy for us, but one less player that maybe can handle ankle and come back right next season that they won't have in case he does pop if Randall is out, which normally does when Randall is out. He normally is game there. So it could be a move like that as well, where it's just a, hey, let's make my available for them for 2 second rounders. And whether he's 6th or 10th man on our roster, we got insurance and they don't. So that could also be a check back move for them.
Also, it could be that like Obi Toppin and the Knicks organization understand that Julius Randle is a freak of nature, man. This dude gets banged up, hurt, this and that, and he's still ready to play. You don't have that many players like that. So if something does happen and it's time for Obi Toppin to shine, Obi Toppin is going to have at least, hopefully, an adequate amount of time to actually show what he got.
Right. So I'm interested though. Like, who are the Knicks in doing that? That frees up a spot in the rotation. I know a lot of people are penciling in Divincenzo, but if that doesn't happen and somebody offers him the bag and he goes somewhere else, because it looks like teams are doing that this offseason, where do we go with that? Because now you don't have a backup 4, and you do.
It's just I don't know if it's the backup 4 that you want or that
everybody wants.
I was about to say who you about to say, Ron.
Jericho Sims should now get it. Technically, this would be Jericho Sims' time to step up and have some playing time. Who wouldn't be complaining like Obi is, because he wasn't picked high in the draft, and so he shouldn't have any expectations of minutes in that. But those minutes would definitely benefit Jericho Sims, and we saw when Jericho got minutes, he did do some good things out there. There's still some things he's learning, but this is how you know if I'm right. This is how you know if Jericho's in Tibbs' doghouse. If the Knicks do nothing when it comes to that power forward position, right? Because you know how the Knicks are funky. If Jericho don't get these OB minutes and you see Jericho still on the bench, and they start giving minutes at the power forward to like Josh Hart or something crazy like that, that tells you all you need to know about what Tibbs thinks about Jericho Sims. But that's our backup. He's a 6'9" power forward. He's not a center. So that's it.
D-Nice made a good comment. I just wasn't for sure. I didn't want to speak out of term. I wasn't for sure if Roby's contract was
that's a good point.
That's the only reason I didn't say that. But yeah,
he's a good point.
A solid backup as well.
And Roby gives the Knicks something that Jericho doesn't. So I think that what Roby's good at, and he can score a little bit, but I think Jericho could do some. If Jericho just focuses and learns the system that Thibodeau is running, whatever it is, I think Jericho could be a good piece for us. But I just don't know if he processes things quick enough to do that. Because there's some players that they process things a little slower than others. Julius Randle, we talk about him all the time. He's one of the better players in the league at his position, but he's slow to make a pass sometimes out of double team. Certain things that are going to happen, he doesn't necessarily make the right move, or he doesn't see what the defense is doing. Like, okay, so they're doing this to me, so that means I got to do this because this is open now. He sometimes is slow to get that. And Julius is a good player. So there's just certain players that see things differently. Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm just telling you that that's what we got. So Roby is good mention. Once again, Roby is there and Jericho Sims is there. So that's what we're rocking.
Do we get a trade exception? We should then from moving Obi.
I think we do get a trade exception. But thank you. Actually, you brought up something that I wanted to say to everybody again, especially those who may be just joining now. I know the trade does not seem sexy to everybody. You're like, damn it, a first-round pick, 8th pick overall. We got 2 second-round picks for him. But remember, what we also got is Obi's making $6,800,000 this year. That's the Pacers' problem now. Now that means that $6,800,000, the Knicks can use that to put towards whatever we already had to sign a free agent, or even use that money to help consummate a trade, because the Knicks were struggling with money. So that's part of the reason why they decided to do this trade, was not only to get Obi out of here, get something back for him, which is the 2 second-round picks, but also free up that almost $7 million, because the Knicks don't have a lot of money. So I know, guys, that's not sexy for the team. You're like, but if that $7 million goes towards something and that we can bring in a player, then you're going to appreciate it then. But let's just see what they do with it, because you know how the Knicks are, man. I don't know.
Hey, Ron, I only want just one person. One person, and it's not even a player. Whoever be picking undrafted players over there at Miami, that's the only person I want. Because just like that, we could get cheap players, give them the opportunity to shine, but at the same time, is talented players. I don't know who the bleep does Miami have, but they have that eyesight that they could see something special from teams that actually be passing on certain players.
They do a great job in picking guys, but also, man, it goes a lot further than him just picking guys. First, the guys that they pick are already willing, but a lot of credit has to go to their coaching staff. They have real developers over there. That's why they constantly develop. When you look down our bench, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't see no developing. And a lot of people put so much against Tom, but I always remind people, so when you come over here as a coach, most coaches bring their own squad. They didn't allow Tom to bring his own squad. You know what I'm saying? They put Woody in there just in case it wouldn't work out with him. Then they had Woody to fall on. Then Woody left. Then Payne left. You know what I'm saying? But since them 2 guys left, everybody just figured, you know what I'm saying, Johnny Bryant, the next dude. We need to fire him and get rid of him for Johnny Bryant. Johnny Bryant knows what? What does Johnny Bryant know? So, I say that because Tom has to do everything. He's developing the guys on the team, and he also got to develop the coaching staff. You know what I'm saying? So Tom is doing a lot of things that we don't give him credit for. But one thing I can say, we talked about it the other day about Roby the other day. We want to see that guy on the floor because that guy can bring a whole lot to the table. You know what I'm saying? He can catch and shoot. He can get it off the dribble. He can drive to the basket. He's athletic. You know what I'm saying? And he's switchable from the 3 to the 4. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that can do. So you know that could be right with Nice saying. You know what I'm saying? That could open the door for him. So we could say that $6 million and do something else. But that's only one spot. And you know, if Tom doing his thing, Tom like to go to 9-man rotation. Now only one spot is available. You know what I'm saying? For us to do any and other things, is another move is going to come about. Especially if we want to do something with Roby, especially if we want to do something with Donte, or we even think about bringing somebody else in. Somebody else is going to be leaving amongst the squad because Tom likes to, you know, do a 9-man rotation. And that fits him, and that's what pretty much all teams do, especially going into the playoffs. No more than 7, but stretch to 9. Tom used 9 during the regular season to get everybody ready and build up for the playoff. But one other thing, when Ron was talking about the office with Leon Rose and all that, I'm gonna give you some breaking news. What I do know for a fact, their beef started from at the draft, and the beef between Tom Thibodeau and World Wide West, it started because that was World Wide West's guy. I know this for a fact. That was West's guy, the Obi Toppin. Tom didn't want him. Tom wanted a guard, but Leon went amongst and went along with him and got to went and got Obi. So that's where that beef first started, you know, from the jump. You know what I'm saying? Just to let y'all know, you know, so being that that's over and said and done, you know, I could say something like that because now, you know, he's gone here and you know what I'm saying? It really doesn't matter. But that's where the beef first started during the draft. You know, Tom did not want him because he knew what he was doing and what he had with Julius, and he wanted a point guard, which we needed a point guard, but they went along, you know what I'm saying, and went and got Obi. And Obi was World Wide West's guy.
Right. Okay. Let me say these two things real quick. First off, shout out to Sherwin. Thank you. I think we're both right. I'm saying a couple different things because I'm not too sure about one, but I am sure about the other. So you are right in that we are still in the situation where we're over the cap. We don't have a lot of money to sign a free agent. We do have the mid-level exception, and I think we have another exception that we can kind of use towards a player. And now we just got a trade exception for Obi Toppin. So his $6.8 million now becomes a trade exception. So if we pull off a trade, that $6.8 million we can use to help match monies to bring somebody in. So it is still something that we can use that we didn't have before, but we can't use it towards a free agent. So thanks for helping me get the clarity. I just looked it up because I told you I'm no capologist. But Toppin's $6.8 million salary will go into the Pacers cap space while New York creates a $6.8 million trade exception, according to ESPN's Bobby Marks. There you go. So there's that. So I mean, it's still a benefit. It's not what everybody would love, but I'm sure the Knicks will figure out a way to use it. Hopefully. If they can actually consummate a trade without having a relationship. let's make good use of it somehow. I don't know how they will, but that's something. So thank you, Sherwin.
One more real quick. Shout out to Michael Jordan. He's spending that money before you get up out of here. 5-year, $260 million extension to Melo. I keep saying these extensions to these guards because you need to do something with Jalen Brunson's time. Because when his time comes, it's gonna be like Al Pacino told that dude in that garage, "Give me what you got. Don't waste my mother effing time."
I really love that part. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, IQ and Obi are my guys. I have to go quiet for 2 weeks. I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, it's tough. This is going a lot of people are a little confused right now. They don't know how to feel. Some people are like good riddance to Obi because you didn't really see the value for him. Others are like, wait and see, man. Once Obi starts to really get comfortable somewhere else under a different coach and a different system where he feels like he's valued more and doesn't have to worry about every single thing he does being scrutinized, you might see Obi take off. I'm not saying he's going to be a superstar. I'm just telling you he might look like, oh wow, Obi's got game. You might start to see that. Just don't be shocked, and understand that not every player fits every team, and what it's all about timing too. And Obi right now is probably not the best time for him to be a New York Knick with Coach Thibodeau being here. But let me do this, guys. One, because I need to take a little break to the restroom. Also, I feel like, shout out to Allah Wise for mentioning it, and it make me think about it. And while I got my guy here, I might as well do this. Hopefully, yep, I got it. Let me play this, and I'll be right back. Once it's done, we'll get right back into what we're talking about, and see where we're at, and if there's any other breaking news between now and then. But shout out to my guy Jay Boogie. You know how you do it. You know what you did for this man, and this is probably the last time we're gonna see this. So enjoy it. This one's for Obi, man. We miss you, Obi.
The winner of the 2022 AT&T Slam Dunk Contest from the New York Knicks. Let's hear it for Obi Toppin.
I figure I spread some love and some joy amongst us, you know what I'm saying? Represent for my young fella. Yeah, I'm Obi. When I put this on your head, I'm Obi. When I smash this on your head, I'm Obi. When I bang this on your head, I'm Obi. You know my name when I'm topping on your head. Last year they jerked us from the dunk test. This year I'm back, I'm Memphis. I hold it down my own, represent the city. All my Mars underground chat stay gritty. 5 times we winners on the showcase. Never mind the Reggies, let them all hate. From New York to Cleveland, All-Star Weekend. If I don't win that trophy, I ain't leaving. I'm 6'9", incredible with the vertical. Medical prints on the rim means I'm surgical. Posterize you with a flick cause you playing gutter. Same house like my dad when he played at the Rucker. How you wanted the alley-oop from out the roof. If I was Blake, I would've jumped over a new coupe. My shoe game by the greatest, so I stay sporting. Some OB hot toppings, so I went Jordan. That windmill from the wing, it'll make the garden buzz. Then take off with one bounce where Fat Joe was. The next morning, everybody saying it's my night. The great Warner Wolf be talking on my highlights. That one jersey be swerving through the back cuts. And I ain't drunk when I tell quick to throw it up. Get out my way, you ain't seen that no look pass. The next dunk, Mike Darrell talk and break your glass. When I put this on your head, I'm Obi. When I smash this on your head, I'm Obi. When I bang this on your head, I'm Obi. You know my name when I'm topping on your head, I'm Obi. When I put this on your head, I'm Obi. When I smash this on your head, I'm Obi. When I bang this on your head, I'm Obi. You know my name when I'm topping on your head. Last year they jerked us from the dunk test. This year I'm back, I'm Memphis. I hold it down my own, represent the city. All my Mars underground chat stay gritty. 5 times we winners on the showcase. Never mind the Reggies, let them all hate. From New York to Cleveland, All-Star Weekend. If I don't win that trophy, I ain't leaving. Y'all know what time it is. It's your boy Jay Boogie. I don't play no games with this. I support our team to the fullest, you know what I'm saying? But I only got one thing to say. Play the young kids, that's it. Y'all know where our future is at. The future is with them. Not in the past, not in the present, the future. Let's go. Let's go. When I bang this on your head, I'm Obi. You know my name when I'm topping on your head, I'm Obi.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Obi Toppin. Once a Knick, always a Knick. Hope for the best for him, man. And then hope whatever we got from Obi turns out to be something that, the Knicks can use to build upon. It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Say something real quick, Ron.
Yes, brother.
To that individual that, you know what I'm saying, that asked you to play that video. If you're still in the chat, if Ron can put the link back out, if you could come up here and maybe so I can meet you, or you can come up here and you can put your information, you know what I'm saying? So Ron can pass that off to me. I'll make sure I send you a $50 gift card, or I can cash app you $50, because that means a lot, you know what I'm saying, to me, you know, as far as you being a fan of the Knicks, and then, you know what I'm saying, being a fan of J Boogie and my music. That means a whole lot, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't know this. My little cousin played in that video with me, and he was like, man, I ain't got no hats, you know. And he had an all-black Levi suit on, and what he had on. So what I did was I gave him this hat to wear. I actually had this hat on all day. You know what I'm saying? And for that to happen to Obi, and then Ron played the video because you brought it up, that means a lot. So if there's any way you can get information to Ron where it is, my brother, I promise you, I'll make sure I send you $50, you know what I'm saying, where you could do something for yourself. Because J Boogie appreciate when people acknowledge my music, you know what I'm saying? Because I work hard on my music to provide for everybody, you know what I'm saying, to entertain everybody. And when you pull that one out the hat, man, behind the curtain, I was in tears, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, that track, I got to figure out how to remix that and send that to Indiana.
Facts. Well, shout out to my guy. I mean, you know, I'm sure you know who he is, man. You seen it. It's Allah Wise, man. Allah Wise is the dude.
Okay. Allah Wise, I don't have no information on you, but somehow, somewhere, I need to get some information. That's my guy, arm, leg, arm, head. You know, I always see him and everything. But yeah, Allah, I need to be able to, you know, show you my appreciation, man, because I appreciate everybody that be following, you know what I'm saying, my music, man, and keeping up with it for real, man.
Hey,
yeah,
J Boogie.
Otherwise, good dude. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, no disrespect, J Boogie. I love that music, man, and Ron, but never play that song again, man. Now I'm hurt that now it's actually hitting on me that we actually traded Obi.
Yeah, I know, man.
It's for some reason like it wasn't hurting all this time. It's like you having that girlfriend or having that love relative that you have, and it's like, oh, he passed away, or they dump you, and it's like it doesn't hit, and that next day, damn, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's why I said I was shedding tears behind him, man, because I was on my laptop thinking, and then all I heard was Ron said, well, being that I got him up here with me is only right. And I'm like, hold on, what is he talking? And then he talking about Ron with the crates, man. Ron got a crate full of music full of me, man. I appreciate
Jay
you.
Boogie, is that the moment that it actually hit you? Oh, shoes. We traded Obi. Oh, Lord, now I'm hurt, man.
I was going to trade him, but I wasn't thinking about the song that I did for him, man. He gave us our 5th title, man. We got the most dunk contests in the league, period. And the year before that, they tried to jerk him. That's why Harmonize, you know, last year they jerked us from the dunk test. You know what I'm saying? This year we back and we more vexed. Yeah, man. Dang, Obi gone, man. I have to do something. I'm gonna have to call Delight. I got his info.
Yeah. And you know, I'm mad about that because not for nothing. I mean, part of the reason why I keep that up here is because I like that joint. So I'm like, damn, I can't be playing my Obi joint. I'll be telling my friends that I'm Obi. They be mad. I'm like, yeah, I'm Obi. But I can't say that. Anyway,
play when he come back to New York because he gonna be topping on our head.
Yeah. He gonna have a moment for us. It's gonna happen. Shout out to the chat once again. Howard Harrison in the building. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Louis Eureka is in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you guys for tuning in and being in the chat, man. It's your first time. You know, I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you like the show and continue to come back. Yeah, man, it's gonna be weird, man. That's the weird thing, like with these guys. That's why I know the Knicks fans ain't ready. If RJ get traded, you Knicks fans ain't ready. You don't know what it's gonna be like to see him come back to the Garden in a different uniform. I don't know. But, yeah, that's a tough one, man.
I might got a lot of background noise.
Oh, you?
Yeah, sorry for that, guys.
Oh no, it's okay. Just
no, you're good. I just couldn't hear him.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sorry.
I guess just before. I mean, if you're not speaking, just
Yeah.
mute because I know you're working, and
Mhm.
you know that way we can all hear everybody. But yeah, man, it's gonna be tough because you know, Obi's you know, another one of those guys like you. He's one of our young pups, even though he ain't that young, but he's young enough. So it's a shame. We'll see.
So
We'll see what happens with that.
who's gonna ask that tough question?
Uh-oh.
We knowing that it is a business, we understand that, but how much could that move quickly now?
Oh,
So start looking
well,
elsewhere.
I mean, listen, but well, let me say this.
Mhm. I'm
I'm
just saying.
I don't know, man, because you know what? The thing about Emmanuel Quickly is Emmanuel Quickly got the dog tendencies, right? And everybody who has talked about Quickly says that Tom Thibodeau loves Quickly because he got them dog tendencies. And let's just keep it real here. We know Quickly and Obi were boys. They really have a good relationship. But remember, that's that rookie relationship coming into the league, not knowing what to expect. You're in New York. You guys live together or live close to each other. You decide to work out together. You got a bond. But they've been here a couple years now. And as you grow with the team, you start to get a bond with other guys too. I'm not saying his and Obi's bond isn't still strong. I'm just saying it's not like a one, like it's only me and him against everybody. Now you start to get friendly with other people and learn more about the NBA. You're meeting more people. You're understanding the business more. They're cool, but I think Quickly knows he may or may not be here. He's about that bag. He wants to start in the league. And this is where the business side of it comes in. So I don't think he's going to look at it too crazy because his relationship with Tibbs is different than Obi's relationship with Tibbs. Tibbs respects Quickly and has given him a lot of chances. Remember, was it 2 years ago when Quickly was like rotten, and and Tibbs allowed Quickly to work through that until Quickly got his game back. But Tibbs was looking bad out there. And he worked on his game, and then I think that's when he started to really become a much better defender in the league 2 years ago. And now he's one of the better defenders on the team. So Quickly's shown I'll put in that work. I know I'm struggling with this. My shot, I can't get it. Something's broken right now. I'm going to keep playing. I'm going to work on my defense. And he's shown Tibbs, I'll do whatever you need, whatever it takes. And I'm going to do it at a high level. And I think that's why Tibbs respects Quickly's game. There was something else I was going to say about Quickly, and I just forgot it. But it's just different. That relationship between those two compared to the Obi relationship between Tibbs is a different thing. And I think Quickly understands that it's a business. And but as much as he understands it, he wants to get paid and he wants the opportunity. So
getting paid is right. And one thing about Tom made him into his Kurt Heinrich. He developed and got his game up, you know what I'm saying? And the thing about, getting his game up, one thing was a lot of things fell into play. One, we had some weak guards that was, that was in his way. He was easily to move them guys out the way. But then two is, you know what I'm saying, he's a student of the game and he always want to continue on working on his craft and his game and to get better. It's just that they have him as a tweener. You know what I'm saying? If he point guard, he only play that because we don't have a backup point guard. But when it does that, that takes him from his natural position, which he's a sniper. You know what I mean? So that's why, my thought is at times, okay, I understand you want to bring Donte, but if you brought a guard in here that could come off the bench, somebody like you could have asked on was McConnell inside that trade with Obi, to maybe give me one pick and give me McConnell. It gives me a point guard where Quickly can play his natural position. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. That's just Jay Boogie thinking. But, everybody wants their money. And Quickly has been, he's been quiet and everything. But seeing this right here happen with Obi Toppin, so I don't think he's going to allow that to be in his way because that was my man and everything. But then again, Quickly can go to them and be like, yo, listen, I'm trying to get paid. What you going to do? I don't really want to wait no longer. The biggest explosion about that is what they had mentioned and said about Maxey over there in Philly. They already let him be known just the last 2 days. We're not extending you right now. You know what I'm saying? And he's going to make more money than what Quickly is. And they don't tell him we're not extending it. So how does that play his part over here on IQ where his man is not being extended? And you know what I'm saying? Is Quickly going to be okay with him not getting extended? I think Quickly wants his money, deserves his money a little bit more. And if you don't want to give him his money right now, he might want to be like, yo, I got a big market out there. Maybe you might need to trade me. But Leon need to start figuring some things out, you know what I'm saying? Because we lost out on, you know what I'm saying, on really 3 players with 1 draft, with 3 players with 1 draft. First, we draft Obi, like I mentioned earlier. You didn't go get the point guard. Now you traded Obi. You know what I'm saying? So me, that's like 3 players, that we had, going on with that draft pick. We can't set a trend where we're losing our young guys and ain't nothing coming in getting us ready to go, you know what I'm saying, to swing for a championship. Well, it is what it is. And Jalen Brunson is season and time is now, man. You need to get some pieces in and figure out what you're doing. Because right now we just stagnating. We ain't bringing nothing in. We getting rid of stuff. Hey.
Now, but something, Jay Boogie, we did got signed out of Obi trade and stuff. Think about it this way: if we drafted a point guard during Obi Toppin, who knows? We might have never gotten Jalen Brunson.
That's true.
That's a fair way to look at it. But
that is fair. That's what I was gonna say. That's true. But you know what? If that point guard we drafted was Tyrese Halliburton, then
it was him on the table. So he was an all-star this year. And Brunson won. There's many ways you can flip it. You know what I mean? That man averaged a double-double. I think he led the league in assists this year before he got injured.
Yeah. He was balling with the assists.
Get this man a chance to make $260 million for nothing. This man is 6'5", 6'6", and his shot is getting better. He gets from the defensive rebound to the other basket in 4 dribbles. You know what I'm saying? And he's a sleeper and he plays defense. And he got almost a 7-foot wingspan. So,
But you know what I'm saying, Jay Boogie? Even though I don't know, like being a Knicks fan, sometimes we bias, but this is not the bias speaking for out of me. I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty happy with what we have with Jalen Brunson. Like that's the type of Knicks player that we always needed. Somebody that is a grinder, somebody that will always look for a way to get out of a slump. You could see that he has a bad game on one occasion, but on the next game is redemption. That's the type of player that we always needed. It's not, he's in a slump and now he's down for the next 10, 20 games. And it's like, you see something popping out of nowhere. You could see that when Jalen Brunson is quiet, something is going to give next game. And that's what I love from Jalen Brunson.
Yeah. Shout out to the chat once again, guys. Smash that like button if you haven't already. I appreciate y'all. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes. We had I think we was at 189. Yeah, we had 189. We need 11 more to get to 200. See if we can make that happen. Appreciate y'all. Super Prince is in the building. He's like, yeah, I know.
Did you read that super chat, Ron? I was gonna let you get to that.
Oh no, I didn't see that one. I'm gonna get to that. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. 2 seconds. 01, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. 19 Con Man NYC in the building. Salute. Yeah, Obi gone. My guy, 914's finest. It's been a minute, man. I hope you're doing well. Love to see you again in person. Really good dude, man. Hope you are doing well. Like I said, yep, Obi gone. Shane PH6 in the building. Salute. If this is your first time being here, thank you. Welcome to the show. Alex Isaac asked the question before, is Bruce Brown a power forward? He is not. However, he has played a little of that for Denver because he's so versatile and but that's not his position. He's a small forward / shooting guard, but he's a slasher. You know what I mean? So that's him. Shout out to Kenneth Harris. Thank you for being here. He said, let go my Lakers. We back Western Conference final haters. Okay, Kenneth Harris, bring that Laker hate up in here. I mean, that Nick hate because you're a Laker fan. Anyway, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Big Buddy in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Nicholas Braxton is in the building. No relation to Tony and the Braxton family, but or maybe it is a relationship. Either way, thank you for being here and rocking with us. My guy Corey Lee in the building. Salute, brother. Hope you're doing good. He said, now I will give you your props for calling it, period, but your timing was off. That's all nice. Okay. DJ Cash in the building, 1984. Appreciate you. He said the chessboard has been shuffled. We traded a bishop for 2 pawns. Wam B in the building. Salute to you. He said his brother's going to get the burn this next year. Dame about to go to the Heat. Tough times on the East. Yeah, you may be right. But thank you for being here. If this is your first time in the chat, appreciate you as well. And let me get to this super chat. S&D, the art man, appreciate you once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said Obi got dealt a bad hand from the jump with the Randall situation. I'm very happy for him. Halliburton will unlock him. That's something we all kind of believe as well. Pacers are built right. It's foul that the Knicks drafted Obi's brother, though. See, as I said, there's two sides of it. It's either Leon was just doing him a favor because his connection with Obi is different from Tibbs, and some people might look at this as a solid. I'm going to take care. Your brother didn't get drafted, so I'm going to bring him to the Knicks. Or it's the flip side, that is some dirty dealing going on behind the scenes. So who knows? Who knows? Yeah, man. Well, I was going to say there's still time for the Knicks to do some stuff. We don't know what they have in store. I will tell you this. It all coming back to me. If you guys remember last year's draft, there was wheeling and dealing, right? And the Knicks did that because they had to do it. They had to free up the money that they needed to be able to offer it to Jalen Brunson. We wound up trading our first-round pick, moving down. Then we traded a first and some other pick to get other first-round picks. Then we got second-round pick. We moved this guy over here for that. And, you know, it all ended up with Detroit getting their center of the future or power forward of the future when we could have had them. We did all that because we were trying to get some cap flexibility and the wheeling and dealing. This year, we didn't have any first-round draft picks, and we weren't in the second round either. So we couldn't maneuver guys and move stuff around to get cap flexibility a different way. So what I'm saying is the fact that they traded Obi is because not only did it work out that way, but they needed that trade exception. And they may not be done. There may be another move that the Knicks need to do to free up some stuff, like trading Fournier somehow. Or maybe Fournier is just a move that he's going to help match salaries. But I think this is all – it's a bad circumstance, but I think the Knicks had to do something like this to be able to put them in a position to make a move. So, like I said, Knicks fans, don't be surprised if they make a move. If you like the move, don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if this does lead to a bigger move of some sort that the Knicks are trying to do. Because
and to
right,
Ron,
oh yeah, go ahead.
Boogie's point too, I wanted to say this real quick. I actually am interested in what they do with IQ because you know, with Maxey not being extended at all and not getting paid, they are going to let him go into restricted free agency, and you know a team is going to overpay for a guy who just averaged 20 points per game. So I'd hope that the Knicks, if they're not going to extend IQ, go ahead and let that be known now so you can move him in a trade, because you don't want to let this guy go to restricted free agency and you know you're not going to be able to match salaries with a team that's going to overpay for him. I don't think that's something the Knicks would be willing to do. So I'd like to see, if they're not going to extend IQ, make that known now, at least amongst their brass, and try to move them into one of these packages with Fournier or somebody like that.
Agreed. I think that's true too, because his market is kind of already being set, man. Like, if I wasn't sure about it before, I'm starting to think quickly might be that $100 million man as well, because the way this money is being thrown around, the CBA is only giving teams another 10%. It's not huge, but it's something. I mean, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if the Knicks can really afford to invest $100 million in RJ, $100 million in Quickly, $100 million in Brunson, $100 million in Julius, and not necessarily know if you got all the right pieces to make that next run, playoff run, and head towards a championship type team. I don't know. It's still up for debate if we got even some of the right core pieces here. Sheesh, this is tough, man. It's frustrating, Knicks fans. I know.
I think we have to make I think that they're gonna make some type of trade though, because I just don't see it. I don't currently constructed. I don't know. I don't know how it gets. I'm just very confused because I know people are pretty much like penciling in the Divincenzo thing, but I still think the Knicks have something else that they got to do. I don't see them being just put at that. If they do, then because I think we're all at a sense of to where with the front office is we don't really know what their game plan is. We never have. They just kind of make moves, and we see them once they play out. But like nobody really knows what this front office is thinking, what type of direction they're moving. I know that's been a talking point for years in the Knicks spaces.
I think that between what you just said, Sam, and what Ron said, if you combine it, there's gonna be a major trade, and it hurts because it's gonna include either Emmanuel Quickly or RJ Barrett. It's like the how do you call it, Sam? Pretty much the proof is in the pudding, and it hurts because both of them, especially RJ shows something good. I wasn't even expecting it, but he showed up in the playoff, so that's great positive on him. And IQ, it could have been that he just needed an extra season in order for him to show up in the playoff. We just won't know, but the proof is in the pudding. I feel like somebody's gonna get traded, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Twitter is besides themselves. People are losing it. Right now, very upset that Obi's gone. And then there's other people that are upset with Dame for what he did because he basically got Portland to re-sign Jeremy Grant, and now he's peacing out. So you know. Wow.
He could have just did that from the jump. He played this out for so long. Like we knew Dame was not staying on that team. Like the Scoot thing solidified it for me much before the Grant thing. I don't even know why Dame played it out that long. I just feel like he could have been made this known. Like they even came out in reports and said Butler and him have talked about this over a week ago, and Butler was like, "Yeah, go get Dame." So they've already known that he was going to want out. I don't know why he just prolonged it.
Maybe he wanted to do Grant a favor. That's his boy, and it's like, hey, I want to do you a favor. Hey, Grant, are you signed yet? Yeah, I'm signed. All right, I'm out.
I mean, there may be some truth to that too, because Jeremy Grant, he might have been willing to stay with Portland. Just, let me get my money and, take care of my family. I'm okay here. It's cool. I like Portland or whatever. Maybe that was just a favor to him. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point. Shout out to Manny in the chat. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Pablo M as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And shout out to everybody, all y'all in the chat, man. Thank y'all for hitting that like button, getting us to the 200 likes, man. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for doing that, man. And if there's some of y'all that are here that haven't smashed that like button, hey, if you want to, hey, who am I? Smash that like button. Show love for the panel. Good guys up here. Wiz, Sam, Jay Boogie, Nice. And we've been talking about a lot of stuff. Look, man, we don't know what's going to happen with this Knicks. You already know how they move. You know that this team is I don't want to say they're overachievers because I think they're pretty damn good, but they're just a team that you kind of just got to wait and see. You just got to wait and see how it all plays out. Maybe the subtraction of Obi not only helps him go someplace else where maybe he feels more appreciated, but helps us because maybe this is the first domino in a situation where there's certain things that the Knicks needed to really take a look at. You know what I mean? Like we've had this team pretty much for a couple of years now, and we've been trying to give guys time to grow into themselves, but we also know we got log jams at certain positions. Maybe this is the first domino that allows us to start saying, okay, look, we know what we are. We got a little too much going on. We need something different. This is now we got to start making the moves. Maybe Obi's the first, right? So we'll see what happens. The other thing that I was thinking about too is this might make Obi look. I've said this multiple times. I thought Obi was going to be, if you're a dunker and that's your game, and you might knock down a three here and there when it's open, then I want you to be a Corey Maggette type dunker. A guy like Corey Maggette was coming down the lane. You either be ready to defend or you move out the damn way because Corey Maggette was going to throw it on you. I want Obi to be that same type of guy because he has that ability and that leaping ability. And he's fast. He's quick. He's one of the faster people at his position. You know what I mean? So this might unlock, outside of him having Halliburton, who Halliburton tweeted that he's talking about being Mahomes to Obi. So he's ready to throw Obi all types of lobs. So Halliburton is going to unlock him when it comes to that. If I'm Obi, this might make Obi's game go to the next level because now he's passionate about something. He's going to be mad at the Knicks. And if he uses that anger and that frustration and it helps him be a better player, gives him the aggressiveness that we've all been asking him to have, this might be the best thing that could ever happen to Obi. And it sucks that he's not going to be on the Knicks, but hey, I want Obi to succeed.
And then some blame is on Obi too. We can't just let you get off it. You didn't, you know what I'm saying? You didn't put that work in like you were supposed to. There's an open spot over here. The three is still open. You know what I'm saying? We still need a small forward, wing, athletic player. So you could have done some more of the necessary things to big up your games. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you another person that's your size, smaller than you, was coming off the bench, but he made everything what it is and did everything. Harold, when he played for the Clippers and became sixth man of the year and all that right there, undersized guy that played in the paint and all that, hustled and did all that, you didn't do none of that. So you allowed the fact that, okay, we rhyme with Julius Randle to bother and puzzle your game when you could have made your own mark anytime you got on that floor. Salute to Harold, man. I just was watching some video highlights of him, you know what I'm saying? Undersized guy playing inside that paint, and you shoot the ball better than him. And you're a little bit more athletic than him. But his work ethic and his energy and his effort, plays his part. If you don't have that work ethic, effort, energy, and drive, you know what I'm saying, and that will, you know what I'm saying, you're just gonna, still be the same ball player. It's on you, but don't put all of it on the Knicks, Obi. You have to want it. And so right now you have a new opening, a new beginning. What are you gonna do? Because we're gonna see one or two things. When we see you later on in your career, we're gonna say, oh yeah, we should have got rid of him. Or we're gonna say, damn, we shouldn't have got rid of him. We know we should have moved Julius. All he needed was an opportunity. Those are the one or two things that we're going to say as Knicks fans. I don't know about the organization. They're going to feel what they feel. But us as Knicks fans going to say one of those two things that, you know what I'm saying, that you could have been or he was what he was.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Shout out to Parrish Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, I'm a fallback fan now. The youth was the thrill. Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Come on,
Parrish.
PD. Come on.
But remember, listen, the youth is still the thrill. We lost one young guy. We got more. Still got Grimes. You still got Quickly. RJ's still 22 years old. It's not like we don't have any young guys anymore. Jalen Brunson is 26. I know he's not our guy per se. He's here now. But, we're still a young team. We're still one of the youngest teams in the NBA.
And how you gonna fall back, man? You are thrilled. When we see your face and your life, how you gonna fall back? You can't fall back, man, from your comments, man. We need your comment, your input and everything. Talking about you gonna fall back, man. I'm getting ready to push. I'm getting ready to start sending some people around. Somebody need to find Parrish Duggar, man. Where he at? That's my guy, man. Shout out to PD, man.
Hey guys, I gotta hop off. It was a pleasure being on with y'all. Let me put my face cam on. It's a pleasure being on with you guys. I got to go to a meeting, though. You guys have a peaceful and blessing weekend, and everybody enjoy that day off if you do get it for work. Hopefully you guys can spend more time with your families and that, and put something on the grill. I know I'll try to grill somewhere.
There you go.
4th of July. So you guys have a blessed and peaceful day. I'll talk to you guys on the next one, all right?
Thanks, Sam. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, man, I'm about to get up out of here in a little bit too, man. I've been rocking for a little bit, but shout out to S&D, the art man. Thank you for the generous contribution once again. He said Obi's story might not be done in New York. Pacers still have to extend them, or he becomes a free agent. Keep an eye out for a reunion. I will say that there's some truth to that. If when Obi's time is up and he's due his contract, and if he hits the market and Tom Thibodeau is not the coach of the Knicks, I could see Obi coming back here if Obi's shown improvement with the Pacers. If he's shown that he's, starting to be confident and growing into his own skin and what he's got to do out there and learning his role in the NBA. If he's done that and he shows the improvement, I think the Knicks will definitely keep him high on their radar. I think Leon will definitely love to bring him back, because around that same time that's happening, because Obi is this year and next year, and I think that's when Julius is up. So keep that in mind. So if they do let Julius walk at that time, or if Julius goes some other way and Tibbs is out of here, I wouldn't be surprised if Obi does consider coming back. It's a possibility. But I could also see that if he's upset with more than just Thibodeau, that he goes to Brooklyn and really tries to stick it to the net. To the Knicks. I wouldn't be surprised, man. So
we'll see. Kevin Knox is available, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's a free agent.
Obi Toppin to Brooklyn Zoo.
Wow. I don't want to see that though. I mean, I was okay with trading Obi to Brooklyn if it would have brought back Mikal Bridges, but I don't just want to see him sign with Brooklyn. That'll hurt.
Right, Mikal or Cam, I'll take.
The only Bridges we gonna ever see if we go get Miles.
I know, and I'll take Miles. I mean, I know it's got the the history, but man, gentlemen, this is. I mean, I'm still recovering from the Obi. I like Obi, man. I really like Obi. I also love Obi because he loved New York, and then that, J Boogie's song. Oh man, it's rough that we gotta.
Now I got to farewell it all the way around the internet, man. I got to put it on Twitter. I got to put it in Instagram. I got to farewell it everywhere, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, look, I mean, you got Wiz all choked up. You got all frozen. He was like, I can't deal with this.
That song did it though,
as soon as we go up, Wiz gonna go in that kitchen and make him he gonna put together a feel better meal. He get ready to go cook something crazy.
I'm going right now. Actually, you're right. Actually, it's a way to. I
mean, liquor traffic too, man.
Fortify the salmon. I'm gonna put the salmon, kind of like a little grill of the salmon a little bit. One of my favorite meals, salmon.
I know, because last time you was on, you was cooking salmon. Exactly. You like that salmon. But I wanted to say, look, the Miles thing. I think the guy needs a second chance. Yeah, fine. I'm personally, just me, I don't want the Knicks to give it to him, but does he deserve one? Yes. I know a lot of people on Twitter today. Before I started the show, I was reading a lot of things guys around the league talking about. Look at all these guys you gave second chances. Yeah, but the stuff they did was different than putting your hands on a female. It's different. Innocent to proven guilty. We don't know nothing, but I'm just saying, apparently, the family, the kids saw this stuff. So I don't like that part of it. The other thing is he's a clutch. Okay. Rich Paul is his agent. Oh. He ain't coming to the Knicks. So let's just forget all that. Okay. Let's move on from that.
Oh man. Reminds me to look at OG. OG is now CAA, right?
No, I know. Yeah, it's true. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Paris once again for the generous super chat. He said, "Nah, y'all missing it." No, I know Obi was your guy. I know that's the bottom line. Obi was your dude. You loved, as much as I always went back and forth with Sherwin about him hating Obi's defense and what he brought. I was always going with you because I on the athleticism side, because I knew you loved Obi's athleticism and he was your guy. So it was like the contrast of both of you guys. So I hear you, brother. AD, you here?
What?
Hey.
There he is. Yeah, we had you before, but we lost you. But you're back. What's going on, brother? What's on your mind?
I'm here chilling. I had to step away, for a hot second. But salute to Nick Nation. I just want to let Nick Nation know that if y'all don't hear from me, J Boogie has been stalking me for my number one pick. So if I disappear, y'all know what happened to me. J Boogie out here, out here trying to rough me up for the overall #1 pick.
Hey, honestly, that pick is still up for grabs. I ain't got the money yet.
Maybe we can work something out.
Man. What up, AD?
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Salute.
Yes, baby.
Well, Obi's gone. So what we doing? We doing a part 2 to the Obi?
Yeah, it's gonna be called the Pacer.
The Pacer. I mean, I wish the young brother well. You know what I mean? If for nothing else, I'm glad that they traded him. You know, because he was never gonna get his shine here. When you got a guy in front of you averaging 25 and 10. You know,
that's true.
However we think about Julius, whatever, it's pretty hard to supplant 25 and 10. You know, you really have to have a plan and where you're going. And that was management's problem from day one in drafting him. You know, and this is a lesson, you know, for them and any other management in the future. You got to be careful, like how far you invest yourself in relationships that go nowhere. Because them drafting him that night, why? When you was already entrenched in the Julius Randle. It's like, it just made no sense. Like, why? And then you just kept him year after year after year. You know, again, and now you're trading him for 2 second-round picks. Why? You know, you washed up 2 straight drafts. You washed up 2 straight drafts, and you're here getting more second-round picks. You obviously don't need them.
Mm-hmm.
You obviously don't have a plan. Don't have a real plan for them. You know, but you know, shout out to Obi. Hopefully, you know, he to your point, Ron, that the Corey Maggette part, that was like always my thing with Obi. You can't be this athletically gifted and we only get to see it on a breakaway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even in my young days, I dreamt to be as athletically gifted. I'm giving it to everybody.
Facts.
Every chance I get.
Facts.
Every time I step in, every time I get a foot in that lane, whether I miss it or not, they're going to have to keep, oh, I'm coming. Look over your back. I'm coming. You know, he never gave us that. It's like, you see him on a breakaway by himself, you know, between the legs, around the back, 360. You know, give me something in the lane, you know, where you dunk on him and you look, what? And the whole team, when you dunk on the whole team, what? Remember that night? You remember that night where Amari and Griffin faced off that first time? Griffin put it on Amari. Amari put it back on Griffin. Griffin put it on Amari. Amari put it back on Griffin. You know, poor, good God, what was my guy that the center they ended up trading? Mozgov got involved. He got in the way. He got a couple of, you know, he got some crotch in his face because Griffin sent him to the bench. You know, when you have that kind of athletic gift, it's like you don't sneak into the party. You know, it's like, I'm here. He never had that piece, so hopefully, you know, he finds that within his game. And another thing for young players, I say this all the time, when you can't handle the ball, when you can't dribble, I don't care if you're a great shooter. Okay, even if you're a great shooter, you're still depending on someone passing you the ball. When you get the ball and you can't do nothing with it, you hear people talk about, ISO this, ISO that. Miss me with all of that. When I give you the ball, can you give me something? Can you get to where you need to get to? That's where he has to find in his game.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, my whole thing too is I wish nothing but the best for Obi Toppin. I want him to succeed, but as you said, that's another thing. And as Jay Boogie said too, like part of this is on Obi because Obi's got to take accountability for his game and how he's developed and improved and certain things that he needs to be doing out there on the court. Has he worked hard enough on his handle to be able to break guys down to get to the basket? You know, has he worked hard enough on his defense up until this past playoff series where he showed, you know, some good flashes of defense? But did he work hard enough on that, you know, prior to this time period, like to really show Thibodeau what he could do? You know, I'm not blaming everything on him, but he's got something to do with it. And as I said before, even at the very minimum, if you can't do certain things out there on the court, everybody knows you as a high flyer, one of the most explosive guys in the league. You should be making some of these guys be honest. Like, you give me a lane, I'm coming in the lane and I'm about to rise over you. Like, that's just something you would think that Obi could do. But as I've said, others have said, people know, even the chat, Obi don't really dunk on nobody. Obi's dunks are breakaway dunks, fast break dunks. Maybe a baseline opens up for him, but ain't nobody standing under the baseline getting dunked on. It's a different level of aggression, and that's what I think was missing from Obi's current game. Now, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna tell you before with the confidence level and being in a different organization, having that weight off your shoulders, feeling appreciated, having a point guard like who's a great passer in Halliburton. I wouldn't be surprised if Obi starts to channel that and finally gets that. Good for him. Like I said before, sometimes you're going to see the best out of a player, but he ain't going to be for your organization. And as good as Obi gets, because Obi could get a lot better, still doesn't mean that I think he'll ever be as good as Julius Randle or better than him. He might match him. He'll just be different, but you're not going to take away the fact that Julius can give you 20, 10, and 5. Like, it is what it is. We can't be that upset. We got to understand what we got. If we didn't have Julius Randle, oh, man, then I'd be through the roof right now. It'd be a different story, but then there would be no reason to trade Obi. But, this stuff could still happen.
We're already through the roof because we're sitting here another July 1st and we're looking around to see what's coming around the corner. What's coming around the corner. Like, last year with Brunson, I'm telling you, but Brunson better know how to play center at some point. He better be able to split himself, play shooting guard. He better be able to be a wing, because that's what they're riding on. That's what it feels like to me. It's like, we're good. How can you be good when the East is in so much flux? Right there for the taking.
I was just getting ready to say, tell them what that word means. Is for somebody that might not know what it means in the chat.
You know what I'm saying? It's wide open. Like, Bradley Beal has left the conference.
Facts.
Miami technically has gotten weaker in a day. Philly's in a state of, when I heard they wasn't picking up the for Maxey, I was shocked. I'm like, what are we talking about here? You out here chasing Harden and you leaving Maxey in the cold. That makes absolutely no sense.
MB should have pushed the button right then.
But that's how you know he's not. That's how you know he's not that guy, right? Because every time the organization in his presence had a chance to make a pivotal move, it's like, what did MB say? Huh? Nobody talk to MB. You know what I mean? He upset after the fact that Butler left.
Yeah. Well, let me just say this real quick. Sherwin, come on, man. I know it's not easily noticed, But I told you before, don't look at me. Just go back to the stats. Go pull up playoff defense. And this is going to show you all the teams, all the players that were in the playoffs. And just click on the top. Click defensive rating. Click on the top that lets you order the defensive rating. And remember, defensive rating, the lower the rating, the better the defense, right? Just look at Obi. And you're going to see Obi played, according to defensive rating, don't look at me. He was top 10 defense because it's about your man that you're playing beating you. Now, maybe Obi had favorable matchups. Maybe the guys he was guarding just wasn't really doing as much when he was guarding them. Maybe it's the other guys that were getting the buckets and doing stuff. Either way, I'm just telling you, if you look at the numbers, Obi was very favorable defensively in the playoffs. That's it. That's all I'm going to say about that. That's all I got.
I can't let a 6'4" guy be a better rebounder than me.
That part is crazy.
And
the fact that you're 6, and the fact AD that you're 6'9" and can jump out the gym.
I used to watch Josh Hart, his positioning on the floor. I used to watch him a lot, and he would stay a foot in the paint. There was always a hand in there, a foot, always somehow, somewhere able to be in position. Like, Obi, you're averaging less than 3 rebounds a game. That's 15 minutes or not. I'm sorry. This guy can't be a better rebounder than me. No way, no how. He's 6'4". I'm 6'8", 6'9". No way. No way, no how. That speaks again to what you said, the intestinal fortitude, the dog in him. What's a way to stay on the floor?
In our eyes, as New York, as we look at the game on the defensive end, if you're not getting steals, blocks, defensive rebounds, switching off, helping out your man, or being talkable, or taking charges, in our eyes, you're not playing defense. No matter what the defensive stat ratio might be saying, you have to do those things. And when you look at Obi on the court, he does none of that. Gifted and talented as he is, he does none of that. So in our eyes, when we look at it, even if they have him high in defensive efficiency, what it is, even if they have him high in that, in our eyes, you're not doing that because all we know is you leaking out. You're leaking out, throwing your arm up for the ball, so you can get a fast break dunk instead of putting your arm up in your man's face, contesting his shots. That's us, as New Yorkers, how we, when we look at and see the game, as far as defense. Because throughout our history of the Knicks, even before the Knicks, throughout our history in the parks and coming up playing ball in the park, you didn't want to be embarrassed in the park. You didn't want to get that ooh and ah, And you had to play some defense if you wanted to be on the court or get some run or stay on the court. But Obi has to work. Again, it's not all the Knicks' fault. Some of the fault is on the Knicks. But when I go back, that's why I brought up, Harold. To play for the Clippers when he's 6th man of the year. He did that for 2 years straight coming off the bench, small, 6'7". I ain't gifted and talented, but I'm going to make it work when I get on this court. I'm going to rebound, I'm going to hustle, I'm going to bust my chops. And that's why they gave him that, that 6th man of the year over Lou Williams. Gave it to him because he deserved it. So you can't allow, when you come in the game because somebody else, you got to do other things on the court to make yourself, be a factor, inside those lines. You got to be a factor. Blessings to you and your new journey and your new challenge. I ain't talking about a dodge, but challenge yourself. Or like I said, we're going to do one or two things as a fans. We either going to say, dang, I knew we shouldn't get rid of him. Or we're going to say, they got rid of him. He was what he was when he was here.
That's true. That's a fact. Shout out to Paris Duggar once again. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He said, who's going to play hard at the 4 after the All-Star break? JR, Julius Randle. hey, man, listen, we got to see what happens. I think Julius, one thing I will say about Julius Randle, every time I see him in the offseason, he puts his all the work he can in to make himself be in the best possible shape to come in and have a good season. I think he's going to do that again. I think he is going to use what happened this playoffs and the fact that he got injured at the wrong possible time to fuel him so that once and for all he can show Knick fans that he does do what we need. But, we got to give him time to get there. And it's going to take a long time. We're talking about him. We need Julius to go the whole regular season and get back to the playoffs healthy, at least at that time, and be able to go out there and show us what he can do. Because as much as I'm upset with some of the things that took place, I'm also think it's not totally fair to just continue to criticize him, knowing that the man got hurt 2.5 weeks before the playoffs. It's just a rhythm guy like that. It's just tough to expect to get the best out of the guy when you going into the playoffs. Teams are clamping down, and these are two of the better defensive teams that you got to play. It's just tough to assume that he's going to come in and give you much right off the bat. And but it's not all on that. Some of it's on him too, But
Ron, when you're there, I get it. And he can fall back on the injury. It's a fair assessment, right? It's fair. I haven't seen a lot of dudes that taped it up. That broken this, broken that, rib cage. One of Ewing's best games that people never talk about was that Game 5 Allen Houston shot. If you ever watch that game again, that's where he really tweaks the Achilles, which pops later on. He already had bad knees. He had like a tweak in the rib cage, pulled rib muscle or something. You see him just struggling up and down the court. Why? It's that game. You have to be there. You have to show up, because when you don't show up, nobody cares. Nobody's giving you that, and you don't have to have surgery. That was the quickest press release from the Knicks in like 5 years. Right after the season's over, put it out there. Boom, Randall had to have surgery. It wasn't his fault. I'm not killing him, because if you listen to me, you've heard me not have the nicest things to say about Julius.
I know. But the one thing I'm going to say too, it's not about pushback. It's just about fairness. A player is going to be a player. And most NBA players, or not even NBA players, any player in a sport that really cares about what they do and wants to, contribute to a team and wants to be great or wants to be really good, whatever, they want to be out there. You know who's the person to stop a player from being out there? The coach or the manager. And this is where Tom Thibodeau does not lose fault. Okay, Tom Thibodeau saw what Julius was and was not giving us. Tom Thibodeau could also say, Julius, sit your butt down, man. I appreciate you. I'm going to give you another chance, but right now it's not working. We're behind, or something's not working. I can't orchestrate my defense the way I want. I want to try something different. You know what I mean? Or he could even, become a master manipulator. You're a coach. That's some of the stuff that comes along with coaching. Some of these guys are master manipulators. They know how to get in your head. Yo, hey, Julius, listen. I noticed that, Jimmy Butler's doing this. And then when he does that, I see Strus is doing this. You know what? I got a plan. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw Grimes out there, right? I'm going to get Josh Hart. And I'm going to try to do this. I got this, and I'm going to plan on doing it. And then you know what? Then I'm going to bring you back in. Once I get them a little where I want them, we're going to go from there. It's not even about Julius at that point. It's about you being the coach saying, I got a plan for doing this. And then I'm going to bring you right back, and we're going to go from there. You don't have to bring him right back. You leave Julius sitting on the bench where you want him and see if your plan works. But the point is, you do what you got to do to get the results. And I don't know. This is where Tom Thibodeau loses me. But that's a whole nother story.
I got a quick question. Just a quick question. Didn't he say he didn't know the foot was broke after it was on the podcast?
No. In Kentucky.
Right, in college.
In college, he didn't know his thing was broken, and he played through it for the rest of the season. No, in Nick time, he knew that the foot was messed up. He could tell at that point. He knew it was messed up, and he may not have known how bad it was, but it didn't matter. He just knew that he wasn't playing 100%. So he knew he was hurt. He's just playing through it.
Okay, well, maybe this, like you said, we all hope he comes back in the greatest form of shape. But you automatically know he's not, because when you in the podcast, he said one of the things that I learned from you, Paul George, is when the season was over, you always went back to work unless you was injured, you know what I'm saying? So you could stay in shape. And Julius is one of those guys, when the season is over, he gets right back to get to working. But this year, he can't work. So being that he can't work this year, for him to sit there and say that, it's going to allow him to give him more time to watch footage, because he never watched footage, you know what I'm saying, during the off season. A lot of people twisted that and said, hey, you don't watch footage. A lot of them guys don't watch footage during off season. They're in the gym, they're working out. And that doesn't mean he doesn't watch footage during the season. You know what I'm saying? And they try to twist that. But now maybe that, you sit down and your foot is up, you watch your footage, you can see the things that you wasn't doing. Seeing where, you was lacking, on plays, when you won't help it, or when you was pouting, or your body language wasn't good, or when you was messing with the referees. And you see and understand those parts of your game and come back and eliminate those type things, then you could play a whole lot better, because people will feel better playing around you, you know what I'm saying? And plus, making some of them playoff shots. Of course, we're going to, put that in. But start with those things right there, man. I love y'all guys. I got to get over here and get me some of this shrimp pasta. Man, Ronald had me out here 6 hours. And we don't even.
Yeah, I'm about to. I got 6 minutes left in me, man. At the 5-hour mark, I'm up out of here myself. But thank you, Jay Boogie. But I just wanted to say that we talking about Obi coming back and dunking on the Knicks and dunking on Randall and all this. Let me tell you another side of this. Don't be surprised if when the Knicks go up against the Pacers, if Julius Randle don't try to bully the hell out of Obi and put this dude through the stanchion. Don't be surprised. So
why wouldn't you?
Exactly. That's who he is. That's what he's gonna do. He does it to everybody. Don't matter. He does it against Anthony Davis. He tries to. I mean, Anthony Davis is a big body. It's hard to move him, but they physical. So it could get crazy. Watch out.
It's just about the smarts, as what Jay Boogie was talking about. For him to use this time, I feel what I feel about Julius. It's not about Julius. It's about management making the team better. We going on day 2, and the team is technically worse.
Right. But AD, you know how the Knicks move. The Knicks could go the whole, whatever's the last day of the offseason, say it's July 31st, the Knicks will make a move on July 30th. You know what I mean?
and it'll be something that we're not going to be happy with.
Right.
That we're not going to be happy with. It'll be a Kemba, it'll be a Fournier, it'll be something like that we're not going to be happy with. Look around and say, you know what, we just could have did so much better.
Right.
It's true.
That's the thing. The narrative, it's the narrative for me that never changes every July.
True.
It's the narrative. Let's take a look at Cleveland for a second. Cleveland couldn't shoot. All right? Cleveland come out the gate. We got a shooting problem. Even if it don't work, we've addressed the shooting problem.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we like those two options or not, they came out the gate. We got a problem. We got a problem shooting this ball right here. We need to get some shooters. Let's get some shooters.
The problem, I think, for the Knicks is compiled. We'll say a couple more about this before we get out of here. The problem with the Knicks is compiled. One, we don't have any cap flexibility, no money to sign any free agents outright, because the Knicks had like $25 million to work with. We would be out there grabbing some dudes, and putting them on the roster. But we don't have that luxury, right? And then the flip side too is, even if we pull off a trade, the fans are in love with some of these players on this team. And so are the Knicks. I think Leon Rose is happy with some of the guys he was a part of drafting and other guys that have been here. He's grown accustomed and great, and we have relationships. Who you giving up?
Then how can
who you trading?
Then how can you win from those 2 points of view that you just mentioned right there? You're never gonna win.
Right.
You cannot fall in love with your own commodity. You have to be objective. You cannot sit here and think that, well, Utah was just gonna bend over and roll over and just give you Donovan. Like nobody else thought I can use 28 points per game. No one else saw that. You were just Utah was just gonna somehow just roll over and say, you know what? All right, we'll send Donovan home.
Yeah. Well, and let me just say this, and then get to Wiz, and then just go around real quick, and we get out of here. So, but that is why I think we're in this situation where the Knicks are saying, look, I think we know that we need to upgrade, we need to change something here, but we don't have a lot to work with. So if we do it, it's got to be a trade. So that means, we need better 3-point shooting, right? But a lot of these guys who shoot good from the 3, maybe not the best defenders, or maybe they don't do anything else. So how do we bring him here? Oh, we got to trade maybe a Grimes. We got to trade a Quickly, or we got to, and those guys do a little bit more for us. So then in essence, we're losing. To build up a category that we're deficient in, we got to give up another piece. So it's like a marginal thing. So the only way to get out of that, where we kind of help the team and the fans tolerate it and don't crucify us, is we got to go get a big name. So therefore, when you trade RJ or you trade a Grimes or a Quickly for this big name, the fans will be like, oh, well, look who we got back. You know, we got this dude. That's how they make it palatable. And I think that's kind of where the Knicks' head is at right now. I hope that it's just not about a big name and actually something that can benefit us. But I kind of think that's where they're at, because you have a deficiency and you trade off one of your guys that may do other things that you need on this team, but you don't have any value to get. So you got to give up something that you don't really want to give up. And it's just too close of a margin. Fans ain't going to accept it. You mean you tell me you trading Quickly for this dude who shoots 40% from 3, but he don't do nothing else? Now I'm losing Quickly, a young player who's 20-something years old, and he's going to go somewhere else and flourish. Fans are going to be mad. That's how I'm looking at it. I might be overthinking it, but I don't necessarily think I am. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens, man. Wiz, what's your final thoughts on this stuff as we go around? Actually,
exactly in line with what you're saying. I think my final thought is going to be hitting the Obi, departure as my, of course, it's a pain point for me, because I really like Obi. Of course, I knew Randall is a better player right now. Athleticism-wise, we're giving up our number 1 athlete, and now Mitch is now our number 1 athlete, who's one-dimensional in lots of ways. Well, maybe 2, rebounding and offensive rebounding and defense. People who slander Obi as far as that he didn't have what it took or he wasn't doing this and that. I'm going to drop a name like Danny Manning. Love Danny Manning. That guy's game was tight, but Danny Manning's high season, take away his high season, he averaged 19 and 6, barely 6, with 30-plus minutes. That was Obi's game. That's like Obi, right? Wasn't a big rebounder, and he put up some points. So Manning was a good player. Defensively, I think, definitely better than Obi was. So, I'm like, you can't just get stats for Obi and say, oh, he's going to be a 19-6 guy. Well, 19-6 got you Danny Manning, who's among one of the best power forwards in history, right? He's not top 10, he's like top 50, right?
No.
You think Danny Manning's not top 50 in history?
Top 50?
Power forward?
No.
Okay, you give me 40.
Are you saying just at the power forward?
I could name if we had the time, I could definitely name 50 guys that take in front of Danny.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, but that is okay. Well, let's see. Go ahead and challenge that. But he was a very memorable, usable power forward that was solid for what we needed. So it wasn't like we gave away nothing. We gave away a usable player. So if Danny Manning was given away right now instead of Obi, in his third year, we'd have been like, we don't really need that piece, right? I'm not saying give away because again, there's benefits to it. The 2 second rounders and the trade exception are not nothing. There's something, right? But at the same time, it wasn't like we gave away nothing for something, right? I'm not sure it was an even trade, but I'm going to go ahead and just say that just giving Obi up right now is still a hit to the Knicks performance schedule or abilities next year as we stand right now. So unless we feel that replace that spot, which again I'm hoping front office will do something and have plans. Right now we're a worse team than we were last year. So I don't think either Obi or Sims are going to fill in what Obi did. They're going to do well, but they're not going to fill what Obi did. And Obi had as a starter, those two starting will not be what Obi was right now, but they're going to be useful. So right now I'm just going to still stay, stand on the sidelines, look for the front office to make a move that's going to make us a better team next year. I'm not going to be happy if we're the same team we were next year. I'm not just talking about personnel, but performance-wise. And so at this moment in time, I'm actually a little concerned, but I'm going to give the front office a chance to make it. So I'm going to leave optimistic that Knox is still out there so we can get Knox. Randall's going to get a chance to bully Obi, and we're going to be a chance to, take care of Reddish when he comes to town with Lakers. The Knicks going to flourish because I know that our young guys are going to step up. I think RJ will step up next year based on his playoff performance. I think IQ is going to reassess. I'm worried about giving that guy. I know he deserves it, but I'm worried about paying out $20+ million for, 6 man, even though the cap is going up, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to keep IQ, and I'm okay right now with where they are, hoping for the best. And I'm still fearful, though, that Thibodeau is just a great, very good coach, but maybe the coach that this team needs to really maximize the skills that we have, even though we don't have any real superstars other than Randall, Borderline, and Brunson, who's a superstar in my book.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Guys, rock. This is a great show. I know I was jumping in and out, but I was listening. I'm still doing my salmon right now on the, it's grilling up a little bit, almost ready. And I'm about to have that, like you with Jay Boogie. And again, Ron, I'm going to show you some dance moves later on for your video, okay? So peace out, guys. Love the show, man. Love the show.
Appreciate you, Wiz. Thank you. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, dope show, Ron. J Bugs, I'm hurt though, y'all. I get it. It's okay. And look, before I get over to AD for his final words, yeah, he gonna be okay. I just want to say, shout out to YC. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. If you're new and in the chat, thank you for being here first time. Salute to you. Geraldine McIver, happy 4th of July to you as well. Enjoy yourself. Make the best of your time. And shout out to Mmet. I see you in the chat. Thanks for being here. Wiz, for your comments about Kevin Knox, this is for you.
See if I know the ledge.
You jumping out the window. That go right with that one, okay? Because I don't know where you're going.
He
set
you up, Wiz. Oh he had that on cue. He had it on cue like as soon as you started talking about it.
I'll be waiting during this show. Give me one.
And you can't even get no rebuttal for that. Nah, we don't even want to hear nothing else from you.
We moved on now.
AD, get up out of here.
AD, what's your final thoughts, brother?
You know what, Knicks fans, I feel your pain. Because that's just what we go through every year, and hopefully let's just stay positive. Hopefully they make a move, something, or add a little piece. That's something. I wouldn't mind seeing them add Kenyon Martin Jr. I think that would be a very nice piece because
I like him.
You lost some explosiveness with Obi, no matter whether he used it or not. He still had it in the bag. Kenyon Martin Jr. is a ferocious, forward 3-and-D type of player. That would at least it fits the puzzle. You know what I mean? If you're not getting stars, you're unable to get stars, you can get a couple of pieces. I started out in free agency wanting them to to definitely look to add a backup point guard that can run offense to help Brunson. You know, they can some way, somehow find that here as well. You know, some moves like that, that'll make me happy. I can't lie to you. But to think that they're not going to do anything, you know, that's not going to make me happy. But shout out to everybody. Have a safe and blessed 4th and all that good stuff. And let's hope for the best.
Yeah. Appreciate you, AD. Thank you for being here and chopping it up with us.
This is the first time I came on the show, right? I don't remember.
No. You were here. You were here briefly one time, way back in the day. But yeah, this has been a minute. It's been a minute.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Your page went off that day. You had to run telephone booth.
But I love all y'all shows, man. There's just so much Nick content out there, so much good Nick content. You know, we're so passionate. Like every time I think that I have a connection with all the shows, I look up on the Instagram page and they got like five more people that got. They're just the Nick fan base, and that's another thing I want to say before let me get out. You know, management. You know, don't take us for granted. You know what I'm saying? Don't take the love for granted. You know what I mean? Do something with it, man. Take advantage of what you got. You got a good foundation here. You know, take advantage of it. Did you not see the love in the playoffs? Which building comes anywhere near our building in the playoffs? In the last 2 playoffs that we had, Miami, Cleveland, even going back to a couple of years ago against Atlanta, our building was shaking.
True.
You know, take advantage of that.
Yeah. I just it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Anyway, Jay Boogie, your final words, my brother. You already kind of gave them, but if you just want to say a couple things.
I just want to add on to what AD said. Don't take the love for granted. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to find another building when the game is over and they come outside and the network channels across the street and we beating on the window. You're not going to see that nowhere. And Alan Hahn and Monica Minut and Wally, they cool with that because they know it's the passion, it's the love inside the city, man. But you got to appreciate the position that you're in, Leon, and handle your business. Now, you're great at trade deadline. You know what I'm saying? You got his Derrick Rose one year he came in. You got his Josh Hart this year. You're great at trade deadline. But you need to make this right here starting to stick right here. You know what I'm saying? We lost, you know what I'm saying, out on a pick. Okay, you can reset a rookie contract. That's what you did. But more importantly, you got to know you cannot reset the league at all. You have to keep up with it or it's going to leave you. And we come too far to come from where we was at to be where we became this season with the point guard that's possibly the best point guard in the East. That's possibly the best guard in the East. And with a lot of these other teams getting weaker, a couple of critique moves right here will get us all the way to 25, where all our money free up to see what we can do. But I'm going to say it. Al Pacino words in the movie Heat, in that garage. I'm going to say it one more time. Give me what you got. Don't waste my mother effing time.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Once again, I just want to say thank you to everybody. The turnout was fantastic for today's show. The chat was rocking. We out here like Bobby Condas, rocking you. I mean, crazy out here, man. Thank y'all for showing the love. Thank you for all the likes. We got 219 likes in the building. Salute to y'all.
Man, play that number. Play that number. That's on my arm. My first tattoo ever. That's my daughter's birthday.
Oh, 219.
Go
50,
play
50?
That number.
50-50? Huh? Boxing straight?
Yeah, dollar combo.
I got you. Dollar combo. Okay. Salute to all y'all. Right. There you go. Salute to all of y'all. Thank you for all my great panelists today. Shout out to Nice. Thank you for being here. Sam Grandison. Yep. Salute to you, my brother. Danny Landis. Wiz in the building, my guy Wisdom. AD for making a guest appearance. Appreciate you, my brother. Once again, guys, check out AD's show, Old School Knicks, on the Blorange Tears Network. Usually on Sundays around, what, 11:30 is it?
11.
Oh, 11. Okay, 11 a.m. on Sundays. Definitely check him out. Show some love. Shout out to my guy, Jay Boogie, the closer, for always bringing in a good dude, a good friend, I like to say, and, a hell of a Knick fan. And, the creator of the Obi song, man. We played it today. It's tough. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to swallow these days, man. Obi out of here. Oh, no. We're going to be all right. No, we're going to be all right, man. We're going to be all right. And listen, as I'm going to tell you, because I know I'm looking at Knick Twitter, and it's worse now than it was before. There's more people. I guess they just finding out like, oh, my God. Look, as I said before, we talked about this. Obi was going to go, okay? Whether or not you wanted to really believe it or not, Knicks gave Brunson money. They gave RJ money. They gave Randall money. Quickly wants money. There's only so much money to go around. And out of all those people, if you look at it, Obi was the odd man out to begin with. He may have not have left now, but he was going to leave eventually. The Knicks were not going to give that man the contract. I'm just telling you, that's what it was. So they pulled off the Band-Aid early. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Trevor Kells, they say he's 6'9".
Kells. We'll see what happens with that, man. I don't know. I'm gonna have to wait and see. We'll see.
New York, a non-New York legend. Peace.
But listen, don't worry about it. As I'm gonna tell everybody, Top is gonna be on the roster.
Top, exactly. We got a Toppin.
That's right. So it is what it is.
I tell you
anyway,
the brother look a lot more vicious than he does.
He look a little bit more aggressive. I will say that. But when I looked at their numbers, the younger brother played like 30 minutes for Kentucky.
He's
and
not
if you compare
polished,
he's not.
He's nowhere near polished, but he got a little aggressiveness.
He got a little bit more than Obi right now. It's true. It's true.
A little natural aggressiveness.
Correct. It's not forced. So once again, thank you to everybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody who jumped on the panel. Oh, I did miss one because I was saving him for last. Shout out to my brother John from Still Knick Fans out there in Coxsackie, New York, Albany-ish, with the NBK fam for the NBK, the first annual cookout, having a good time. I hope they're enjoying themselves. Thanks to him for jumping on and kind of showing us the background, seeing what they're setting up over there. I know they're having a good time. We couldn't hear the music because we would have got copyrighted up here, but I know they were jamming out there too. Right. So salute to all of them. And thank you guys for being here. As I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick Fans, we'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11-ish for Know the Ledge, on Monday nights at 9 p.m. with Ron and John for Still Knick Fans Weekly. That's SKF Weekly. Or on Thursday nights at 8:30 for the NBA Report on the Nothing But Knicks channel. Keep saluting, guys. We'll be here trying to continue to give you guys good content. Hope our Knicks do something, but if they don't do it right away, don't fret. There's still a lot of time. The Knicks move slowly. And we just got to see. We'll see what happens, man. I know it can't end like this. I'll tell you that. We're going to do something. We're not staying like this. I believe that. Anyway, all right, guys.
Like the Key Sweat record. I know it's going to stay.
You ain't lying, man. It can't.
Go bingo. Go bingo.
Take care, y'all. Have a great one. Enjoy the rest of y'all day. And, put something on the grill. Later. I'm out.